Chapter 1833, Attacking the First Prince's Camp. Chapter 1833, Attacking the First Prince's Camp, Ouyang Wudao. Ouyang Wushuang murmured. On the side, the Heaven's favorites from the Purple Flame Villa had a serious look in their eyes. The first prince, Ouyang Wudao, was extremely talented and had a profound cultivation. He was domineering and decisive, and he had the support of the Daluo Heaven sect. He was the most promising candidate for the crown prince position. Big brother, it's not the Ouyang family style to surrender before the battle. If Big brother wants to be the crown prince, then let us see if you have the strength to do so. Ouyang Wuji's voice came from the Silver Army. Big brother, if you want to become the crown prince and take control of the Xinyuan Empire, then show me your strength. Ouyang Wushuang also said, "You're so stubborn." Ouyang Wudao's voice was very cold. He was tall and sturdy, wearing a purple robe, and was filled with dignity. Ouyang Wuji and Ouyang Wushuang thought that they could compete with the first prince just because they had the support of the only divine temple and the Purple Flame Villa. What a joke! I will make them regret this. A cold-looking young man beside Ouyang Wudao said. He was a heaven's favorite of the Daluo Heaven sect. He had a terrifying talent and was very famous in the ancient Sun's sacred land. The three sides confronted each other, and no one made a move. All three sides had an army of 30,000, and their cultivations were all at the LV1 martial royal realm. Their strengths were almost the same, and no one had the confidence to fight the other two sides alone in a head-on battle. This meeting was just a test. After a while, the three forces retreated at the same time. Lu Ming and the rest retreated to the military camp. In the camp, Ouyang Wushuang and a few of his confidants, Lu Ming, Long Chen, Wang Lin, and the Heaven's favorites from the Purple Flame Villa gathered together to discuss a strategy. I think that the current plan is to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. We won't move and defend the camp. When the first prince and the sixth prince fight and both sides are injured, we can clean up the mess and take the first round. Xiao Muqing, the leader of the Purple Flame Villa, said. Waiting for the other two sides to fight each other? What a joke. How can they be so stupid? I'm guessing they have the same idea as us. They want to wait for the other two sides to fight so that they can reap the benefits. If this continues, it will only be a stalemate. Lu Ming said. Xiao Muqing's face sank and he said, "Oh? Then what do you think we should do? Take the initiative and attack." Lu Ming said indifferently. Taking the initiative to attack? What a joke. Lu Ming, although you're strong and I admire you, you're still a little weak when it comes to leading troops into battle. You just said that the other two parties are also waiting for us to fight each other. They want to reap the benefits from the battle. If we take the initiative to attack, no matter which party we attack, we will be helping the third party. You are contradicting yourself. Xiao Muqing sneered. The paragons of the Purple Flame Villa also sneered. I want to break the stalemate. If it continues, no one knows how long it will last. I want to end it quickly and win the first round. That's the way to go. Lu Ming said. Win the first round? How to get it? I'm afraid that we'll be the first to be eliminated if we follow your method. Xiao Muqing sneered. Lu Ming casually glanced at Xiao Muqing and then ignored him. He looked at Ouyang Wushuang and said, Ninth Prince, I suggest that we attack the first prince's army first, but we can't make it too obvious. We should send scouts to gather information first, and then attack in the dark. All right, let's do that. The ninth prince said. This was the countermeasure that he had come up with to curry favor with Lu Mingsheng. Of course, he could not say it out now. If it were to spread, their plan would be ruined. Ninth prince, you can't do this. You'll definitely lose. Xiao Muqing's expression changed drastically as he shouted, hoping to stop Ouyang Wushuang. That's right. You can't do this. You're seeking your own destruction. Ninth Prince, please reconsider. The other Heaven's favorites from the Purple Flame Villa also chimed in. Don't worry, everyone. I know what I'm doing. There's no need to persuade me. He said. Ouyang Wushuang waved his hand. Ninth Prince, if you lose in the first round, the rest will be difficult. Ninth Prince, you have to think this through. Xiao Muqing said with a sullen face. This prince's mind is set. Ouyang Wushuang said. Since that's the case, we won't say anything more. It seems like the crown prince's position will fall into the hands of the first and sixth prince. Xiao Muqing sighed. From the looks of it, they were definitely going to lose. Ouyang Wushuang did not say much and immediately sent out scouts to find out about Ouyang Wudao's army. For the next few days, news about Ouyang Wudao kept coming in. For the past few days, Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wuji's army had been stationed in the military camp without any unusual movements. In Ouyang Wudao's tent, they were also discussing the military situation. First Prince, the ninth prince has been sending scouts around the area to find out more about us. I'm afraid they're going to take action soon. One of them reported to Ouyang Wudao. I think the ninth prince is trying to ambush us. A sovereign of the Daluo Heaven sect said. Sneak attack us? Then let's beat him at his own game. Ninth brother, you're still too impulsive. Ouyang Wudao burst out laughing. In the blink of an eye, the three sides were in a stalemate for 7 days. On the night of the 7th day, Ouyang Wushuang sent a trusted aide to lead an army of 25,000 to Ouyang Wudao's camp. In the dead of the night, Ouyang Wushuang's army arrived not far from the first prince's camp. From afar, it seemed very peaceful. Some people were resting, while others were patrolling. Charge! The commander was one of Ouyang Wushuang's trusted men, called Luan Fei. With a wave of his hand, the army charged towards the first prince's camp at full speed. Not good, enemy attack. And NBSP those patrolling noticed the army and their expressions changed as they shouted. Kill, kill! Luan Fei roared and charged forward with his army. Those patrolling guards were killed and turned into rays of light, disappearing from this place. In the array world, once you were killed, you would leave this place. Before the end of this competition, you could not enter this place a second time. Charge in! Luan Fei roared as he led his army into the first prince's camp. Terrifying attacks converged together and exploded toward the tents. If there was anyone in the tent, they would have been blown to pieces. Boom, boom. The tent exploded, but there was no one inside. Not good, we've been tricked. Retreat. Frenzied Flight's expression changed as he roared. It's too late to find out now. Kill. The first prince appeared in the sky and gave the order. Bush, bush, bush. From the ground, endless sword chi burst out and slashed toward Ouyang Wushuang's army. At the same time, countless attacks exploded down from the sky, blasting towards the army. Instantly, screams rang out as large swaths of soldiers were killed. In the blink of an eye, thousands of people had been killed. Kill! From all directions, there were figures, and all kinds of terrifying attacks poured towards them. They were like living targets. Chapter 1834. Chapter 1834, Betting on Himself. Chapter 1834. Chapter 1834 Betting on Himself, Set up the formation, set up the formation. Luan Fei roared and gathered his troops, wanting to form the heavenly tiger sky roaring formation. Stop them! Ouyang Wudao's voice rang out again. Roar! Shocking roars rang out as Ouyang Wudao's army also formed into a formation. In the sky, a huge phoenix spread its wings and flew down, pouncing on Ouyang Wushuang's army. At the same time, the ground rolled and a huge black turtle appeared. With one palm, a large number of people were slapped away. As long as they were killed, they would turn into rays of light and fly into the sky, disappearing from the world. From the front and back, roars could be heard as an azure dragon and a white tiger rushed over. 4 symbols formation. Frenzied Sword's face turned pale. The 4 symbols formation was a terrifying formation. When a great army joined forces, they would form the 4 symbols of heaven and earth. When they gathered together, their power would be extremely terrifying. It was much stronger than the heavenly tiger sky roaring formation. When the 4 divisions appeared, they completely separated Ouyang Wushuang's army. They were cut into pieces and it was difficult for them to gather together. Set up the formation, set up the formation. And NBSP, Sky Tiger Roar. Flying Chaos roared as the separated army set up the Sky Tiger Roar formation. Instantly, Sky Tigers appeared, and there were more than 10 of them. However, the army had been split up, each fighting their own battles. The heavenly tiger heaven roaring formation that had been set up was much weaker, and was completely suppressed by the four symbols formation. The phoenix spread its wings and clawed down. A heaven tiger was crushed. The soldiers who formed the heaven tiger formation screamed one after another. Many of them were killed and turned into light before disappearing. Even more people were injured, but the formation had been broken, so it was even more difficult to stop it. The phoenix opened its mouth, and terrifying flames spread out. Large groups of soldiers were turned into ashes in the flames, turning into light and disappearing. On the other side, the azure dragon, the black tortoise, and the white tiger were also doing the same. They were completely crushing and continuously harvesting lives. For a time, dense light shot into the sky, extremely bright. Damn it! Frenzied Flight roared and brought his men to charge forward. Unfortunately, it was useless. They were blocked in all directions and could only be killed. In less than half an hour, the 25,000-man army had been completely annihilated, and it was the same for Frenzied Flight, who turned into a ray of light and disappeared. On the other hand, Ouyang Wudao's army had only lost less than 2,000 men. Reporting to the first prince, Ouyang Wushuang is not in the army. Someone reported to the first prince. How many people did you kill? Ouyang Wudao asked. More than 25,000. Good. Even if ninth brother isn't dead, he's crippled. There are only a few thousand people left. He can only be an audience for this round. Ouyang Wudao laughed heartily. There would definitely be experts from the Xinyuan Empire paying attention to the formation world. In this battle, he had annihilated Ouyang Wushuang's 25,000 troops and held the initiative. Even if they did not fight, he would still be able to obtain victory in this stalemate. However, he wasn't going to let this stalemate continue. He was Ouyang Wudao, and he wanted to win beautifully. He wanted to use a crushing method to obtain the position of crown prince and shock the entire Xinyuan Empire. The army will rest and reorganize. Then, we will set off and take down Ouyang Wushuang's camp. Ouyang Wudao ordered. The powerhouses who were paying attention to this place would definitely give them a score. The greater the advantage they had, the higher the score would be. However, he did not notice that two figures were watching them from a distance. They were Lu Ming and Ouyang Wushuang. The plan is going smoothly. Next, Ouyang Wudao will definitely send his army to occupy our camp. Let's go back and retreat. Lu Ming said. All right, let's go. Ouyang Wushuang nodded and the two of them left. As soon as they returned to the camp, Ouyang Wushuang gathered the remaining 5,000 soldiers and left the camp. They headed to the edge of the camp. There was a valley there that was very well hidden. If the 5,000 soldiers entered, they would not be discovered without careful inspection. In a temporary cave abode in the valley, Ouyang Wushuang, Lu Ming, and the others gathered together again to discuss the military situation. I told you that plan wouldn't work, but the ninth prince didn't listen to me. Now, the 25,000 soldiers have all been wiped out. We're going to lose this battle. Xiao Muqing sneered in disdain. That's right. We had good intentions, but the ninth prince refused to listen and used Lu Ming's plan instead. Now that he has suffered a crushing defeat, who should be responsible? This round was originally our chance. Our strength is almost the same. If we win this round, we will have a chance in the next few rounds. If the first prince wins the first round, we will have almost no chance of winning with the help of the talents of the Daluo Heaven sect. The paragons of the Purple Flame Villa spoke one after another, mocking and ridiculing Lu Ming. It's not even the end yet, and you're already so sure that we're going to lose? Lu Ming cast a casual glance at them and spoke indifferently. There are only about 5,000 people left. How can we compete with the other two sides? And we even lost our barracks. If nothing goes wrong, we'll definitely be last in this round. Xiao Muqing sneered. Oh, since that's the case, why don't we have a bet? Lu Ming said. Bet? How to bet? What are we betting on? Xiao Muqing's eyes flashed as he asked. I bet that we will win this round. If I lose, I will become your subordinate and listen to your orders. How about it? Lu Ming said. These words made the others reveal shocked expressions. Lu Ming actually bet on himself. The eyes of the Purple Flame Villa's paragons were filled with a fiery light. Lu Ming's talent was obvious to all. He could control the laws of chaos and was extremely powerful. If he were to grow up in the future, he would definitely become a terrifying expert. If such a person were to listen to them, it would be an irresistible temptation. All right, we agree. Xiao Muqing directly agreed. Don't agree so quickly. I haven't told you the conditions for your loss. If you lose, you have to obey me. At the very least, for the next 50 years, you have to obey me unconditionally. What do you think? Lu Ming said. We won't lose at all. Xiao Muqing said. Nonsense. Since it's a bet, there must be a winner and a loser. Both of us have to take a blood oath. If we lose, we have to listen to each other. Lu Ming added. The eyes of the paragons from the Purple Flame Villa flickered. Finally, they reached a consensus and nodded to each other. All right, we agree. Xiao Muqing said. They really could not think of any other way to win this round. From the current situation, they were definitely going to lose. They could not be a match for Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wuji. If he could get Lu Ming's loyalty, why not? Immediately, Lu Ming and the people of the Purple Flame Villa made a blood oath and set the bet. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled into a cold smile. The geniuses of the Purple Flame Villa were all very strong. Each of them had a medium-grade heavenly spiritual body. They had profound potential and would not be weak in the future. Most importantly, if he could get these geniuses to work for him, it would be the same as having the Purple Flame Villa in his hands. Chapter 1835. Chapter 1835, Strategizing. Chapter 1835. Chapter 1835, Strategizing. All right, let's analyze the military situation now. After taking the blood oath, Lu Ming no longer paid attention to the people of the Purple Flame Villa. He waved his hand and a map appeared in the sky. At the three corners of the map, there were 3 dots of light, representing the military camps of 3 parties. Their current location was quite a distance away from their own military camp. I believe that it won't be long before Ouyang Wudao sends his army to occupy our camp. This way, Ouyang Wudao will have the absolute advantage. Even if this stalemate continues, Ouyang Wudao will still obtain victory. However, this is not what Ouyang Wuji wants to see. If he wants to fight against Ouyang Wudao, he has to achieve a certain level of success. Therefore, Ouyang Wuji will not give up on our military camp. If he can obtain one, he will definitely get a high score. Lu Ming explained and everyone listened carefully. However, with Ouyang Wudao's overbearing character, how could he hand over the fat meat that's already in his mouth? Now that we're no longer a threat to him, we're just struggling at death's door in their eyes. Therefore, in the end, they'll definitely launch a decisive battle in our camp. We'll then be able to reap the benefits without doing anything. When they're both injured, we can annihilate them in one fell swoop. Lu Ming explained the complete plan. The previous sacrifice of more than 20,000 people was to make the other 2 sides let down their guard against them. This way, the other 2 sides would have a chance to fight. All of this is just your conjecture. Your conjecture is perfect, but the truth is cruel. Xiao Muqing sneered. Oh really? Let's just watch the show. 9th Prince, just send out scouts to keep an eye on the situation outside. Lu Ming said. All right. Ouyang Wuxuang nodded and sent out scouts to gather information. Indeed, not long after, Ouyang Wudao led his army and occupied their camp. 9th brother ran pretty fast, but there are only a few thousand people left. There's no need to worry. They're just struggling on their last breaths. In the military camp, Ouyang Wudao said in disdain. The news of the battle between Ouyang Wuxuang and Ouyang Wudao had also reached Ouyang Wuji. In Ouyang Wuji's military camp, everyone was also in a meeting. Ouyang Wuxuang is really stupid. He actually attacked Ouyang Wudao and was annihilated instead. This way, Ouyang Wudao gained the upper hand. How hateful! Ouyang Wuji said unhappily. 6th Prince, what should we do next? Someone asked. Now, Ouyang Wuxuang only has a few thousand people left. He abandoned the camp and fled, struggling on his last breath. He will definitely be the last one. There's no need to worry. And now, Ouyang Wudao has taken over Ouyang Wuxuang's military camp with the battle merits of annihilating his 25,000-strong army. If this continues, the first place will definitely be his. Therefore, we can't give up on Ouyang Wushuang's military camp. As long as we can seize that military camp, we'll be able to compete with Ouyang Wudao in terms of battle merits. Moreover, we have the advantage in numbers. Only then will we have a chance to defeat Ouyang Wudao and obtain first place. Ouyang Wuji said, "That's right. I suggest that we immediately send out our army and attack Ouyang Wushuang's camp in one fell swoop." The only heaven's favorite from the temple nodded. Immediately, Ouyang Wuji mobilized almost all of his army, leaving only a few thousand people to guard the camp. The rest of the army headed toward Ouyang Wushuang's camp. Not long after, Ouyang Wuji's army arrived near the camp. Thump! Boom! The sound of war drums reverberated in the military camp. Following that, a purple-colored army appeared in the air. The person in the lead was Ouyang Wudao. "Sixth brother, I knew you would come." Ouyang Wudao spoke. "Oh really? It's a pity that you're only a small part of this army. As long as I can annihilate you and take this army, the final victory will be mine." Ouyang Wuji sneered as his eyes glowed with a fiery light. "Is that so?" Ouyang Wudao's lips curled up. With a wave of his hand, the war drums sounded again. A roar came from behind Ouyang Wuji's army. A white tiger and a black tortoise appeared in the sky. Behind Ouyang Wudao, the army had set up a formation. An azure dragon and a phoenix appeared. "For Symbol's formation, you've called everyone here." Ouyang Wuji's expression changed. "That's right, I'll annihilate all of your people here." "Kill." Ouyang Wudao ordered. "Set up the formation." Ouyang Wuji also gave the order. Immediately, Ouyang Wuji's army set up a formation and a huge mantis appeared. This was the mantis battle formation. The two front claws of the mantis were like two heavenly blades, extremely sharp. "Kill! Kill!" The azure dragon, black tortoise, white tiger, and phoenix pounced towards the huge mantis. The huge mantis waved its front claws as if it could cut through the void. The five giant beasts kept colliding with each other. Although the four symbols battle formation was powerful, it separated the number of people. Ouyang Wuji's formation, which consisted of nearly 30,000 people, was extremely powerful. It was difficult to determine the winner in a short time. Both sides were trying their best to defeat each other. Now, Ouyang Wushuang was not a cause for concern. As long as they could defeat the other, they would gain the upper hand and obtain the first place. The two sides were fighting fiercely. Even in the middle of the battle, people were constantly dying, turning into light and disappearing. At this time, in a hidden valley, 5,000 soldiers had gathered and were ready to set out. Meanwhile, the scouts kept sending back news. "Report. The first prince has already taken over our military camp." "Report. The sixth prince has sent an army to attack our camp." "Report. The sixth prince and the first prince have started fighting." The battle is brutal. As more and more news came, the faces of the geniuses of the Purple Flame Villa became uglier and uglier. It was because everything was exactly the same as Lu Ming's previous speculation. Even if the first prince and the sixth prince attack each other and injure each other, we only have 5,000 people left. We don't have the power to deal with them. Xiao Muqing said with a sullen face. Even if Lu Ming's speculation was correct, so what? In the end, they still had to rely on their true abilities. There were only 5,000 of them. It would be difficult to finish the battle. We'll know the results soon, so what's the hurry? Lu Ming said casually. Such an expression gave the proud sons of heaven of the Purple Flame Villa a bad feeling. Could it be that Lu Ming was really confident that there was something that they did not know? Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wuji's battle was getting more and more intense. Their eyes were bloodshot as they continued to kill each other's soldiers. The number of people on both sides was about the same. Ouyang Wudao had lost about 2,000 people previously, while Ouyang Wuji had left a portion of his men in the main camp. However, Ouyang Wudao's four symbols formation was indeed stronger. He slowly gained the upper hand. However, even though he gained the upper hand, he could not completely suppress them. The losses on both sides were increasing. Chapter 1836. Chapter 1836, Victory. Chapter 1836. Chapter 1836 Victory. The intense battle between the two sides continued for half an hour. Ouyang Wuji's side was gradually losing and the number of people he killed was increasing. He was starting to be suppressed by Ouyang Wudao. In the end, the battle formations of both sides collapsed and turned into a chaotic battle. However, Ouyang Wudao had the advantage in numbers and still had the upper hand. Kill! Suddenly, a battle cry came from behind. Thousands of soldiers in silver armor charged over. They were the thousands of people that Ouyang Wuji had left behind to guard the military camp. Since the start of the battle, he had deployed these thousands of people over. With the addition of thousands of fresh troops, Ouyang Wuji managed to turn the tables. Both sides once again entered a heated battle. On the battlefield, rays of light continuously shot up into the sky, creating a gorgeous and colorful scene. The number of people on both sides was getting smaller and smaller. Slowly, the number of people on both sides dropped below 10,000, then to 8,000, then to 7,000. When the number dropped to 5,000 to 6,000, the two sides finally stopped fighting. They slowly retreated and faced each other from a distance. Sixth brother, I won the first round. Ouyang Wudao spoke. In the first round he had secured first place with his battle achievements. Ouyang Wuji was a little unwilling, but he knew that he could not win against Ouyang Wudao in this round. However, he could at least obtain second place. Although he was left with 5,000 to 6,000 men, he had killed a large number of Ouyang Wudao's soldiers and his battle merits were far above Ouyang Wushuang's. If he got second place, he might have a chance to win the next 2 rounds as long as he grasped the opportunity. At this moment, a loud roar came from behind Ouyang Wuji's army, shaking the sky. Ouyang Wuji turned around and his expression changed. He saw a black torrent rushing toward them. Ouyang Wushuang, humph, he wants to take advantage of us and turn the tables. Big brother, why don't we join hands and completely destroy his hope? Ouyang Wuji sneered. Alright, since he wants to join in the fun, I'll completely destroy him. Ouyang Wudao coldly replied. He and Ouyang Wuji each had 5,000 to 6,000 men. Adding them together, they had more than 10,000 men. They could easily annihilate Ouyang Wuji's few thousand men. Thump, thump. Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wuji's army charged toward Ouyang Wushuang from 2 different directions. The 3 different colored torrents were about to collide. Set up the formation. In the army, Ouyang Wushuang gave the order. Suddenly, a dragon's roar resounded through the sky. A huge true dragon was formed in Ouyang Wushuang's army. This true dragon was blood red and full of cold killing intent. The true dragon was the first to charge toward Ouyang Wuji's army. If you want to attack me, I'll block you and surround you with Ouyang Wudao. We'll annihilate you in an instant. Ouyang Wuji laughed coldly. His army also formed a battle formation, and a mantis appeared. The blood-red true dragon and the mantis collided fiercely. However, the result shocked Ouyang Wuji. This was because the result of the collision was that the mantis formation on his side collapsed. Many people were killed by the terrifying power, turning into light and disappearing. How did this happen? Ouyang Wuji roared in disbelief. How could the enemy's battle formation be so powerful? The true dragon battle formation has always been powerful, and the other party has just experienced a bitter battle. Their true energy is not enough, and they are exhausted. Their combat power is less than half of their peak, so how can they fight against the true dragon battle formation? In the army, Lu Ming sneered. If the other party was at their peak and had about the same number of people, no matter how powerful the true dragon battle formation was, they would not be able to crush them. But now, the other party's exhausted army was completely crushed. The dragon's roars continued to ring out as the blood-red true dragon's claws struck out continuously. Large groups of Ouyang Wuji's army were annihilated, turning into light and disappearing. At this moment, Ouyang Wudao's army had also arrived. The blood-red true dragon changed its direction and charged toward Ouyang Wudao's army. Ouyang Wudao's army was also exhausted. Similar to Ouyang Wuji, after being attacked by the blood-red true dragon, their battle formation was also on the verge of collapse. Not good, retreat. Ouyang Wudao roared. Kill! How could Ouyang Wushuang let go of this opportunity? He led his army into a formation and charged into Ouyang Wudao's group. Every time the huge true dragon body attacked, a large number of soldiers would be killed. Ouyang Wuji, come and help! Ouyang Wudao roared. Retreat, retreat! At this moment, Ouyang Wuji couldn't care about Ouyang Wudao. He gathered the remnants of his troops and quickly retreated. Damn it! We've been tricked! Ouyang Wudao howled. At this moment, how could he not understand that he had fallen into a trap? Ouyang Wushuang actually had such a powerful battle formation. However, the 20,000 troops from before did not cultivate it. Instead, they cultivated the heavenly tiger roaring sky formation. From the beginning to the end, this had been a trap. The purpose was to make him and Ouyang Wuji fight each other. What a terrifying scheme. But at this time, he was already powerless to reverse the situation. The situation was similar to the last time he led his army to slaughter Ouyang Wushuang's army. Unfortunately, this time, he was the one being slaughtered. Ouyang Wushuang, he'll be waiting for you in the last 2 rounds. The crown prince's position is mine. Ouyang Wudao roared as he was grabbed by the blood-red dragon claw. His body exploded, turned into a ray of light, and disappeared. Along with Ouyang Wudao's death, Ouyang Wudao's army was also completely annihilated. Go and kill Ouyang Wuji! Ouyang Wushuang shouted and the army chased after Ouyang Wuji's army. Ouyang Wuji led his army and fled in a sorry state. Unfortunately, they were exhausted and could not escape in the end. Lu Ming and the rest caught up to them and annihilated them. In the end, Ouyang Wushuang's army was left with only 3,000 people. However, they had won and annihilated the other 2 sides. Without a doubt, the winner of this battle was Ouyang Wushuang. How did this happen? The faces of the paragons from the Purple Flame Villa turned pale. Although Ouyang Wushuang had won, their hearts had fallen to the bottom. They had lost the bet. From then on, they had to listen to Lu Ming's orders for the next 50 years. They had made a blood oath, and if they didn't obey, they would be surrounded by their inner demons in the future. It would be difficult for them to make any progress in their cultivation, and they might even go into chi deviation. You've lost. Do you understand what to do now? Lu Ming's gaze fell on the paragons of the Purple Flame Villa. The paragon from the Purple Flame Villa had an ugly look on his face. His expression changed, but he did not dare to break his oath. He lowered his proud head and saluted Lu Ming. They understood that they had been tricked by Lu Ming. It turned out that Lu Ming and Ouyang Wushuang had secretly trained another group of troops and used other battle formations. It was no wonder that Ouyang Wushuang had been following Lu Ming's orders. This was clearly a trap for them to jump into, but they just jumped in. 50 years will pass in the blink of an eye. I'll bear with it for now. After 50 years, I'll kill this Lu Ming to vent my anger. Shao Muqing comforted himself in his heart. The other heaven's favorites of the Purple Flame Villa had similar thoughts. After that, they left the array world. As expected, the upper echelons of the Xinyuan Empire announced the results of the assessment. Ouyang Wushuang was first, Ouyang Wudao was second, and Ouyang Wuji was third. Chapter 1837. The Second Round. Chapter 1837. The second round. Ouyang Wushuang had annihilated the other 2 forces, so he naturally won the first place. Ouyang Wudao had the battle points from killing over 20,000 of Ouyang Wushuang's men and the battle points from his battle with Ouyang Wuji. He was ranked second, and Ouyang Wuji was naturally ranked last. After the rankings were announced, it was announced that the second round would be held in 3 days. Bang! In Ouyang Wudao's mansion, he smacked his palm heavily and a stone table was turned into ashes. This time, he had only gotten second place. His original goal was to get first place in all 3 rounds and win the crown prince position with a crushing advantage. Don't worry, first prince. The second and third rounds will be based on battle prowess. Well, definitely help the first prince obtain 2 victories in a row, and the position of crown prince will be yours. A genius of the Daoyuo Heaven sect said with a confident look. In the first round, they were not very good at leading an army and fighting. They could not display their advantage in combat strength. However, in the next 2 rounds, they would definitely take first place. It'll make Ouyang Wushuang pay for the next 2 rounds. Ouyang Wudao's eyes were cold. At the same time, Ouyang Wuji's angry roar could be heard from his mansion. Ouyang Wushuang, I will make you pay the price. Ouyang Wuji roared. In the first round, he had gotten third place. The situation was extremely disadvantageous to him. Unless he got first place in the next 2 rounds, he would have no hope if he did not get first place even once. Sixth Prince, don't worry. The only sacred hall will definitely help you get first place. The sole divine temple's chosen, Yu Kuang, spoke. However, Ouyang Wuji's face was gloomy and he didn't say anything. It was not easy to get the first place since the first prince had the help of the Daluo Heaven sect. However, Ouyang Wushuang's mansion was in a celebratory mood. Ouyang Wushuang had taken the first place in the first round and occupied an advantageous position. As long as he won the first place in the next 2 rounds, the position of crown prince would belong to Ouyang Wushuang. As for the people from Ouyang Wushuang's mansion, they were naturally happy that they could rise to the top. As for Lu Ming, he entered the mountain and river diagram immediately after he returned. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. In the void of the mountain and river diagram, a figure was dancing. 6 vortexes were suspended in the void, erupting with terrible power, as if everything could escape into samsara. After a while, the 6 vortexes disappeared, and a figure emerged. Master! Ouyang Moli appeared in front of Lu Ming and bowed. Your cultivation has reached the peak of the martial king realm. Not bad. Lu Ming nodded. During this period of time, not only had Ouyang Moli consolidated his cultivation, but he had also advanced to the peak of the martial king realm. This speed was simply shocking, even faster than Lu Xiangxiang. Of course, this was because Ouyang Moli had obtained the heart of the world from the reincarnation emperor. That was why his cultivation speed was so terrifying. Towards the end, his speed would slowly slow down, but it would definitely not be slow. Of course, this was also due to Ouyang Moli's own hard work. Previously, he was called trash and was bullied by others for many years. Now that he had awakened his bloodline, he naturally worked hard in cultivation. All right, your cultivation has stabilized. Go out for a walk, Lu Ming said. With a thought, he brought Ouyang Moli out of the mountain and river diagram. However, he secretly left a mark in Ouyang Moli's body. Many thanks, master. Ouyang Moli bowed and left. His eyes flashed with a cold light. He was going to take revenge on those who had humiliated him in the past. If there is kindness, there will be kindness. If there is hatred, there will be hatred. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Of course, he knew that Ouyang Moli was going to find trouble with the person who had humiliated him in the past. Hence, he had let Ouyang Mo go on purpose. Martial artists were particular about having a clear mind. After being bullied, they naturally had to take revenge. Otherwise, if their minds were not clear, it would leave a knot in their hearts, and how could they cultivate in the future? Lu Ming sat cross-legged in his room, cultivating quietly. Ouyang Moli only returned in the evening. He had some minor injuries on his body, but his eyes were extremely bright, as if he had a feeling of exaltation. You finished your business? Lu Ming asked. Yes, it's done. But I only taught them a lesson and didn't kill them. Ouyang Moli replied. They don't deserve to die. Just teach them a lesson. You should go into the mountain and river diagram and cultivate. After a while, when I'm done here, they'll take you to a place. Lu Ming nodded and kept Ouyang Moli back into the mountain and river diagram. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the second round of the assessment. One day, Ouyang Wushuang brought Lu Ming, the dragon and the phoenix spirits, and the paragons of the Purple Flame Villa to a square. Not long after they arrived, a group of people appeared in the air. The person in the lead had a burly figure and a domineering gaze. He was the first prince, Ouyang Wudao. Beside him, there were more than a dozen heaven's favorites. Each of them had a strong qi and blood. They were all heaven's favorites. Most of them were the talents of the Daluo Heaven sect. Ninth brother, you're early. But it'll be the first in the next 2 rounds. Ouyang Wudao spoke in an overbearing and confident manner. Big brother, let's see who wins and who loses with our hands. Ouyang Wushuang said indifferently. Hee, ninth prince, just these people from the Purple Flame Villa? Where does your confidence come from? A white-robed young man beside the first prince spoke with a hint of disdain in his voice. Bai Mu. The purple flame villas Xiao Muching and the others had ugly expressions, but when they looked at this white-clothed youth, their eyes flashed with fear. At this moment, another group of people appeared in the air. It was Ouyang Wuji and the only divine temple, as well as Mo Lang and the Golden Crow's second prince. Ouyang Wuji's face was gloomy. He glanced at Ouyang Wushuang but didn't say anything. Qiu Yue. Lu Ming saw Qiu Yu in the crowd. Qiu Yu seemed to have regained her calmness. She glanced at Lu Ming indifferently, her eyes cold. What's wrong with Qiu Yu? Did you really lose your memory? Lu Ming could not understand. He planned to go to the Soul Divine Temple after Ouyang Wushuang's matter was over. He wanted to find out what had happened to Qiu Yu. At this time, a few elders stepped through the air and stood high in the sky. Greetings, clan elder. Ouyang Wudao, Ouyang Wuji, and Ouyang Wushuang quickly bowed. The others also bowed. The elders of the Xinyuan Empire were definitely martial supremes. One of the old men waved his hand, and a warship appeared in the sky. It was extremely huge and covered a large shadow. Get on the warship. The second round of assessment isn't in the ancient sun's sacred land. An old man said. Not in the ancient sun's sacred land? And NBSP many people were moved. The second round of the exam wasn't held in the ancient sun's sacred land. Where was it? Without thinking too much, everyone boarded the warship. Then the warship broke through the sky and left. The speed of the warship controlled by a martial emperor expert was too shocking. In an instant, it had traveled 10,000 miles. Not long after, it had left the ancient sun's sacred land and headed north. Are we going to the land of myriad demons from this direction? Ouyang Wushuang's expression changed slightly. Chapter 1838. Chapter 1838, Killing Their Way into the Blood Soul Sect? Chapter 1838. Chapter 1838 Killing Their Way into the Blood Soul Sect. Ancient Moon Holy Land and Ancient Sun Holy Land were located at the edge of Yuan Mountain, one of the 10 lands of the primordial realm. Ancient Moon Holy Land was close to the south, and the southernmost part was the Endless Sea. The ancient Yang Sacred Land was close to the north, and if one kept going up, they would reach the land of 10,000 demons, one of the 10 lands of the primordial realm. The land of myriad demons was a holy land for demonic cultivators. It was filled with countless demonic cultivators, and there were even ancient demon clans. Its overall strength was even stronger than the Yuan Mountain. After flying for half a day, a faint demonic qi began to appear in the world. This place was already at the border between the Yuan Mountain and the land of myriad devils. At this moment, the warship stopped. Many people heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, they didn't enter the land of myriad demons. There were countless demonic cultivators in the land of infinite demons, and there were even ancient demons. They were very powerful. If they went in, they would be in great danger. If they met those ancient demons, they would be killed immediately. There's a sect up ahead called the Blood Soul Sect. Their cultivation methods are brutal, and they secretly use the blood and souls of ordinary people to cultivate. Countless ordinary people have died at their hands. However, this sect isn't very strong. The strongest are the absolute saints in the Great Perfection Realm. There are also some experts in the Initial Perfection Realm. Previously, we had Emperor-ranked experts who secretly infiltrated this sect and left a mark on 12 of them. Your mission is to obtain these marks, regardless of the method you use. An old man explained. With a wave of his hand, crystal balls appeared in the air. Then these crystal balls flew towards everyone, one for each person. Take this crystal ball. As long as you're within 1,000 meters, you'll be able to sense the existence of the mark. Moreover, as long as you kill the person with the mark, the crystal ball will automatically absorb the mark. Remember, only the person who kills the person can obtain the mark. Whoever kills the person will obtain it. In the end, whoever obtains the most marks will win. The old man continued to explain. A total of 12 marks. Everyone's heart moved. There were a total of 12 of them. Each of them was extremely precious and could decide the outcome of the battle. Now, you can set off, no matter what method you use. The old man ordered again. The strongest is only in the absolute saint realm. Let's kill our way in. Let's go. A ferocious look flashed in Ouyang Wudao's eyes. He flew into the Blood Soul Sect's gate first, followed by the elites of the Daluo Heaven sect. Who is it? Ouyang Wudao and the others charged over and were naturally discovered. Someone immediately shouted. The person who killed you kill? Ouyang Wudao shouted and punched out. The people in front of him were killed instantly. Ouyang Wudao and the elites of the Daluo Heaven sect rushed into the Blood Soul sect like a sharp knife. They directly charged in. Ouyang Wushuang frowned. At first, they wanted to sneak in secretly and use the crystal ball to sense the imprints. Then they would secretly snatch the imprints. However, after Ouyang Wudao's actions, it was no longer possible to sneak in secretly. Well, charge in from the other side, Lu Ming said. Then, they headed to the right and charged out from the other side of the Blood Soul sect. Ouyang Wuji led his men and charged from the left. Now, he had no idea who had the mark on them, so he could only try his luck. Mount Xuehun had more than a dozen mountains. It covered a wide area and had tens of thousands of disciples. But at this moment, the entire Blood Soul sect was in an uproar. Someone was attacking the Blood Soul sect. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. Figures rose into the air from the dozen mountains of the Blood Soul sect and flew in all directions. There are enemies here. Someone discovered Lu Ming and the others. Instantly, a large number of figures rushed toward them, and all kinds of terrifying attacks flooded toward them. However, there were no absolute saints among them. The most powerful ones were only great saints. How could they be a match for Lu Ming and the others? Lu Ming and the rest rushed past, and a large number of corpses fell to the ground. In an instant, they had killed more than 100 people. They didn't stop as they charged into the depths of the Blood Soul sect. No one could stop them. At this moment, everyone noticed that their crystal balls were flashing with light. There's an imprint within 1,000 meters. Everyone was overjoyed. Over there. Someone pointed ahead. Not far away, there was a group of people. One of them was a burly man with a faintly discernible mark on his body. This mark would only appear when he sensed the crystal ball. Normally, it couldn't be seen. Kill them. The burly man roared. A group of people charged toward Lu Ming and the others. Many of them were in the Great Saint realm, and the burly man was in the Great Saint Perfection realm. Light spots appeared on Lu Ming's body. More than 100 holy weapons flew out and turned into a bright light, attacking the other party. The holy weapon killed the experts of the Blood Soul sect wherever it passed. How can he be so strong? Retreat. The burly man turned pale with fright. He wanted to retreat, but Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared behind him. He swung his absolute saint weapon, and the burly man spat out a mouthful of blood. Ninth Prince, I'll let you kill this person, Lu Ming said. Although it was the same for whoever obtained the imprint, if Ouyang Wushuang obtained it, his weight would undoubtedly be greater. In the eyes of the Divine Yuan Empire's elders, Ouyang Wushuang would have a better impression of him. Therefore, he would let Ouyang Wushuang kill those that he could kill. Boom. Ouyang Wushuang took a step forward and threw out a palm. The sky and earth were in chaos. The terrifying palm power broke through all the attacks and defenses of his opponent. The burly man's body was torn into pieces before he could even scream. Ouyang Wushuang's talent and combat strength were absolutely terrifying. Otherwise, he would not have been able to obtain the identity of Hunyuan Sect's silver inheritor. As soon as the burly man died, a mark flew out and into Ouyang Wushuang's crystal ball. The first mark was a good start. Then, the group continued to charge toward the depths of the Blood Soul sect. The Blood Soul sect was in chaos, and the sounds of killing could be heard everywhere. When Lu Ming and the group rushed past a mountain peak, the crystal ball reacted again. Another mark has appeared. It's that old man. Someone shouted. He saw a thin old man with a mark on his body. The old man's expression changed drastically when he saw the group. His body plunged into the ground and disappeared. Not good, he's trying to escape underground. Someone's expression changed. Leave it to me. Lu Ming's body also rushed to the ground. The law of chaos had transformed into the law of earth. The ground was like water. Lu Ming rushed in and disappeared. Not long after, Lu Ming rushed out from the ground again. There was an additional mark in the crystal ball in his hand. After that, everyone continued on their way. They had no idea who had the marks on their bodies. These marks had been planted by a martial emperor powerhouse at will. It could be someone with a strong or weak cultivation base. Therefore, they could only find them by constantly searching. Chapter 1839. Chapter 1839, Fighting for the Seal. Chapter 1839. Chapter 1839, Fighting for the Seal. Not long after, they found another young man with a mark on his body. The moment this young man discovered Lu Ming and the rest, he did not fight at all. He turned and ran. This person's movement technique was very special. With a single move, he turned into a bloody shadow and flew in all directions. It was impossible to tell which was real and which was fake. Kill! Ouyang Wushuang, Long Qin, and the Heaven's favorites from the Purple Flame Villa shouted. Their terrifying attacks covered the area in front of them, and the blood shadows cast by the young man were all shattered. The young man turned pale with fright and fled frantically. However, how could his speed be compared to Lu Ming and the rest? He would be chased down very soon. Boom! Suddenly, a huge bloody handprint fell from the sky and rumbled toward the crowd. Absolute Saint, leave it to me. A supreme saint in the great circle of the Purple Flame Villa rushed into the sky. His hand was covered in flames, and it seemed like he was holding a huge meteorite. He smashed it toward the bloody handprint. With a violent boom, the meteorite and the bloody handprint collided and disappeared. In the sky, an old man in a blood-red robe appeared. He looked at the proud son of heaven of the Purple Flame Villa with a serious expression. A person in the great circle of the great saint realm could actually exchange blows with him. His combat strength was shocking. Who are you people? Why are you attacking my blood-soul sect? The blood-robed elder said in a deep voice. You've committed too many evil deeds. Everyone has the right to punish you. Today is the day of your death. The other supreme talents from the Purple Flame Villa stepped forward and surrounded the Absolute Saint. They all had terrifying flames around them as they attacked the Absolute Saint. This Absolute Saint was at a complete disadvantage and was in danger. These geniuses of the Purple Flame Villa all had medium-grade heaven spiritual bodies. Once they reached the perfected Supreme Saint realm, they would have no problem fighting against an ordinary lower-tier Absolute Saint. Moreover, it was a joint effort of several people. As for Lu Ming, Ouyang Wushuang, and the others, they charged toward the young man. Without a doubt, the young man was killed by Ouyang Wushuang, and they obtained 3 marks. The Absolute Saint was also killed by the Purple Flame Villa elites. Then they continued to search, but they seemed to have run out of luck. They crossed a few mountains and killed a few Absolute Saints along the way, but they didn't find the 4th mark. Brother Lu Ming, there's someone over there. Chirp chirp. Bubbles pointed at a small hill and said softly. Lu Ming looked over. The small hill looked very ordinary. There was nothing unusual about it. He could not sense any life or a sither. However, Bubbles controlled the space-time laws and could travel through space. It should not be wrong to sense someone. Boom. Lu Ming threw a punch and a force of his fist was directed at the small hill. The small hill immediately exploded. In the midst of the smoke and dust, he saw an old man flying into the distance in a panic. An Absolute Saint. He has a mark on his body. Someone shouted. Don't let him get away. Lu Ming was the first to give chase. The rest of the people also chased after the elder. As he chased, all kinds of attacks poured towards the old man. Although the elder was an Absolute Saint, he was no match for so many people. He spat out blood and ran like crazy. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. At this moment, there was a sound of something breaking through the air in front of them. Everyone looked over and their expressions changed. The people in front of him were Ouyang Wuji and the Heaven's favorites he brought with him. This person has a mark on his body. Kill him. Ouyang Wuji also noticed the mark on the old man's body. He immediately roared and charged toward the old man. The old man's eyes were filled with despair. Not good. Ouyang Wuji and the others are going to fight with us for it. One of the purple flame villa's heaven's favorites had an ugly expression on his face. Bubble, stop them. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Bubbles. Leave it to me. Pow Pow flew out. With a wave of her little hands, ripples appeared in the space. Ouyang Wuji and the others were flying at high speed, but they suddenly stopped as if they had hit a wall. Damn it, spatial laws, break for me. Ouyang Wuji roared as he unleashed terrifying attacks that blasted the space in front of him. However, this space also contained the law of time. Their attacks could only shake the space but could not break it. Meanwhile, Lu Ming, the ninth prince, and the others charged toward the elder at the absolute saint stage. Chaos Finger. Lu Ming pointed his finger out. A terrifying finger condensed and crushed towards the other party. And NBISP, the elder's body, exuded a pitch-black aura that converged into an evil ghost that pounced at the primal chaos tribulation finger. But the finger crushed the evil ghost and forced it to retreat. Chaotic heaven and earth. Ouyang Wuxuang arrived and struck out with both palms. Everything became chaotic as the terrifying palm force blasted towards the old man. They did not show any mercy. The entire blood soul sect cultivated with the blood soul of ordinary people. Countless people had died at their hands. They were extremely vicious and deserved to be killed. Ouyang Wuxuang's palm force almost tore his opponent's body apart. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was severely injured. What powerful combat strength! He has a superior grade heavenly spiritual body and one of the King Path laws, the law of chaos. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Ouyang Wuxuang's cultivation base was at the peak of the Great Saint Realm, but his combat strength was amazing. His spiritual body was a superior grade heaven spiritual body, and he also controlled the King Path law. He was indeed worthy of being the silver inheritor of the Hunyuan sect. None of them were simple. Damn it, hurry up and attack, hurry. On the other side, Ouyang Wuxuang shouted. If the old man was killed by Ouyang Wuxuang or Lu Ming, they would not have a share. Ice seal. A delicate shout rang out, and a terrifying chill filled the air, as if it was going to seal everything in ice. It was Chiu Yu. At this moment, Chiu Yu seemed to have turned into an ice goddess. She was wearing a white dress, and there was a curved blade in her hand that emitted a terrifying coldness. When the curved blade slashed out, even the space was frozen, turning into pieces of ice crystals that were about to break. Brother Lu Ming, all the best. I can't hold on any longer, Chirpy. Paoba cried out. It was too difficult for her to block so many experts by herself. Chaos Finger. Lu Ming pointed with his finger again. He used almost all his strength. The other party tried his best to resist, but as the finger force crushed over, the other party still spat out a large mouthful of blood. The bones in his body crackled, and it was unknown how many bones were broken. Then the attacks from Ouyang Wuxuang, Long Chen, and the others arrived. Facing the attacks of so many heaven's favorites, the other party couldn't resist at all. With a scream, he was turned into ashes by the attacks. A mark flew out and entered Ouyang Wuxuang's crystal ball. The fourth mark. Bubble retreat. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Bubbles. Then, Bubbles moved and flew back to Lu Ming's shoulder. Ouyang Wuxuang, you're courting death. Ouyang Wuji roared as his eyes turned red. There were only 12 marks in total, and each of them was very precious. Now, he had to watch Ouyang Wuxuang get one. He was furious. Let's go. Ouyang Wuxuang shouted and led everyone away. Chapter 1840. The Key Mark. Chapter 1840. The key mark. This round's main objective was to find the imprints and obtain them. Since the imprints were already obtained by the other party, even if they killed the other party, they would not be able to take them back. Hence, there was no need to fight Ouyang Wuji head-on. Ouyang Wuxuang and Lu Ming. Ouyang Wuji's expression was extremely cold. The little girl was following Lu Ming and blocked them with the space law. Otherwise, Ouyang Wuxuang might not have been able to obtain the mark. I just saw that Ouyang Wuxuang already has 3 marks. Lu Ming also has 1. Yu Shu walked to Ouyang Wuji's side and said. This made Ouyang Wuji's expression even uglier. Ouyang Wuxuang and the others had already obtained 4 marks. 12 marks took up 1/3 of the total, while they only had 2 marks. If they had obtained the previous one, they might have been able to fight for it. But now it was difficult. If he lost again in this round, he would have no fate with the position of Crown Prince. I wonder how many imprints Ouyang Wudao has obtained? Someone said. Let's continue our search. Let's go. Ouyang Wuji suppressed his anger and led the group in another direction. Not long after, they really did run into a person with a mark. His cultivation was at the lower tier of the Absolute Saint realm, but he was quickly severely injured by their combined forces. Don't kill him yet, just cripple his cultivation. Ouyang Wuji said before crippling his cultivation. Why not? Someone asked. Let's keep it first. We'll make a decision later based on the situation. Ouyang Wuji's eyes flashed coldly as he kept the man into his Grotto Heaven treasure. Although Grotto Heaven treasures were precious, geniuses like them who came from powerful forces naturally had no lack of them. After keeping it, they continued their search. As for Lu Ming and the rest, they were also looking for it. However, after obtaining the fourth mark, they did not encounter anyone with a mark after going around in a big circle. There were a total of 12 of them, and as time passed, they would surely become fewer and fewer. It would also become more and more difficult to encounter them. Don't tell me there's no more. Someone said. No, if all 12 marks were obtained, the clan elder would definitely remind us and not let us continue searching like this. Ouyang Wushuang said. Then, everyone continued their search. At this moment, the Blood Soul sect was in complete chaos. Many experts had been killed, and those with weaker cultivation were running or hiding. This made Lu Ming sigh. The Blood Soul sect's strength, if placed in the Azure continent, was stronger than any of the 13 top forces in the Azure continent. The Blood Soul sect had at least a dozen absolute saints. Such a powerful force had been destroyed because of a test from the Xinyuan Empire. This was how the world of martial Dao worked. The strong lived and the weak died. The strong could decide the life and death of the weak with a single word. Therefore, countless people cultivated with all their might and went to dangerous places to take risks. They did everything they could to increase their strength. Only with great power could one control their own fate, and even the fate of others. Boom, boom. Suddenly, a violent boom came from the front, and terrifying beams of light shot into the sky. Someone was fighting. Let's go take a look. Ouyang Wushuang sent a message to everyone. Then, everyone concealed their aura and moved forward. They climbed up a huge mountain and hid behind a huge rock as they looked forward. In front of them, a group of people were attacking a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's cultivation was terrifying. He had reached the Absolute Saint realm. This was the first time they'd encountered a late-stage Absolute Saint in the Blood Soul sect. The ones attacking him were the first prince, Ouyang Wudao, and the Heaven's favorites who helped him. A total of more than 10 Heaven's favorites surrounded the middle-aged man. Among them, Ouyang Wudao and a white-robed young man were the strongest. The two of them were the main attackers while the others supported them. Ouyang Wudao and the white-robed youth are both upper-class heavenly spiritual bodies. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Ouyang Wudao and the white-robed young man, Bai Mu, were both upper-class heavenly spiritual bodies. Their cultivation had reached the great saint perfection. Although the laws they controlled were not the King Path laws, they were still extremely powerful laws. Their combat strength was shocking. The two of them joined forces and fought against the middle-aged man. With the help of the other Heaven's favorites, the middle-aged man was no match for him. He was suppressed and his death was only a matter of time. There's a mark on that person's body. The eyes of Lu Ming and the group lit up. What should we do? Ouyang Wudao and the people he brought with him are too powerful. Someone asked. Just Ouyang Wudao and Bai Mu alone had astonishing combat strength. Apart from Ouyang Wushuang, there was probably no one who could defeat them. Although Lu Ming was strong, in the eyes of the others, he might not be a match for either Ouyang Wudao or Bai Mu. The other geniuses of the Daoyuo Heaven sect were almost all medium-grade heavenly spiritual bodies, and their cultivation had reached the great saint perfection. This force was too strong. They were no match for it if they tried to snatch it by force. However, he was unwilling to give up just like that. They currently had 4 marks. If they could obtain 1 more or 5 marks, they would have a much higher chance of winning. If they won first place again in this round, there would be no need to compete in the third round. Ouyang Wushuang would directly become the crown prince. Therefore, this mark was very important. Who are you people? Why are you attacking my blood soul sect? The middle-aged man roared. He was already injured, and his death was only a matter of time. He was shocked and furious. He didn't understand where these people came from. These people were all young, but their cultivation was amazing. Almost all of them were at the peak of the Great Saint Realm or the Great Saint Perfection Realm. Their combat strength was also amazing. Almost all of them could fight above their level. Where did they come from? When did they offend such a group of people? You don't have the right to know who we are. Ouyang Wudao was incomparably tyrannical, and his combat strength was extremely terrifying. His violent attacks were like a violent storm as he attacked his opponent. The attacks of the others also poured toward the middle-aged man. Although the middle-aged man tried his best to block, some of the attacks still landed on his body. His body almost exploded and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Not good, the other party is about to be killed. The faces of the paragons from the Purple Flame Villa changed. You guys stay here and don't move. Leave this person to me. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Ouyang Wushuang and the others. Then he sank into the ground and completely concealed his aura. He headed toward the battlefield silently. In a short while, Lu Ming appeared below the battlefield. At this moment, the middle-aged man's injuries were even more serious and he could be killed at any moment. Bubble, do it. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Bubbles. Buzz. Bubbles circulated the space-time law, and Lu Ming's body distorted like waves of water. He disappeared like an illusion. In the next moment, Lu Ming's figure appeared directly beside the middle-aged man. Who is it? Ouyang Wudao shouted when he noticed Lu Ming's sudden appearance. Lu Ming waved his hand and a holy weapon flew towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was shocked and was about to block it when he heard Lu Ming mumble explode. Chapter 1841. Chapter 1841. Snatching food from the... Chapter 1841. Chapter 1841. Snatching food from the tiger's mouth. It was an absolute saint weapon, and it exploded. The terrifying power swept through the middle-aged man. Chaos Finger! At the same time, Lu Ming pointed with his finger. He used all his strength in this one finger. The middle-aged man was already heavily injured and on the verge of death. Now that he was suddenly attacked by the self-destruction of an absolute saint weapon and the full-powered attack of the chaotic finger, he was unable to withstand it at all. His body immediately exploded and his soul was scattered. After Lu Ming attacked with the chaos finger of calamity, Bubbles immediately took action and cast the space-time law. Lu Ming's figure turned illusory again. Damn it, kill! Ouyang Wudao howled madly. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent as he launched a terrifying attack at Lu Ming. Lu Ming actually dared to snatch his mark. He was courting death. However, when the attack landed, Lu Ming's figure dissipated like a phantom. In the next moment his figure had already left the battlefield. And in his crystal ball, there was another mark. Everything had happened too quickly. Lu Ming asked Bubbles for help and suddenly appeared on the battlefield. With lightning speed, he self-destructed an absolute saint weapon and attacked with the chaos finger of calamity. Then he retreated with Bubbles' help. All of this happened in an instant. However, in that instant, Lu Ming had already killed the middle-aged man and seized the mark. Brat, you're looking for death. Ouyang Wudao bellowed in rage. He stepped into the air and charged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming dared to snatch food from the tiger's mouth and snatch his mark. He was simply courting death. The rest of them followed Ouyang Wudao and chased after Lu Ming. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. With a spatial fluctuation, Lu Ming's figure reappeared in the distance, near Ouyang Wushuang and the others. Remember the seal, let's go, Lu Ming said. Everyone rose into the air and flew into the distance. Ouyang Wushuang, get back here! Ouyang Wudao shouted in a commanding tone. It was as if he told Ouyang Wushuang to roll back and he would roll back. Laughable. Ouyang Wushuang's disdainful voice was heard as he flew forward with all his might. All 12 marks have appeared. The test is over. Come out now. At that moment, a voice rang in everyone's ears. It was the voice of the Divine Origin Empire's elder. All 12 marks have appeared. Damn it. Ouyang Wudao stopped and roared. His eyes were filled with a terrifying killing intent. He only had 4 imprints on him, which was a third of the total. This number was still very dangerous. If either Ouyang Wushuang or Ouyang Wuji had 5 marks, he would have lost. If each of them had 4 marks, it would only be a draw. He didn't want to tie, but first. This made him hate Lu Ming and Ouyang Wushuang even more. If he had obtained the mark just now, he would have 5 marks and would have the upper hand. Now, he could only hope that he would have 4 marks for each of the 12. It's over, let's go out. Ouyang Wushuang and the others flew out. We have 5 marks. We have a high chance of winning. A heaven's favorite from the Purple Flame Villa laughed. The chances of winning with 5 marks were indeed very high. As long as Ouyang Wuji obtained 3 marks, Ouyang Wudao would only have 4 marks, and they would win. The position of Crown Prince would be Ouyang Wushuang's. They flew out at top speed. Ouyang Wudao led his men and flew out with a gloomy face. However, on the way, he met Ouyang Wuji and the heaven's favorites from the Soul Divine Temple. At this moment, Ouyang Wuji's expression was extremely ugly. He knew that he had lost. He had no chance at all. He had no fate with the position of Crown Prince. Ouyang Wuji, how many marks did you get? Ouyang Wudao looked at Ouyang Wuji nervously. He hoped that Ouyang Wuji had also obtained 4 marks. This way, this round would be a draw. 3. Ouyang Wuji's words caused Ouyang Wudao's face to pale. Ouyang Wuji had obtained 3. Did that not mean that Ouyang Wushuang had obtained 5 and won first place? In this way, Ouyang Wushuang had won 2 rounds in a row. There was no need to compete in the last round. The position of Crown Prince would belong to Ouyang Wushuang. Damn it. The killing intent in Ouyang Wudao's eyes intensified. It was all Lu Ming's fault. If he had not made a move and snatched the last mark, he would have won. At that moment, he hated Lu Ming to the core. Ouyang Wudao, how about we join forces? Ouyang Wuji said, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light. How could it be so easy for Ouyang Wushuang to seize the position of Crown Prince? Join forces? What's the point of joining forces now? Ouyang Wushuang has won 2 rounds in a row. The victory is set. Ouyang Wudao said unwillingly. Not necessarily. Ouyang Wuji smiled faintly. With a wave of his hand, an old man appeared. This person has a mark on his body, but one kept it and didn't kill him. I'll leave it to you now. Ouyang Wuji said. Ouyang Wudao's eyes lit up and emitted a bright radiance. He had never expected that Ouyang Wuji would actually leave one person alive. Since you're helping me like this, what's the request? Ouyang Wudao asked. I don't have any requests. One just don't want Ouyang Wushuang to become the Crown Prince. Ouyang Wuji said coldly. In any case, he had no hope of getting it, but Ouyang Wushuang could forget about getting it either. Ouyang Wudao stepped forward and struck out with his palm, killing the elder. Instantly, the number of imprints on his side increased to 5. Good huh? Ouyang Wudao was overjoyed. In this case, he and Ouyang Wushuang had tied for this round. Then, they would decide the winner in the 3rd round. If he were to get first place in the 3rd round and Ouyang Wushuang was last, the Crown Prince position would be his. Then let's let Ouyang Wushuang get the last place in the 3rd round. Ouyang Wuji said coldly. 6th brother, I won't forget you if one take control of the Xinyuan Empire. Ouyang Wudao laughed. Then the group flew out. When they left the Blood Soul sect, they discovered that Ouyang Wushuang and the others had already arrived. Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wuji looked at Ouyang Wushuang and Lu Ming with cold killing intent. Alright, everyone's here. Take out your crystal balls and let's see what you've got. A clan elder said. Lu Ming and the rest nodded and took out their crystal balls. Ouyang Wushuang had 3 marks and Lu Ming had 2, so there were 5 marks in total. 5, not bad. The clan elder nodded and looked at Ouyang Wudao and the others. Ouyang Wudao and the others also took out their crystal balls. It's also 5. The faces of Ouyang Wushuang and the others changed. He did not expect Ouyang Wudao to obtain 5 of them. In that case, Ouyang Wuji would have obtained 2. Damn it. How could Ouyang Wuji be so useless? He only got 2. Someone in the Purple Flame Villa muttered. If Ouyang Wuji had obtained 3, they would have won. However, they did not expect Ouyang Wuji to be so useless as to only obtain 2 marks. Chapter 1842, Great Sage Great Mastery. Chapter 1842, Great Sage Great Mastery. What did you just say? Ouyang Wuji heard his words as well. He looked coldly at the Heaven's favorite from the Purple Flame Villa, but why would he be afraid of him? He looked at Ouyang Wuji with a cold smile. This made Ouyang Wuji's expression even uglier. You guys can be smug. In the 3rd round, it'll make you guys die miserably. Ouyang Wuji was filled with hatred. All right, Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wushuang have tied for this round of assessment. You can go back and rest. The 3rd round of assessment will begin in 7 days. A clan elder announced before summoning a warship. Everyone boarded the warship and returned to the Xinyuan imperial capital half a day later. After returning to Ouyang Wushuang's mansion, Ouyang Wushuang held a banquet as a reward. After 3 rounds of wine, everyone went back. Lu Ming returned to his room and entered the mountain and river diagram. My cultivation is about to break through. Lu Ming revealed a smile. It had been a long time since he had broken through to the Supreme Saint realm. Now, his cultivation was finally going to break through again. Lu Ming immediately took out a large number of raw gemstones and placed them at the side. Then he sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. 3 days later, Lu Ming's aura rose sharply. A strong suction force came from his body. The raw gemstones exploded one after another, turning into rolling raw energy that rushed into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's aura finally calmed down after half a day. Great Sage Great Mastery. Lu Ming smiled. His cultivation had broken through to the Great Sage upper tier, and his combat strength had improved again. He was more confident about the 3rd round. Following that, Lu Ming continued to cultivate and consolidate his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, the 3rd round of the assessment had arrived. This time, they met up in an empty space outside the Divine Origin imperial capital. There was a huge mountain in front of them. It was tens of thousands of feet tall and pierced through the clouds. At the peak of the mountain, there was a huge flag fluttering in the wind. Ouyang Wudao, Ouyang Wushuang, Ouyang Wuji, and the others stopped 1,000 miles away from the mountain. The 3rd round of the examination is very simple. It's to snatch the military flag. Whoever can snatch that flag will be first. In the process, any means can be used. An elder announced. Everyone's eyes flickered. Any method could be used. In other words, this round didn't restrict killing. A cold killing intent flashed in Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wuji's eyes as they swept their gazes over Lu Ming, Ouyang Wushuang, and the rest. However, the journey from here to the peak of the mountain has been filled with many formations, so it won't be smooth sailing. All right, now you will stand in 3 positions. The clan elder announced. In an instant, their figures flickered, and the 3 parties each stood in 3 different positions. Lady Chuyue, I'll leave Lu Ming to you later. It's best if you kill him. At this moment, Ouyang Wuji sent a message to Chiuyu. I'm here to help you win the Crown Prince's position, not to help you kill people. Chiuyu said coldly. Lu Ming has been going against us time and time again. Otherwise, one wouldn't have ended up like this. Since you're here to help me, listen to me this once. That Lu Ming must die. Ouyang Wuji said coldly. Chiuyu frowned. Junior sister Chuyue, the 6th prince is right. That Lu Ming has no respect for our sole divine temple at all. Not only has he injured a few junior brothers, but he has also completely disrupted our plans. If we let him off, we won't be able to answer to our elders when we return. Yushu said from the side. That's right, junior sister Chuyue. Your combat strength is the strongest among us. You're more than capable of killing Lu Ming. The rest of the people from the Divine Temple also chimed in. All right, leave Lu Ming to me. Chiuyu pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Ouyang Wuji and the others were overjoyed. Let's start. At this moment, the voice of the clan elder rang out. "Let's go!" Buzz! Buzz! As soon as the elder finished speaking, the three groups of people rushed out at the same time. With their cultivation, they could travel 1,000 miles in the blink of an eye. However, as soon as they rushed out, dense inscriptions appeared in the sky. Sword gleams formed and slashed toward Lu Ming and the rest. Each sword light was extremely terrifying and had the power of a supreme saint. There were a lot of them, hundreds of them. Lu Ming and the rest had no choice but to slow down. They launched attacks one after another, shattering the sword gleam. However, there were countless inscriptions in the air. There were also all sorts of attacks like vines, flames, and lightning that blasted towards them. This greatly reduced their speed. They joined forces to break through the attack and flew forward. Ouyang Wudao, Ouyang Wuji, and the others were also attacked by the formation, and their speed was greatly reduced. However, it could only slow them down. If they wanted to pose a threat to them, the power of these formations was not enough. The three groups of people were like three owls, flying toward the mountain at an extremely fast speed. Among them, Ouyang Wudao was the fastest. With the help of the paragons of the Daluo Heaven sect, Ouyang Wudao's overall strength was indeed stronger. Stop them! All of a sudden, Ouyang Wuji and his men changed their direction and charged toward Lu Ming and the others. All kinds of terrifying attacks poured down on them. Lu Ming and the group retaliated and destroyed the attacks one by one. However, as a result, their advance was blocked while Ouyang Wudao was getting closer and closer to the mountain. Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wuji have joined forces. Lu Ming's voice was heard. Obviously, Ouyang Wuji was here to stall Lu Ming and the rest so that Ouyang Wudao could get first place. "Ouyang, the two of us will charge out." Lu Ming sent a message to Ouyang Wushuang. "Charge!" Ouyang Wushuang shouted and struck out dozens of palm strikes. The terrifying palm force broke through the attacks and rushed out of the encirclement toward the mountain. Lu Ming threw a punch and a vacuum tunnel appeared in the void, breaking all the attacks. So strong! Ouyang Wuji and the others' expressions changed drastically. Lu Ming seemed to have become stronger. Buzz! Lu Ming's figure moved and he rushed out. Meanwhile, Long Chen, Wang Lin, and the Purple Flame Villa's geniuses did not move. Instead, they fought against Ouyang Wuji's men. "Stop them!" Ouyang Wuji shouted. A beam of white light shot out. As the white light passed by, even the space was frozen. A terrifying cold current rushed towards Lu Ming. It was a white scimitar. Lu Ming activated the prison's suppressing heaven technique and threw a punch at the scimitar. The scimitar trembled and was sent flying. A white light flashed and a figure appeared in front of Lu Ming. "Qiu Yue." Lu Ming's gaze darkened. "Ice seal." Qiu Yu waved her hand and the scimitar danced in the air. It emitted an even more terrifying cold current and slashed at Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming threw another punch, and the boundless energy hit the scimitar, sending it flying again. However, there was indeed a terrifying cold current that extended up Lu Ming's arm, causing a layer of frost to appear on it. And NBSP primal chaos laws began to revolve, and with a shake, the layer of frost was shaken off. Chapter 1843. Chapter 1843, Fighting Qiuyu. Chapter 1843. Chapter 1843, Fighting Qiuyu, Yin and Yang. Qiuyu shouted. At this moment, the cold qi in her body suddenly converged on one side of her body, while the other side of her body emitted a hot qi. At the same time, a fiery red scimitar flew out, and the terrifying heat wave burned and distorted the space. Buzz! Buzz! One of the two scimitars was emitting a cold air while the other was emitting a hot air. They slashed toward Lu Ming at the same time. The cold and the hot collided with each other, producing a terrifying energy that blasted toward Lu Ming. This energy was very terrifying. It had the power to destroy,
In the next moment,
and even Lu Ming felt a sense of danger and was charging towards the mountain. Lu Ming pointed his finger and struck the energy. Too strange. A crackling sound was heard, and the two scimitars were knocked back by Lu Ming. All of you, however, Lu Ming felt his fingers block the void and stop her. Waves of destructive energy were about to annihilate his direction. If not for the fact that Lu Ming's cultivation had broken and covered the great sage mastery, he might not have been a match for them. The other paragons attacked at the same time. Spiritual body, all sorts of nomological laws were like chains that locked down the void. Yin and Yang. Peopeo's figure flickered continuously. Qiuyu was worthy of being chosen by the only divine temple. She was unable to rush over. She had brought the only divine temple from the divine wilderness. Tender voice was heard. Her talent and potential were shocking and wanted to charge in another direction. Control the laws of the king path. There were too many spiritual of them. Body was there also were more than a dozen heaven spiritual body, and most of them were her cultivation had already reached the great perfection. With more than a dozen of them joining forces, this level of combat strength was even stronger than and they completely blocked Bubbles' escape route and the others. Let's join hands and take her down. Long Chen, by Wang Lin, the order, also had such and the power of law, but their cultivation was not at more the than a dozen people joined forces in an attempt to take down Bubbles. Die. Bubbles' figure flickered unsteadily, two streams of air burst out around her flickered. One was hot and one was cold. For the other party to take her down. And one was Yang. For a time, they collided with each other and formed a terrifying, destructive battle between Lu Ming and Qiuyu was getting more and more intense. In your young master, have you forgotten about me for the rest of my life? Have you forgotten about the Lu family? Lu Ming's shout was like thunder as he attacked, ringing in Qiuyu's memory. Qiuyu frowned and shouted. Qiuyu shouted as her brows furrowed. Are you trying to lie to me again? The laws of Yin and Yang represented the foundation of the world. The two scimitars even among the laws of King like a storm, it was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming's glabella glowed and the Tai Chi formation disappeared, producing a terrifying energy that surged toward Lu Ming. Formed, and it suppressed Qiuyu. 3 consecutive punches and blocked Qiuyu's attack. Collided with the two scimitars. Have you forgotten about the mystical sword sect? At the same time, have you forgotten about punches were like the wind, dispersing the terrifying destructive airflow? Yuehuan Mountain while Lu and Emerald Lake, Qiuyu were clashing. Lu Ming kept shouting, had also encountered some of the things that she was most familiar with and experienced the most. And the two of them were locked in a fierce battle, as if she was trying to grasp something. Had mastered the king path law and was more talented. He'll kill you. Ouyang cultivation was stronger. And 2 curved it was difficult to determine the winner in a short time. If you want to kill me, however, then he'll let you kill me. Of the Daluo heaven at this moment, rushed toward the mountain, put away the Tai Chi formation disc and the chaos laws. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to slash at him. Leave it to me. The 2 scimitars were about to hit Lu Ming. The bubble flew but he did not move. Lu Ming's shoulder. He looked at Qiuyu with a gentle gaze, and it flew just towards the mountain at top speed. At this moment, the array was almost useless against the bubble. She subconsciously retracted her force. Had almost caught up with the speed of the Daluo daggers was too fast. How is that possible? Although she had retracted most of her force, time and space, they did not stop and slashed Lu Ming's shoulder. The elites of the Daluo heaven sect exclaimed. The 2 scimitars then sank 2 or 3 of them rushed toward the bubble and attacked it with all kinds of attacks. Blood-stained Lu Ming's long in a flash, Qiuyu's figure rippled through the air. She looked at Lu Ming in a daze and said, landed, she had already disappeared. Why should one hide? You and I have been together for more than 10 years. If you want to kill me, then one will let you kill me. One only hope that you can remember. Lu Ming said gently. Is everything you've said true? Qiuyu's eyes were filled with confusion. Of course it's true. I'm Lu Ming, your young master. We've been together for more than 10 years. The jade pendant you are wearing was a gift from my mother. Do you still remember? Lu Ming said gently. Buzz. Buzz. The 2 scimitars flew from Lu Ming's shoulders and disappeared into Qiuyu's body. Qiuyu's gaze fell on the jade pendant around her neck. This was the jade pendant that she had always worn on her body. Chapter 1844, The One and Only Temple. Chapter 1844, The One and Only Temple, Lu Ming, Young Master, the Lu family madam. But why can't I remember anything? Chiao Yu mumbled to herself. The confusion in her eyes grew stronger and stronger. Finally, her face revealed a pained expression. But, I'm going to ask my master. I'm going to ask my master, Chiao Yu suddenly shouted and flew up into the sky. She broke through the layers of formations and left the place in a flash. Junior sister, you should die, Yu Shu of the Soul Divine Temple shouted angrily. Chiue, I will definitely find out what happened to you. Lu Ming's gaze was very cold. The wound on his shoulder was squirming rapidly and healing rapidly. Chiao Yu had absorbed most of the energy earlier, so his injuries were not serious. With the strength of Lu Ming's spirit body, he had basically recovered in a few breaths. Lu Ming's gaze shifted to the bubbles. He then took a step forward and dashed toward the bubbles like lightning. Runes appeared and attacks were launched at Lu Ming, but they were all broken by him. Get lost. 11 Lu Ming approached him and activated the chaotic finger of tribulation. He pointed a huge finger at the Daluo Heaven Sect's paragon with an amazing momentum. Several talents of the Daluo Heaven Sect joined forces to resist, but they were still not able to resist and were blown away by Lu Ming. With that, RHE encirclement was broken, and with a flash, Pow Pow charged out of the encirclement. Bubble, go and get the flag. Leave these people to me, Lu Ming said. All right. With a flash, Pow Pow charged towards the peak of the mountain. Stop him, Bai Mu shouted. Your opponent is me. Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared in front of them. He activated the prison-suppressing heaven technique and illusionary prison-suppressing steels appeared one after another, suppressing the group of Daluo Heaven Sect's talents. Boom, boom. Each of Lu Ming's attacks weighed hundreds of millions of caddies and had the power to suppress the heavens. The paragons of the Daluo Heaven Sect were sent flying one by one, blood spilling from their mouths. Kill! Bai Mu charged towards Lu Ming with shocking power. Bai Mu's spiritual body was a superior-grade heavenly spiritual body, and his combat power was far above other heavens' favorites of the same level. For example, Wan Xingyang, Mo Lang, and the Golden Crow Second Prince, they would probably be easily crushed by Bai Mu. Before Lu Ming's breakthrough in cultivation, he might not have been able to defeat Bai Mu. However, a few days ago, Lu Ming had a breakthrough in his cultivation and his combat strength had increased greatly. After exchanging a few blows with Bai Mu's body trembled and he could not help but retreat 7 to 8 steps. The Son of Chaos is indeed astonishingly strong. Bai Mu's eyes were filled with shock. Again! Lu Ming's fists kept punching out, and pieces of illusionary prison-suppressing steels appeared, suppressing the talents of the Daluo Heaven Sect and blocking their way. Meanwhile, in a flash, Peopeo's figure was about to fly up to the peak of the mountain. No, Ouyang Wudao bellowed. His eyes were bloodshot, unable to accept this fact. Ouyang Wuji felt the same way. He was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He never thought that he and Ouyang Wudao couldn't stop Ouyang Wushuang even when they joined forces. They were extremely unwilling but they could not stop it. They could only watch as the bubble approached the flag quickly. Then, Bubbles grabbed the flag with both hands and pulled it out. Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wuji's heart sank as well. All right. Long Chen, Wang Lin, and the geniuses of the Purple Flame Villa were ecstatic. With the flag in hand, this round of competition was over. The crowd retreated and stopped the battle. Ouyang Wudao's gaze was extremely gloomy as he looked at Lu Ming and Bubbles. In the second and third round of the assessment, he had completely lost to Lu Ming and Pow Pow. If it were not for them, Ouyang Wushuang would not have been his match. He still did not know that the first round was actually Lu Ming's idea. Otherwise, he would really be so angry that he would vomit blood. Buzz. Buzz. A few elders of the Xinyuan Empire appeared in the sky. The array in the area was hidden. The test is over. Combining the results of the 3 rounds, Ouyang Wushuang is the champion. He will be promoted to the Crown Prince in 3 days. An elder announced. Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wuji clenched their fists tightly and were filled with hatred. From now on, they were going to be trampled under Ouyang Wushuang's feet. Then, everyone returned to their respective mansions. Ouyang Wushuang's mansion was naturally in a celebratory mood and a banquet was held for 3 days. 3 days later, the Xinyuan Empire held the Crown Prince's promotion ceremony. The Purple Flame Villa and the only divine temple sent people to congratulate them, but the Daluo Heaven sect did not. After the ceremony, Ouyang Wushuang was officially crowned as the Crown Prince. Lu Ming and the rest had achieved their initial goal. However, Lu Ming had another goal now. He had to figure out what exactly had happened to Qiuyu. How could he help Qiuyu recover? Therefore, on the 7th day after Ouyang Wushuang became the Crown Prince, Lu Ming and Ouyang Wushuang went to the only sacred hall together. The only holy temple was an ancient palace. It was suspended in the sky and was surrounded by clouds. It was like a fairyland. There was a flight of stairs that extended down from the only holy temple, and there were at least tens of thousands of steps. Lu Ming and Ouyang Wushuang landed on the steps and stepped up. Soon they had reached tens of thousands of steps. However, they were blocked by 2 people at the top of the steps. Who are you? This is the only sacred hall, and you are not allowed to barge in. The 2 of them were the guards. One of them opened his mouth, and a powerful aura emanated from his body. Ouyang Wushuang, and one have something to ask of Senior Ice Screen. Ouyang Wushuang cupped his fists. Bing Mu was Qiuyu's master. He was the one who had brought Qiuyu from the divine wilderness. Ouyang Wushuang? So it's Crown Prince Xinyuan. I've been disrespectful. The 2 guards' expressions changed. If it was an ordinary prince of the Xinyuan Empire, they could ignore him. However, the Crown Prince was different. He would rule the Xinyuan Empire in the future and become a hegemon. His status was completely different from that of an ordinary prince. Please wait a moment, Crown Prince. I'll pass the message now. One of the guards said. Wait, we can't let them in. At this moment, a cold voice was heard. Then, a few figures walked out from the depths of the palace. Yu Shu, Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. The person in the lead was Yu Shu. The others were all extraordinary geniuses. The 2 guards saluted Yu Shu and the others. It was obvious that Yu Shu's status in the only holy temple was not low. Oh, so it's Prince Wushuang. What are you doing here at our sole divine temple? Yu Shu asked with a faint smile on her face. Lu Ming and I are here to pay a visit to Senior Ice Screen. Ouyang Wushuang tried to be patient and repeated it. Meet the Ice Curtain Sect's Grand Supreme Elder? I advise you to go back. Do you think the Ice Curtain Sect's Grand Supreme Elder is someone you can meet whenever you want? Yu Shu said indifferently. You can go and pass on the message. Senior Ice Screen will decide whether to see or not. Lu Ming said. Pass on the message? Who do you think you are? I'm telling you, the Grand Supreme Elder of the Ice Curtain is in seclusion and won't see anyone. You can leave. Yu Shu's face darkened as she chided. If Senior Ice Screen is not free today, then one will come again tomorrow. If you are not free tomorrow, then I will come again the day after. One day, Senior Ice Screen will be free. Lu Ming said. Chapter 1845. The Truth Behind Qiuyu's Memory Loss. Chapter 1845. The Truth Behind Qiuyu's Memory Loss. Lu Ming, why are you so thick-skinned? Don't think that I don't know what you're here for? You're trying to get close to junior sister Qiuyue, but let me tell you, she's already taken, so don't bother her anymore. Yu Shu berated. Lu Ming frowned. He had already been patient and tried to talk to the other party nicely, but the other party was deliberately making things difficult for him. Bang! Lu Ming suddenly took a step forward. His overwhelming aura pressed toward Yu Shu. Yu Shu's expression changed drastically, and she shouted, "What are you trying to do? How dare you try to break into my only sacred hall? Men, kill this person." During the Xinyuan Empire's assessment, he had suffered at Lu Ming's hands time and time again. He had long harbored hatred in his heart. Now that there was an opportunity, he naturally had to seize it and kill Lu Ming. As Yu Shu's voice rang out, a few powerful auras burst out from the only sacred hall. A few figures flew through the air and flew over. Each figure was surrounded by a river of laws. They were all emperor-to-be figures. Stop! At this moment, a voice rang in everyone's ears. It was filled with supreme authority. Yu Shu, the young men, and the emperor-to-be all changed their expressions. They stopped and bowed to the depths of the sacred hall, saying, "Ice Screen Grand Elder. Bring Lu Ming in to see me." The voice rang out again. Yu Shu's expression changed slightly. It seemed that the Grand Elder of the Ice Curtain had found out about the situation. "Brat, you've gone far today." Yu Shu sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming coldly and then left. "Young Master Lu Ming, please follow me. The Grand Supreme Elder of the Ice Curtain wants to see you," one of the guards said. "Ouyang, you can go back first. There's no need to wait for me." Lu Ming told Ouyang Wushuang. "No rush, I can wait here." Ouyang Wushuang smiled faintly. He was afraid that something would happen to Lu Ming after he entered. With him, the crown prince of the Xinyuan Empire, around, the other party would have some reservations. Lu Ming did not say much. He and the gatekeeper walked toward the depths of the only holy temple. The only sacred hall was surrounded by many halls, and they couldn't see the end of it. They bypassed many halls and came to a small hall. "This is the residence of the Ice Curtain Sect's Grand Supreme Elder. You may enter." After the guard finished speaking, he turned and left. Lu Ming pushed the door open and entered. Behind the door was a small courtyard. A figure stood there with his hands behind his back and his back facing Lu Ming. Lu Ming closed the door and came behind the figure. He cupped his fists and said, "Junior Lu Ming greets Senior Ice Screen." The figure nodded and turned around. It was a beautiful middle-aged woman. "I heard that you said that you were Chiu Yu's young master during the Xinyuan Empire's examination. Is that true?" The middle-aged lady spoke. At the same time, a terrifying aura filled the air and locked onto Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming felt as if he was being stared at by an extremely terrifying existence. It was as if he would be turned into ashes with just a thought from the other party. Lu Ming's back was drenched in cold sweat. This was his Buddhist subconscious reaction. This beautiful middle-aged woman was definitely an extremely terrifying person. Her cultivation was unfathomable. Lu Ming felt that everything about him had been seen through. If he lied, he had no doubt that the other party would kill him immediately. "Senior, everything Junior has said is true. Junior comes from the Divine Wilderness Continent's Blazing Sun Empire's Lu family. Back then, when Senior took Chiu Yu away from the Divine Wilderness Continent, didn't you leave behind a sentence? In the Divine Wilderness, the only one in the world." Lu Ming replied in a humble manner. A hint of surprise flashed through Bingham Yu's eyes, but his gaze became even colder. "LT, seems like you're right. So, you're here to take Chiu Yu away and make her your maid again? Senior, you've misunderstood. I've never treated Chiu Yu as a servant. I've grown up with Chiu Yu and I've always treated Chiu Yu as my family." Lu Ming replied. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, the aura on Ice Screen's body was retracted, and a hint of warmth appeared on her face. Lu Ming secretly heaved a long sigh of relief. The other party was too terrifying. That wisp of steam engine had put Lu Ming under terrifying pressure. The ice curtain sized Lu Ming up curiously. "One really never expected that you would be able to walk out of the divine wilderness and achieve such an achievement." She already knew that Lu Ming was taking the examination in the Xinyuan Empire. How could she not know that it was related to her disciple, Chiu Yu? Regarding this, she was really surprised. Lu Ming could actually walk out of the divine wilderness and come to the Yuan continent. Furthermore, he had such shocking achievements, suppressing many of the geniuses of the ancient Yang Holy Land. This was simply unbelievable. Back then, when she took Chiu Yu away, she left behind the 8 words in the divine wilderness, the only one in the world. She had just said it casually, but she did not expect that someone would really find her. "Senior is too kind, Junior was just lucky," Lu Ming said humbly. "Hee, I've never heard of anyone who can reach this stage by relying on luck." "Alright, did you come to me this time to ask about Chiu Yu?" Ice Screen said. "That's right, Senior. Why did Chiu Yu completely forget about me? And when I mentioned what happened back then, she also completely forgot about it. What happened to Chiu Yu?" Lu Ming asked a series of questions. Qiu Yu's memory was taken away. Ice Curtain sighed. What? His memories were taken away? Lu Ming was shocked. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Who was it? However, he could even take away memories. What kind of method was this? That's right. He's Luo Zongqiong, the #1 genius of the Daluo Heaven sect. He has a king's body and controls the law of deprivation, one of the laws of the king path. He can deprive everything, even his memories. Ice Screen said. But why would they do that? Lu Ming's gaze turned colder. Because Luo Zongqiong likes Qiu Yu and has been pursuing her. But Qiu Yu already has someone in her heart, and that person is you. She always believes that you will come to her, so why would she care about Luo Kangqiang's pursuit? So, in a fit of anger, Luo Zongqiong took away all of Qiu Yu's memories from before. All of her memories regarding the divine wilderness continent were taken away, leaving only her memories of the Yuan continent. He wanted Qiu Yu to forget you and accept him. The ice curtain revealed the truth. Damn it. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly and a cold, killing intent emanated from him. He did not expect that things would turn out like this. Qiu Yu's memory was actually taken away by someone else, and the reason was that Qiu Yu already had someone in her heart. It was simply laughable and simply deserving of death. Senior, as Qiu Yu's master, aren't you going to take revenge for her? Lu Ming looked straight at the ice screen, a faint trace of anger in his eyes. Of course one wanted to take revenge for Qiu Yu. One once went to the Daluo Heaven sect in anger, but I quit in the end. Do you know why? That's because Luo Kangqiang's grandfather was a great sovereign. It was only a legend before, but I saw it with my own eyes. Luo Zongqiong relied on his grandfather's status as a great sovereign to act lawlessly, but no one dared to touch him. The ice curtain spoke, her voice filled with helplessness. It seemed that Qiu Yu had thought that he was trying to get close to her on purpose. However, with Qiu Yu's looks and talent, it was normal for some people to find all kinds of reasons to get close to her. Don't worry. If you find out that I'm lying to you, just kill me. Just like last time, one won't fight back. Lu Ming said with a smile. Qiu Yu's cold aura finally dissipated and the ice scimitar disappeared. She glanced at Lu Ming's shoulder and said apologetically, Are your injuries okay? It's okay, it doesn't matter if you cut me a few more times. Lu Ming said with a smile. You're so glib-tongued, I don't think you're a good person either. Qiu Yu snorted. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and touched his nose. This girl's personality had changed a lot after she lost her memory. Chua, let me tell you about our past. Lu Ming said. Yes, go ahead. Qiu Yu nodded. The two of them sat down on the stone bench in the courtyard and Lu Ming began to talk about the past in detail. Qiu Yu frowned and seemed to be in deep thought. Every time he talked about something important, Qiu Yu would have some reaction. Her eyes would flash with a look of contemplation and confusion. In the days that followed, Lu Ming stayed in the only holy temple and spent time with Qiu Yu. They often talked about the past, from when Qiu Yu was young to after she was taken away. They talked about everything. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. This kind of interaction had some effect. Qiu Yu said that some images would flash in her mind, but it was difficult to capture. However, Lu Ming was already very happy. If this continued, Qiu Yu would remember the past sooner or later. In a palace, Yu Shu was discussing some matters with a few young men with a gloomy face. I don't know what the Grand Supreme Elder of the Ice Curtain is thinking. He actually allowed Lu Ming and junior sister Chuyue to live in the same courtyard and spend time with each other. How despicable! Yu Shu slammed the table and said hatefully. That kid Lu Ming said many times in the Xinyuan Empire that he knows junior sister Chuyue and that he's her young master or something. Could it be true? A young man said. It's possible. Junior sister Chiu-ye's heart used to belong to someone, so Luo Zongqiong took away her memory. It's probably Lu Ming. That's why the Grand Supreme Elder of the Ice Screen let Lu Ming and Qiu Yu live together, hoping that Qiu Yu can regain her memory. The other young man speculated. No, we can't let this happen. I think it's better to let Luo Zongqiong know about it. Yu Shu said, her eyes flashing with a cold light. Senior brother you're so smart. If Luo Zhangqiong knew about this, he would definitely kill Lu Ming. This plan of killing with a borrowed knife is really smart. A young man laughed. Hee hee. Yu Shu also laughed. Then, they sent someone to pass the news to the Daluo Heaven sect. Time flew by and another 5 days passed. On this day, a group of people arrived at the only holy temple. The leader of the group was a young man with a cold expression. He was dressed in a purple robe, and his gaze was sharp like lightning. Behind the young man were a few elders, all of whom exuded powerful auras. When ordinary people arrived at the one and only sacred palace, they would have to land on the ground and climb up the stairs step by step to show respect to the one and only sacred palace. However, these people directly flew up, bypassing the stairs and flying towards the one and only sacred palace. Everyone, please wait. The 2 guards blocked the group's path. Get lost. I want to see Lu Ming. The young man in the lead shouted coldly in an overbearing manner. Everyone, this is the only sacred palace. For you, if you want to see anyone, one can pass the message on your behalf. One of the guards said. 1847. Chapter 1847. Chapter 1847. Bathing the king physique. The only temple guard saw that these people had extraordinary auras and did not dare to offend them. He asked carefully. Luo Pokong of the Daluo Heaven sect. The young man in the lead said indifferently. You're Luo Pokong? The guard's expression changed drastically. The Daluo Heaven sect had 2 kings in the younger generation. There were 2 heaven's favorites who had mastered the king path laws. One of them was Luo Zhangqiong, and the other was Luo Pokong. Luo Pokong's status in the Daluo Heaven sect was second only to Luo Zhangqiong. Everyone in the ancient Sun Holy Land knew him. Brother Luo, welcome. Please forgive me for not welcoming you. At this time, a laugh was heard. Yu Shu and a few young men stepped on the air and came over. Yu Shu, there's a kid called Lu Ming. Is he in your one and only holy temple? Luo Pokong asked. That's right, he's at the one and only sacred hall. If Brother Luo needs him, one can take you there. Yu Shu said with a smile. Lead the way. Luo Pokong stepped forward. Please. Yu Shu led Luo Pokong and the others to Lu Ming's residence. At this moment, in the courtyard where Lu Ming lived, he was chatting with Chiu Yu about the past. Suddenly, his expression changed and he looked out of the courtyard. A group of people stepped on the air and stopped above the courtyard, looking down at Lu Ming and Chiu Yu. Luo Pokong. Chiu Yu's eyes narrowed. Luo Pokong's eyes swept across Chiu Yu and then landed on Lu Ming. Boy, you're Lu Ming? Not bad. Lu Ming responded. Very good. Do you know that Chiu Yu is my brother Luo Zhangqiong's woman? You dare to have any thoughts about her? I think you're tired of living. Saint power surged from Luo Pokong's body, forming a powerful aura that pressed toward Lu Ming. Nonsense. When did I become Luo Zhangqiong's woman? You tell him that it's impossible between us. Chiu Yu shouted. This made Luo Pokong squint his eyes, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Did you hear that? Chiu Yu denied it herself, but that Luo Zhangqiong keeps sticking to her. Isn't it embarrassing? Don't you have any shame? Lu Ming sneered. Impudent. Who do you think you are? How dare you insult my elder brother? You must be tired of living. Luo Pokong shouted, and his cold killing intent bloomed. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Lu Ming replied indifferently. Arrogant. Lil cripple you now. Luo Pokong's gaze was cold. His aura grew stronger and enveloped Lu Ming. He had heard of Lu Ming's combat strength. He could defeat a sovereign with a superior class celestial spiritual body in the Daluo Heaven sect. However, his combat strength was not something that a superior grade heavenly spiritual body could compare to. His own spiritual body was also a superior grade heaven spiritual body, and he had mastered the laws of the king path. His cultivation was at the great saint perfection. With such talent, he was almost invincible in a battle of the same level. Why would he care about Lu Ming? Luo Pokong, if you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Chiu Yu shouted coldly as her 2 curved blades flew out. The laws of yin and yang revolved around her body. Luo Pokong's eyes narrowed slightly. Qiu Yu's talent was not inferior to his. He was not confident that he could fight her. Lu Ming, it seems like you can only hide behind a woman. Luo Pokong sneered and revealed a mocking expression. You don't need to use such a low-level goading method. However, I really don't need the help of others to deal with you. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He took a step forward and appeared in the sky. Come up and fight. Then I'll fulfill your wish. Luo Pokong revealed a trace of joy. His body soared into the sky, and a long spear appeared in his hand. A terrifyingly sharp intent burst out from the long spear. Lu Ming is definitely not Luo Pokong's match. He's dead for sure in this battle. Yu Shu sneered. Luo Pokong's talent was almost at the top of the younger generation. His spirit body and laws were at the top. No one could defeat him in a battle of RHE's same level. Even if Lu Ming mastered the laws of chaos, his cultivation was so far behind. It was impossible for him to be Luo Pokong's match. Although Luo Zhangqiong didn't come, it would be the same if Luo Pokong came. Die, die! Luo Pokong shouted coldly. With a shake of his long spear, a terrifying spear radiance burst out toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body glowed, and more than 100 holy weapons appeared. He held an absolute holy weapon in his hand and slashed. Clang! The combat sword slashed at the spear's gleam, and a terrifying vibration was produced. The spear's gleam was shattered by the combat sword, but the combat sword in Lu Ming's hand also shook violently. What a powerful penetrating power! This is the penetrating law. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He felt that there was a penetrating power in the spear light. It was extremely terrifying, as if it could penetrate everything in the world. That was the law of penetration, a type of King Path law. It was said to be able to penetrate everything in the world, and nothing could block it. It was extremely terrifying. Let's see how many shots you can take. Luo Pokong's long spear trembled and hundreds of spear lights emerged. They made a sharp whistling sound and stabbed toward Lu Ming. Go! With a single thought, more than 100 holy weapons shot out from around him. Each holy weapon was shrouded in the laws of chaos, and they bombarded the spear radiance. Bang! 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 The sound of the violent collision reverberated through the sky. Then, Lu Ming's more than 100 saint weapons were all knocked back. However, the saint weapons were shrouded in the laws of chaos, which blocked the opponent's attack. Then, Lu Ming took a step forward and charged at Luo Pokong like lightning. Close combat was a better choice to fight with someone who controlled the law of penetration. Lu Ming's figure neared Luo Pokong. He activated the prison-suppressing heavenly art and punched out with both fists. Pieces of the prison-suppressing steel's illusionary shadow emerged and pressed toward Luo Pokong. Bush, bush, bush. The long spear in Luo Pokong's hand continued to thrust out. The spear shadows, with a terrifying penetrating power, pierced the prison-suppressing steel's illusionary image. The prison-suppressing steel's shadow was pierced through and exploded in the air. Lu Ming continued to swing his fist and the illusionary image of the prison-suppressing steel kept appearing. The two of them clashed fiercely. The air was boiling and the battle was extremely intense. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of moves. A destructive attack. Luo Pokong seemed to have lost his patience. He let out a long howl and circulated his saint energy to the extreme. He became one with his spear and turned into a terrifying spear radiance, stabbing toward Lu Ming. This was a terrifying sacred art that seemed to be able to pierce through everything. The illusionary shadow of the prison-suppressing steel that Lu Ming had blasted out exploded and was pierced through. Chaos Finger! Lu Ming also cast his remarkable power and pointed his finger. The light of chaos curled around his finger and pressed down on his opponent. Boom! And NBSP, the primal chaos tribulation finger, and the spear light clashed, creating a massive storm that spread in all directions. In the end, the chaotic finger of tribulation crumbled, but the spear radiance of the other party also exploded, revealing Luo Pokong's figure. He retreated rapidly. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and used the divine sword technique. Two rays of sword light shot out from his eyes and rushed into Luo Pokong's body. Luo Pokong's body trembled slightly. Then, Lu Ming's holy weapons charged at Luo Pokong again. Luo Pokong endured the piercing pain in his soul. He waved his long spear and blocked all of Lu Ming's holy weapons. 1848, Chapter 1848, Chapter 1848, Soul Recovery Pill. Chapter 1848, Chapter 1848 Soul Recovery Pill. However, Lu Ming's holy weapon was sent flying back. Under Lu Ming's control, it continued to fly toward Luo Pokong. At the same time, Lu Ming cast the prison destructive divine art and punched continuously with both fists. Lu Ming launched a storm of attacks. For a moment, Luo Pokong was at a disadvantage. How is that possible? Yu Shu and the others were in disbelief. Lu Ming actually had the upper hand and was beginning to suppress Luo Pokong. How was this possible? Lu Ming's cultivation was clearly only at the Great Sage Accomplished realm, while Luo Pokong's cultivation was at the Great Sage Accomplished realm. With Luo Pokong's talent, it was simply unbelievable that he was at a disadvantage when his cultivation was 2 levels higher. Was the Son of God really that powerful? The battle here had long alarmed the only sacred hall. Many people in the sky were watching and were shocked. Luo Pokong let out a long howl. He was extremely furious as he exerted all his strength to the extreme. Unfortunately, although his penetrating law was powerful, it seemed to have met its nemesis. It could not penetrate Lu Ming's chaos law. Seal! At this moment, Lu Ming muttered. Then, dense runes emerged on Luo Pokong's long spear and covered his entire body. The sealed scroll of the 9 scrolls of Array Dao. Just now, Lu Ming had applied the law of Array Dao on each of his holy weapons. As the holy weapons continued to collide with Luo Pokong, the seal scroll was quietly activated. At this time, it exploded and immediately sealed Luo Pokong. Lu Ming was shocked. He exerted all his strength and struggled with all his might. A terrifying penetrating power burst forth, hoping to break the seal. However, Lu Ming would not give him the chance. Kill, die! Lu Ming shouted as he continued to circulate the divine sword technique. At the same time, he cast the chaotic finger of tribulation and pointed. Lu Ming's current mastery of the chaos finger tribulation was close to 60%. Its power was shocking. With one finger, mountains and rivers were shattered. Boom! The finger of tribulation of primal chaos struck Luo Pokong's body, causing him to let out a blood-curdling screech. His body was sent flying, and he vomited large mouthfuls of blood. He had been severely injured. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. He continued to step forward and charge towards Luo Pokong. How audacious! An old man who had followed Luo Pokong here shouted and struck out a huge palm print at Lu Ming. Emperor-to-be! Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He had no choice but to retreat with all his might to avoid the palm print. You're just a supreme saint. How dare you hurt the sovereign of the Daluo Heaven sect? Who gave you the guts? They'll cripple you first. At this moment, another elder spoke coldly. He took a step forward and a huge foot formed in the sky, stomping down on Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming felt as if the space around him had frozen. He could not move his body at all. Even a bubble could not break the space and take him away. A martial supreme. The old man was a martial emperor. This was the Daluo Heaven sect. It was extremely overbearing. In the territory of the only temple, a martial emperor powerhouse wanted to attack Lu Ming directly. Just as the foot was about to land on Lu Ming, a wave of energy rippled out like a wave. However, the huge foot dissipated into nothingness under this wave of energy. A figure had appeared in the sky without anyone noticing. We pay our respects to the Grand Elder. The people from the only divine temple all bowed to this person. Master! Chiao Yu also bowed to this person. The person who had suddenly appeared was Chiao Yu's master, Bing Mu. It's too much for a martial supreme like you to fight with the younger generation. Since Luo Pokong has been defeated, you can leave. The ice curtain said indifferently. Senior Ice Screen, young Master Zhang Qiong has personally asked for this kid. We must take him away today. The martial sovereign of the Daluo Heaven sect said, "Get lost, you are courting death." Bing Mu suddenly shouted as a terrifying aura pressed down on the martial emperor. The martial emperor's expression changed drastically, and he was forced to retreat, almost spitting out a mouthful of blood. He looked at the ice curtain in fear. The ice curtain was definitely a terrifying existence. It had lived for countless years and its cultivation was unfathomable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to go to the Daluo Heaven sect alone. If the great emperor didn't show up, Luo Zongqiong would have been killed. The man's expression changed. He turned around and said, "Young Master Pekong, let's go." Luo Pekong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He stared at Lu Ming coldly and said, "Lu Ming, my brother Luo Zongqiong is exploring an ancient ruin. When he returns, it will be the time of your death. No one can save you." After saying that, he looked at the ice screen. In other words, if Luo Zongqiong returned and wanted to lull Lu Ming, the ice curtain would not be able to protect him. Luo Kangqiang's grandfather was a great emperor. He was not Luo Kangqiang's brother, so he was not as tough as Luo Zongqiong. After saying that, Luo Pekong and the people of the Daluo Heaven sect stepped into the air and left. This kid is so lucky. He's still fine even after this. Yu Shu was filled with hatred. Suddenly he felt someone looking at him. It was the gaze of the ice curtain. "I hope there won't be a next time." The ice curtain opened its mouth. Its voice was very calm, but it made Yu Shu's face turn pale in an instant, and cold sweat flowed down his face. Obviously, he had informed the Daluo Heaven sect about Lu Ming and Qiu Yu, and the ice curtain had already known. His body trembled, and he didn't dare to say a word. Lu Ming's eyes swept coldly toward Yu Shu. It was not difficult to guess from the ice curtain's words that Yu Shu was the one who told them the secret. Otherwise, how would the people of Daluo Heaven sect know that Lu Ming was in the Soul Divine Temple? "Lu Ming, Chiyuet, come with me." The ice screen turned around and left. Lu Ming and Qiu Yu followed closely behind and arrived at the palace where the ice screen was staying. "Lu Ming, you and Qiu Yu should leave the ancient sun's sacred land and go to other places. It might help Qiu Yu recover her memory." Ice screen said. "Luo Zongqiong may not be able to kill me," said Lu Ming. He knew the meaning of the ice curtain. It was for him to avoid Luo Zongqiong. "Lu Ming, you may be powerful, but don't underestimate the heroes of the world. Luo Zongqiong is a terrifying person. His spirit body and laws are top-notch, and he has long reached the absolute saint realm. You're not his match now." Luo Zongqiong relies on the fact that his grandfather is a great emperor and that his grandfather is extremely protective of his own people. That's why this person is lawless. Even if you are in the only sacred temple or the Xinyuan Empire, you won't be safe. It's better to avoid him for the time being. Also, I know of an ancient prescription called the Soul Recovery Pill. It can help with the recovery of memories, but the ingredients required are too rare, especially the 3 main ingredients. I spent a lot of effort and only found one. Take a look. Ice Screen took out a jade tablet and handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it and scanned it with his spiritual senses. This was an ancient medicinal formula that recorded the refining method of the soul recovery pill and the required materials. There were dozens of them. Lu Ming had never heard of 3 of the main materials. "I have collected all the supplementary ingredients for the soul recovery pill. I have also collected one of the 3 main ingredients. They are all here. Take them. If you have the chance to collect the other 2 ingredients, you can make the soul recovery pill. There is a high chance that Qiu Yu's memory will be restored." Ice Screen took out another storage ring and passed it to Lu Ming. "Many thanks, Senior." Lu Ming took it and expressed his gratitude to the ice curtain. 1849, Chapter 1849. Chapter 1849, Savage Baron Ancient Realm. Chapter 1849. Chapter 1849 Savage Baron Ancient Realm. Lu Ming took the ice curtain's storage ring and pondered. The Dian Elixir Palace had countless prescriptions and sacred elixirs. There were also descriptions of various precious materials and even their origins. Lu Ming thought that perhaps the Dian Elixir Palace had information on the other 2 materials to refine the soul recovery pill. "Go, let's go out for a walk. Ice Curtain waved her hand. Senior, this junior will take his leave. Lu Ming cupped his fists. He planned to return to the Dian Elixir Palace first and take a look. Master, take care. Qiu Yu also bowed to the ice screen and left the one and only divine temple with Lu Ming. Lu Ming returned to the Xinyuan Empire first. When Ouyang Wushuang, Long Chen, and Huang Ling saw Lu Ming and Qiu Yu walking together, they were surprised. Especially Huang Ling, who had a complicated look in her eyes. After that, Lu Ming, Long Chen, and Huang Ling bade farewell to Ouyang Wushuang. They brought Ouyang Moli along and stepped onto the teleportation formation, leaving the Xinyuan Empire. Not long after, they returned to ancient Moon Holy Land. Lu Ming, the Heavenly Emperor City's Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute, will be holding an official meeting in 2 months. Do you want to go? Huang Ling asked. One don't know. We'll see when the time comes. Qiu Yu has lost her memory, so I'll see if one can find the materials to refine the soul recovery pill. If I'm not around, you can go to Heavenly Emperor City first. Lu Ming said. He didn't hide Qiu Yu's matter from Long Chen and Feng Ling. All right. Phoenix Spirit and Long Chen nodded and returned to Phoenix Palace and Divine Elephant Sect, respectively. Lu Ming brought Qiu Yu and Ouyang Moli back to the Dian Elixir Hall. Junior brother, you're back. Just as he returned to the Dian Elixir Palace, he met Xuanxin. Previously, Lu Ming had left Xuanxin in the Dian Elixir Palace to cultivate with Uncle Kong. Senior sister, are you used to living here? Lu Ming smiled. It's all right. Xuanxin nodded and looked at Qiu Yu and Ouyang Moli with a curious expression. Let me introduce you. Lu Ming introduced them to each other. What a powerful constitution. At this moment, an old voice rang out. Uncle Kong held onto his walking stick and slowly walked out. His eyes, however, landed on Ouyang Moli's body and were filled with shock. Uncle Kong, he's my new disciple, Ouyang Moli. Lu Ming introduced. Good. This is a great opportunity, good. Uncle Kong sighed. Now that Ouyang Moli's bloodline had been awakened, with Uncle Kong's cultivation, he could naturally see that Ouyang Moli was extraordinary. Uncle Kong, 111 leave Mo Li in the Great Yen Elixir Palace to cultivate in the future. I'll still need you to guide him. Lu Ming said. Alright, don't worry. These old bones of mine are idle anyway. One can still give them some pointers. Uncle Kong revealed a smile. Then, Lu Ming brought Qiu Yu and Ouyang Moli around the Dian Elixir Hall. The interior of the Dian Elixir Palace was huge. Other than the main hall, there were many smaller halls, secret chambers, alchemy rooms, and so on. After making a round, Lu Ming arranged rooms for Qiu Yu and the rest, and came to a secret chamber. This secret chamber was filled with all kinds of pill recipes, formulas, and records of all kinds of precious sacred medicines and materials collected by the Great Yen Elixir Palace. There were storage rings placed there, and each storage ring contained a large number of jade tokens. Lu Ming looked at them one by one. This amount of work was huge because there were too many jade plates. After half a month, Lu Ming finally found the prescription for the soul recovery pill. There are records. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. As the 3 main ingredients of the soul recovery pill were very rare, there were relevant information about the 3 main ingredients recorded on the book. For example, the location and the possibility of having such ingredients. The 2 main materials that Lu Ming was lacking were the Grand Lunar Treasure Lotus and the Berserker Crystal. There are only 2 places that might have the Grand Astral Treasure Lotus. One is the land of 10,000 demons, and the other is the land of 10,000 demons. Lu Ming frowned. These 2 places weren't in Mount Yuan. They were too far away and were the other 2 places in the 10 lands of the Yuan continent. The records on this are from countless years ago. Perhaps there's also a Grand Astral Treasure Lotus in Mount Yuan. Lu Ming pondered in his heart and looked at the place where the Berserker Crystal might appear. There were 3 places where Berserker Crystals could appear. 2 of them were not in Mount Yuan, and only one was there. Ancient Savage Barren Realm? The Savage Barren Ancient Realm to the north of Mount Yuan? Lu Ming muttered. He decided to make a trip to the Savage Barren Ancient Realm. After that, Lu Ming bade farewell to Uncle Kong and left Ouyang Moli and Xuanxin to cultivate here. He and Qiu Yu went to the Phoenix Palace and used the teleportation array there to head to the Savage Barren Ancient region. However, the Savage Barren Ancient Realm was only a legendary place. It was impossible to directly teleport there. They were teleported to a sacred place in the north of Mount Yuan, then took a flying shuttle and flew in the direction of the legendary Savage Barren Ancient Realm. After flying for more than half a month, they arrived at a desolate mountain range. The ancient Savage Barren Realm is a place of ancient legends. Is it still there? Lu Ming had some doubts. However, since they were already here, they continued to search. After a few days, an ancient city appeared in front of them. The two of them landed outside the ancient city and saw two large words on the city gate, Barren City. What was the relationship between the Barren City and the ancient Savage Barren Realm? According to the legends, the ancient Savage Barren Realm should be in this area. The two of them decided to settle down in Barren City first and explore. The two of them walked into the city. This ancient city seemed to have experienced a long time, and the aura of the vicissitudes of time was everywhere. There were many people in the city. At a glance, most of them were cultivators with strong auras. There were many Saint Realm martial artists. The two of them found a restaurant and went to the third floor. They ordered some food and wine to see if they could hear any news. What a beautiful woman! Not far from Lu Ming and the rest, there was a table of people. One of the young men was looking at Qiu Yu with a burning gaze. She's indeed very beautiful. One wonder which family she's from. However, it's his fortune to have caught the young master's eye in Barren City. He'll call the girl over to have a drink with him. A thin middle-aged man laughed and flattered. All right. The young man nodded, his eyes burning with passion. He had never seen such a beautiful woman in the Barren City. He was tempted. The skinny middle-aged man chuckled and walked towards Lu Ming and Qiu Yu. He walked past Lu Ming and said to Qiu Yu, "Young lady, my young master invites you over for a drink. Come with me." There was a commanding tone in his voice. After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked away. It was as if Qiu Yu would definitely follow him if he said so. However, Qiu Yu just sat there without moving. Chapter 1850, The HA Family. Chapter 1850, The HA Family. The skinny middle-aged man took a few steps and realized that Qiu Yu didn't follow him. He stopped and turned to look at Qiu Yu. His face darkened and he said coldly, "Didn't you hear what I just said?" Qiu Yu did not seem to see the skinny middle-aged man or hear his words. She was drinking by herself, and so was Lu Ming. They completely ignored the thin middle-aged man. The skinny middle-aged man's face turned even colder. He said, "You probably don't know my background. Let me tell you, I'm from the HA family. My young master is Hementi of the HA family, the #1 heaven's favorite in Barren City. Now, come with me." When he mentioned the HA clan, the skinny middle-aged man had a smug look on his face, as if the HA clan was very powerful. "Get lost." However, the only reply he got was a cold voice from Qiu Yu. "How audacious!" The skinny middle-aged man shouted, bursting with cold, killing intent. This woman actually dared to tell him to get lost after hearing his name. She was simply courting death. In Barren City, who didn't know about the HA family? The HA family was the most powerful force in Barren City. Hementi was the #1 genius in Barren City, and Hementi's father was the #1 master in Barren City. In Barren City, no one dared to disrespect the HA family. But this woman actually told him to get lost? "If you don't want to go over, I'll take you over." The skinny middle-aged man shouted coldly in an overbearing manner. He stepped forward and his skinny hand reached for Qiu Yu's neck. He wanted to drag Qiu Yu to Hemert. However, before his palm could reach Qiu Yu's neck, his entire body froze. Then, his arm was covered in a layer of ice crystals, completely sealing his arm in ice. Furthermore, the ice crystals quickly spread from his arm to his entire body. The skinny middle-aged man revealed a look of fear and quickly retreated. With a miserable scream, his arm shattered like a piece of ice. "My arm!" The skinny middle-aged man let out a shrill scream. The restaurant suddenly fell silent. The other people who were eating and drinking looked at Qiuyu in surprise. Where did such a young expert come from? Go has the cultivation of an initial bright saint, but one of his arms has been crippled without him knowing. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. This time, Hamilton is going to flip out. He won't let them off. That's right. Hamilton is Baron City's #1 prodigy. He has a low-class heavenly spiritual body and has already reached the great circle of the bright saint stage. That woman is in trouble. It's a pity that she lost such a beautiful face. Many people were discussing, but they kept their voices low as if they were afraid that Hamilton would hear them. As expected, the young man, Hamilton, suddenly stood up. He was full of cold killing intent as he stepped toward Lu Ming and Qiuyu. It seems that you've never heard of my name? Do you know the consequences of hurting my Ha family? Hammert said coldly. What bullshit Ha family? It seems that you don't understand human language. One just told you to get lost, didn't you hear me? Lu Ming said calmly. He did not even look at Hamilton and poured himself and Qiuyu a glass of wine. Upon hearing this, Hamilton's face darkened. At the same time, a terrifying killing intent burst forth from him. He glared at Lu Ming coldly. In the barren city, no one had ever dared to talk to him like this. Even the senior experts of the other forces had to give him face for the sake of his father. Now, a kid who came out of nowhere dared to insult the Ha family and him. He wanted to make Lu Ming regret it and kneel on the ground to beg him. The other people in the restaurant also felt their hearts tremble. They all thought that the young man was finished. He actually dared to say such things about Hammerty. His end would be extremely miserable. Lu Ming asked. He had come here to search for the savage barren ancient realm, and this was the perfect time to ask. Ancient savage barren realm? In Barren City, the savage barren ancient land is also a legend. It is said that there are endless treasures in there. The major forces in Barren City have been looking for it, but after countless years, no one has found it. The old man explained. No one found it? Lu Ming looked disappointed. The major forces in Barren City had failed to find it after so many years. The hope of finding it was slim. You should leave quickly. Ha Clan is not far from here. I'm afraid the experts of Ha Clan will arrive soon. The old man reminded again. It's fine. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Chapter 1851. Chapter 1851. Killing Absolute Saints in Succession. Chapter 1851. Chapter 1851. Killing Absolute Saints in Succession. He didn't believe that the Ha family would send out an emperor-to-be expert so easily. If an emperor-to-be didn't come, he could easily escape. Seeing that Lu Ming and Qiuyu had no intention of leaving, the old man sighed and turned to leave. The other people in the restaurant were the same. They were afraid that they would be implicated when the experts of the Ha family arrived. After a while, only Lu Ming and Qiuyu were left in the restaurant. The two of them ate and drank. Boom, boom. It didn't take long before a terrifying aura came from outside. The entire restaurant was surrounded by the power of laws and completely blocked. Brat, get out here! Outside, Hammerty's roar could be heard. 2 great saints in the Great Circle, 2 in the initial Absolute Saint realm, and 1 in the late Absolute Saint realm. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled up slightly. The other party was quite generous. They had sent 3 Absolute Saints all at once. However, Lu Ming did not care about the initial Absolute Saint realm at all. Even if it was the Great Mastery Absolute Saint realm, it could only cause Lu Ming a little trouble. Qiuyu, how about going out to kill people? Lu Ming smiled faintly. All right. Qiuyu was even more direct. She stood up and stepped out. Lu Ming touched his nose. Qiuyu's personality seemed to have changed after she lost her memory. She was not so decisive in the past. When the two of them left the restaurant, they saw that in the sky, Hamilton had sealed off the area with 5 great experts. Little brat, very good, you haven't left. Hamilton looked at Lu Ming with a ferocious expression. He wished he could cut Lu Ming into 8 pieces. Then, he looked at Qiuyu and said coldly, Bitch, 111 make you my slave and play with you every day. When I'm done, I'll give you to my subordinates. Ha! After saying that, Hammerty laughed crazily. I said before that if there's a next time, I'll kill you without mercy. It seems like you're tired of living. Lu Ming's gaze darkened. You're so full of yourself, I'll cripple you first. A strong middle-aged man stepped out, his iron fist as heavy as a mountain, aiming for Lu Ming. This person had the cultivation of a great saint in the exceptional realm. With a single punch, the heavens and earth rumbled. The force of the punch was extremely terrifying and was about to drown Lu Ming. In the distance, many onlookers were shaking their heads. They all thought that Lu Ming was in grave danger. Since you're looking for death, I'll fulfill your wish. Lu Ming said coldly and took a step forward. Boom! The heavens and earth rumbled as a 9-headed dragon pounced out. The dragon's roar suppressed the heavens, and the dragon's claws swiped out, crushing the fist force of the opponent. The dragon's body did not stop as it stomped down with its claws. The brawny man screamed as he was torn apart by the 9 dragons and died on the spot. This was the 9 dragons' heaven stomping steps. Lu Ming had not used it for a long time. At his current realm, the power of the 9 dragons' heaven stomping steps was not enough. However, it was more than enough to deal with an ordinary great sage in the exceptional realm. The entire place was silent. He killed a great sage in the great circle with one move. What kind of strength was this? Furthermore, he was so young. This was too terrifying. Hammert was known as the #1 prodigy in Barren City. However, he was nothing compared to Lu Ming. Hamilton himself was stunned. He looked terrified. With Lu Ming's abilities, it was easy for him to kill him previously. But soon after, his heart was filled with even stronger killing intent and jealousy. In the past, he had dominated the Barren City's younger generation and was very proud. He thought that there were not many geniuses in the world who could compare to him. Now, seeing how powerful Lu Ming was, he was deeply envious. Kill him! Roared Hammert. Buzz! A figure rushed out from behind Hammerty. A terrifying aura burst forth, pressing down on Lu Ming like a wild mountain. He was an absolute saint. An absolute saint was astonishingly powerful. They were far from being comparable to a supreme saint. They could kill a supreme saint with a flip of their hand. In the Azure state, an absolute saint was an overlord of a region. There were not many absolute saints in a top power. Light spots lit up on Lu Ming's body, and holy weapons appeared one after another. Kill, die! Lu Ming shouted. The divine sword technique burst out and rushed into the other party's body. The other party's body shook slightly. Lu Ming stepped into the void, holding an absolute holy weapon sword in his hand, and slashed. A flash of sword light cut through the void, as if it was splitting the heaven and earth. The power was so strong that it made everyone's expression change. The absolute saint's expression changed drastically. He used all his power and shot out beams of divine light at Lu Ming. However, as the battle sword passed by, all the divine light was cut apart. The battle sword did not stop and continued to slash down. With a scream, half of the absolute saint's body was cut off by Lu Ming. The man was terrified and retreated frantically, trying to escape. Can you escape? Lu Ming attacked coldly. The combat sword in his hand shot out like lightning and pierced through the man's head, destroying his soul. The absolute saint had fallen. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and felt their scalps tingle. Lu Ming's combat strength was simply terrifying. Even an absolute saint had been killed so easily. Was he still human? Hammert was completely stunned. His eyes were wide open, and he looked at the scene in disbelief, as if he was dreaming. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and continued to move forward. He activated the chaotic finger of tribulation and pointed. A giant finger of chaos tribulation pointed at another absolute saint. When Lu Ming was in the great sage lower tier, he could defeat an ordinary absolute saint lower tier. Now that he had broken through to the great sage upper tier, it was not too difficult to kill an absolute saint lower tier. Not good. Lu Ming had killed an absolute saint in a few moves. The absolute saint didn't dare to take it head-on. He retreated quickly, trying to avoid Lu Ming's attack. However, Qiu Yu's body flashed out, and the laws of yin and yang exploded. 2 curved blades flew out, forming a terrifying destructive power that enveloped the Absolute Saint. The Absolute Saint didn't even have time to scream before he was reduced to ashes by the power of destruction. Another one had died, and this time it was Qiuyu. Go, quickly go, run. The only Absolute Saint in the upper tier roared. He didn't dare to stay any longer. He used his saint power to run away. Come and go as you please, how can it be that easy? Lu Ming said coldly. He turned into a ray of light and chased after Hammerdy. With Hammerdy's personality, he would not give up just like that. There would be endless trouble later on, so he might as well kill him directly. Qiuyu followed closely behind. Many people were dumbfounded, as if they were in a dream. In the beginning, Hamilton had been aggressive. He had brought 3 Absolute Saints with him to kill Lu Ming and take Qiuyu. But now, 2 of the 3 Absolute Saints had died, and the remaining one was running away with Hamilton. This result was beyond everyone's expectations. Let's go and take a look. Many people followed closely behind them, wanting to see the final result. Hammerdy, the lord who had been lawless in Barren City, what would happen today? The Absolute Saint expert took Hamenti and fled frantically. His speed was amazing, and he flew over the Barren City like a beam of light. Damn it, I'll definitely ask my father to kill them. No, I'll make them beg for death. Hamilton roared in his heart. His face was twisted. Chapter 1852. The Emperor to be appears. Chapter 1852. The Emperor to be appears hammered. Not only did he come from a good family, but his father was also the #1 master in Barren City. He also had amazing talent. He had a low-class heaven spiritual body and the potential to become a sovereign. He was known as the only person with the potential to become a sovereign in Barren City for hundreds of thousands of years. With his status and talent, his path had been smooth. Ever since he was young, he had always been able to get whatever he wanted. This time, not only did Qiuyu dare to disobey him, but Lu Ming also dared to injure him, insult him, and even kill so many experts from the HA family. He must make Lu Ming regret it. However, the next moment he shouted in fear, "Quick, increase the speed." That was because at that moment, Lu Ming and Qiuyu's speed suddenly increased greatly. It was as if they were traveling through the void. Their speed was shocking as they approached them at an extreme speed. Lu Ming and Qiuyu's speed suddenly increased greatly because of bubbles. Bubbles cast a space-time law that enveloped the two of them. The two of them seemed to be able to travel through the void. Hurry, we're almost at the HA family's house. Hurry up. Hammert kept shouting, his body trembling in fear. Young master, you go first. We'll block them. Let's go. The Absolute Saint said and threw Hamilton forward. He stopped in his tracks and a saber appeared in his hand. He slashed dozens of times at Lu Ming and Nangong Wuk. As for Hammert, he was frantically running forward. This place was not far from the HA family mansion. As long as he could escape to the HA family, his life would be saved. Let's join forces and kill him, Lu Ming said. Chirping, the bubble opened its mouth and spat out a transparent bubble. Then it disappeared. In the next moment, it reappeared on the Absolute Saint's body and enveloped him. Chaos Finger. Lu Ming pointed his finger and a huge finger shot towards the other party. Qiuyu's 2 scimitars spun rapidly, turning into a destructive storm that swept toward the other party. There was no suspense. Lu Ming, Bubbles, and Qiuyu could fight against an ordinary Absolute Saint in the upper tier. They could even defeat and kill their opponent. Now that the 3 of them had joined forces, their power was even more terrifying. The attacks of the 3 landed, and the Absolute Saint expert didn't even have time to scream before he was killed. Lu Ming and Qiuyu rushed past them without stopping. The people who followed from the distance were dumbfounded. The shock in their hearts was unimaginable. An Absolute Saint in the Great Perfection realm was instantly killed. Lu Ming and Qiuyu's cultivation base was clearly only at the Supreme Saint realm. These people are definitely the Peerless Heaven's favorites from outside Barren City. Interesting. We're almost at the HA family mansion. I wonder what the result is? Many people followed, wanting to find out what was going on. In front of him, Hamilton saw that the absolute saint expert had been killed in an instant. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He held his breath and rushed forward. A vast and majestic mansion appeared before his eyes. Hammer was overjoyed. They had arrived at the HA family's mansion. Once they arrived, he would be safe. Next, it would be his crazy revenge. However, behind him, Lu Ming and Chiu Yu had no intention of stopping. They were charging towards him at an alarming speed. Hammer was almost scared to death. He shouted as he charged, "Help, help, father, help." At that moment, Lu Ming and Chiu Yu were approaching Hammerdy at top speed. Lu Ming waved his hand, and an absolute saint weapon pierced through the void toward Hamilton. Hammerdy wanted to dodge in fear, but he realized that he could not do so at all. His ability was far inferior to Lu Ming's. "Audacious fanatic, you're courting death." At this moment, a loud shout rang out from the HA family mansion. A ray of light shot out and collided with Lu Ming's absolute saint weapon, knocking it away. Then, a figure flickered out, and a terrifying aura bloomed in all directions. "Father!" Hammerdy was ecstatic. It was a middle-aged man in a brocade robe. He looked a bit like Hammerdy. He was Hammerdy's father, Ha Zheng, the #1 master of Baron City and an expert of the Emperor-to-be realm. Ha Zheng has appeared. The young man and woman are in danger. The people who were following him all stopped far away. Lu Ming and Chiu Yu also stopped. "Father, these two people are extremely audacious. They have killed several elders. Hurry up and kill them. No, leave that woman behind. I want her to suffer a fate worse than death." Hammert shouted. Seeing Ha Zheng, Hammerdy was relieved. He knew that he was fine now. Next, he would take his revenge. Lu Ming and the rest had actually made him look so miserable. He should be hacked into pieces. He should be killed. Ha Zheng's gaze was very cold as he swept a cold glance at Lu Ming and Chiu Yu. "Let's go." Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Chiu Yu. The two of them moved, turning into two shadows and retreating. "You want to leave?" Ha Zheng shouted and threw a punch. A vast fist force pierced through the void and headed toward Lu Ming and the others. "I can't resist it, let's go." Lu Ming was about to ask Bubbles to open the space-time tunnel and leave this place. However, at this moment, a 1,000-meter-long sword radiance appeared and slashed at Ha Zheng's fist radiance. With a loud boom, the sword radiance and the fist radiance disappeared at the same time. Lu Ming was stunned. He did not leave but stopped in the distance. Ha Zheng's gaze looked up into the sky, where a white-haired elder appeared. This person had a long sword on his back and looked like a sage. "It's the Mo clan's clan head." Around them, someone exclaimed. The Mo family was one of the 7 most powerful forces in Baron City. The head of the Mo family was an absolute saint in the Great Circle. Why did he help Lu Ming and block Ha Zheng's attack? Not only the others, even Lu Ming himself was puzzled. It was his first time in Baron City and he didn't know anyone. "Mo Qingshan, you know those two?" Ha Zheng asked in a deep voice. "I don't know him." Mo Qingshan shook his head. "I don't know you and you want to stop me? It seems like you are tired of living." A hint of killing intent flashed through Ha Zheng's eyes. "Ha Zheng, what big words you have." At this moment, a deep voice came from another direction, and then a burly middle-aged man appeared. At the same time, other figures also appeared in other directions. Including Mo Qingshan, there were a total of 6 figures. Leaders of the 6 major forces, what's going on? The leaders of the 6 major forces have all arrived. Could it be because of that young man? That's impossible. What's going on? Upon seeing the 6 figures, the scene broke out into a discussion. These 6 people were the leaders of the other 6 forces in Baron City. Each of them was in the great circle of the Absolute Saint realm. Why were they all here at the same time? Many people were puzzled. "What's the matter for the 6 of you to come to my Ha family?" Ha Zheng's face darkened. Could it be because of those 2? Then, he turned to look at Lu Ming and Chiu Yu. "I've already said that we don't know those 2. We're here to look for you." Mo Qingshan squinted his eyes and said, Chapter 1853. Chapter 1853, Savage Baron Ancient Realms Whereabouts. Chapter 1853. Chapter 1853 Savage Baron Ancient Realms Whereabouts. You're looking for me? What's the matter? Ha Jing asked. I'm looking for you because of the ancient wilderness realm, of course. Mo Qingshan continued. These words caused many people's hearts to tremble. The ancient Savage Baron realm was only a legend in Baron City. No one had been able to find it for countless years. Could it be that Ha Zheng had some clues? Lu Ming was also greatly shocked. Didn't he come here to search for the Savage Baron Ancient Realm and the Savage Crystal? Haha, Savage Baron Ancient Realm? I'm afraid you've got the wrong person. How would one know where the Savage Baron Realm is? Ha Zheng laughed out loud. Ha Zheng, you're still trying to hide it even now? You entered the ancient Savage Baron realm a few months ago, didn't you? Mo Qingshan's words shocked the rest of the people. Ha Zheng had entered the ancient Savage Baron realm. Was that true? Everyone's eyes were on Ha Zheng. Ha Zheng's expression was as dark as a piece of charcoal. It seems that there's a traitor in the HA family. Ha Zheng said coldly, enunciating each word. But in other words, he admitted it. Many people's eyes flashed with a fiery light. Was there really such a thing as the Savage Baron ancient land in this world? It was rumored that there were countless treasures in the ancient Savage Baron realm. Ha Zheng, tell me the entrance to the ancient Savage Baron realm. A tall and sturdy man spoke. This person was the Pang clan's patriarch. He held a thick iron rod in his hand, and as he waved it, it made whooshing sounds. The leaders of the other forces also released their powerful auras and locked onto Ha Zheng. You want to threaten me? You guys are still lacking. Ha Zheng said. The aura on his body grew stronger and stronger. A river of laws surrounded his body. This was the symbol of an emperor-to-be. Only when one completely mastered a type of law could a river of laws be formed. Oh really? I'd like to give it a try. The Pang family head's body swelled up, and his aura was like a rainbow. The iron rod in his hand expanded, turning into a giant rod that reached the sky. With the force of Mount Tai, he pressed down on Ha Zheng. Ha Zheng's expression darkened. The river of laws danced, and his fist radiance shook the sky as he punched out. Boom. The terrifying boom shook the entire barren city. The giant stick was blown away by Ha Zheng, but he was also forced to step back, causing the void to tremble. Many people were dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. Ha Zheng had actually been forced to retreat. That was an emperor-to-be who controlled a complete set of laws. With the river of laws surrounding him, his combat power was astonishing. He could easily crush people in the great circle of the Absolute Saint realm. However, Ha Zheng had actually been forced to retreat by a person in the great circle of the Absolute Saint stage. Ha Zheng, I heard that you were heavily injured after entering the ancient Savage Baron realm. As expected, with your current battle power, how can you fight against the six of us? The Pang family's patriarch laughed. Many people came to a sudden realization. So Ha Zheng was injured. No wonder his battle prowess had been greatly reduced. We were going to take action in a few days, but since you've shown up today, we'll take action while we're at it. Ha Zheng, one advise you to tell us the entrance to the ancient barbaric realm. Otherwise, the HA family will disappear from Baron City from now on. Another leader of a force said coldly. Ha Zheng's expression was extremely dark. There was a traitor in his Ha family, and he had great power. Otherwise, he would not have known that he had entered the ancient Savage Baron realm and had been injured. If he was at his peak, he would not be afraid even if the six forces joined forces. They could suddenly appear next to Hamodi, catching him off guard. That was the law of time and space. Ha Zheng's gaze turned to bubbles with shock in his eyes. Is that so? Lu Ming exerted force in his palm and flowly energy surged into Hamodi's body, causing him to let out a shrill scream. Stop! Ha Zheng roared. Ha Zheng, are you going to kill these two little bastards or not? Mo Qingshan asked with a cold face. He was very upset. Not only did Lu Ming and Qiu Yu escape from his hands, but they had also taken control of Hamodi. He had lost face. Kill your mother's fart. Ha Jing cursed. How could he kill Hammerdy when he was already in Lu Ming's hands? Was he trying to kill Hammerdy? Mind your words. Mo Qingshan said with a cold face. Kid, let go of Murthy and he'll let you go. Ha Jing glared at Lu Ming. Let him go? If you let us into the ancient savage barren realm, I'll naturally let him go. Lu Ming said and retreated with Hamilton, away from Mo Qingshan, Ha Jing, and the rest. There are so many of us here, so we don't have to be afraid of you. Instantly, the scene became noisy, and many people cried out in dissatisfaction. Bush, bush. Suddenly, a terrifying sword light bloomed from Mo Qingshan's hand and shot into the crowd. Screams rang out as more than 10 experts were killed by the sword light. The crowd was shocked and retreated frantically, their eyes filled with fear. Whoever follows will end up like this. Mo Qingshan revealed a sinister smile. The powerhouses from the other forces also looked around with unfriendly eyes. The others' expressions were ugly, but they didn't dare to voice their anger. The difference in strength was too great, and talking too much would only lead to death. We can go now. Mo Qingshan's gaze swept towards Ha Jing. Let's go. Ha Jing nodded and stepped forward. Ha Jing, you're the only one from your Ha clan who's going? Mo Qingshan asked. I alone am enough. Ha Jing had his hands behind his back, looking like a powerful expert. Mo Qingshan and the other masters of the other forces had looks of suspicion in their eyes, but they did not say anything. The powerhouses from the 6 major forces, Lu Ming and Chuyue, left Barren City with Ha Jing. The others didn't dare to follow and could only watch. After flying for an hour, they stopped at a calm lake. The entrance to the ancient savage barren realm is here? Mo Qingshan asked doubtfully. It's just not time yet. One spent thousands of years before one found some clues in an ancient book. Just wait. After Ha Jing finished speaking, he stood above the lake and closed his eyes to rest. The others could only wait in silence. Soon, the sun set, and the afterglow shone on the earth. Voila! The calm surface of the lake suddenly became choppy, and all kinds of fish jumped on the surface of the lake. Go to the bottom of the lake. Ha Jing shouted and rushed to the bottom of the lake. The others quickly followed. As soon as he reached the bottom of the lake, he saw a black vortex. Many people's eyes lit up. Was this the entrance to the savage barren ancient realm? Ha Jing was the first to rush into the entrance of the ancient wilderness realm, and the others followed suit. Lu Ming followed the crowd and rushed into the entrance. The next moment, Lu Ming realized that he was standing on a large grassland. As far as the eye could see, it was a boundless grassland. It was vast and majestic, giving off a wild and ancient feeling. In the surroundings, Ha Jing and the powerhouses from the other 6 great factions were present. Above their heads, the vortex hung in the air like a dark moon. Was this the ancient savage barren realm? Many people looked around. Brat, can you give me my son now? Ha Jing looked at Lu Ming. What's the hurry? Lu Ming carried Hammerdy and flew away with Qiuyu. What are you doing? Why aren't you putting down the Murthy? Ha Jing roared, a hint of anxiety flashing in his eyes. If I let him go now, who knows if you'll kill me? Of course I'll let him go when we're far away. Lu Ming's voice was heard and he flew further and further away. Ha, so this is the savage barren ancient realm? Let's go. Let's go too. The other 6 forces all flew into the distance, as if they were afraid that their treasures would be taken away. It was said that the ancient savage barren realm was full of treasures. They naturally had to make the best use of their time to search for treasures. No one saw the flash of fear and anxiety in Ha Jing's eyes. Chapter 1855. Chapter 1855, Sudden Change, Arrested. Chapter 1855. Chapter 1855 Sudden Change, arrested Lu Ming only threw away Hamilton after flying 100 miles away. He and Qiuyu flew forward at top speed. At this distance, even if Ha Jing was about to attack, they could get Bubbles to open a space-time tunnel and escape. Seeing that Lu Ming had let go of Hammerdy, Ha Jing burst out with a terrifying speed and appeared beside Hammerdy. He grabbed Hammerdy and then retreated rapidly, rushing toward the vortex. Lu Ming naturally saw this scene. No, Ha Jing seems to be very afraid and wants to leave. Is there danger here? Lu Ming's expression changed at the thought of this. Let's go back. Lu Ming shouted and pulled Qiu Yu's hand, about to rush toward the vortex. Boom. At this moment, a battle axe appeared in the sky. It was extremely huge and it slashed down at Ha Jing. Damn it! Ha Jing roared, and a river of laws appeared. He punched out and sent the battle axe flying. However, at the same time, a huge hand as large as a mountain surrounded by a river of laws grabbed at Ha Jing. This was an emperor-to-be, and an emperor-to-be had made a move. Ha Jing waved his hand, and saint weapons flew out to block the hand while he charged toward the vortex. As he was already prepared, he was very close to the vortex. With a few flashes, he rushed near the vortex and rushed in, disappearing. At the same time that Ha Jing was attacked, Lu Ming and Qiu Yu were attacked as well. A huge mace was swung at Lu Ming and Qiu Yu with a terrifying aura. Absolute saint in the great circle. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. The attack of this mace was at least equivalent to the attack power of a perfected absolute saint. It was not something that they could fight against at the moment. Bubbles waved her small hands and the space-time law enveloped Lu Ming and the rest. Their figures flickered rapidly and they dodged the attack. At the same time, the other forces of the barren city were also attacked. The attackers were all very powerful and shocking. Not good, we've been tricked. Damn it, I've fallen for Ha Jing's vicious plan. Retreat, quickly retreat. The people of the 6 major forces roared loudly, wanting to retreat toward the vortex. However, a figure appeared in the sky. These figures were extremely burly and were at least 2 meters tall. They were all wearing animal skins, revealing their muscular arms. Some carried battle axes on their backs, while others carried maces, just like the people of the ancient tribes. However, each of them exuded an extremely terrifying aura. They were like giant beasts from the ancient times and were extremely shocking. Lu Ming sensed that most of them were absolute saints. A few of them were surrounded by the river of laws. They were emperor-to-be. Lu Ming's heart sank. He finally knew why Ha Jing had come in alone without bringing any experts from the HA family. It was obvious that Ha Jing had known about the situation here, so he immediately rushed toward the vortex after rescuing Hementi. It was too late for Lu Ming, Qiu Yu, and the rest to rush to the vortex. Who are you people? We have no ill intentions. Mo Qingshan's panicked voice rang out. These ancient barbarian-like people were too strong. They were no match for them at all. Take them down. A deep voice rang out. Those tall figures made their move, and terrifying attacks poured towards them. Especially those emperors-to-be, the river of laws condensed into a huge hand. With a grab, a large number of people were captured without any resistance. Boom. In the sky, a huge hand covered the sky and cast a huge shadow as it grabbed at Lu Ming and Qiu Yu. This was the attack of an emperor-to-be. Just now, Lu Ming and the others had displayed an amazing movement technique and attracted an emperor-to-be. Bubble, let's go! Lu Ming shouted. Leave it to me, chirp chirp. Bubbles waved her hands and a space-time tunnel was formed, leading directly to the vortex. Lu Ming and the rest rushed into the space-time tunnel and avoided the attack of the large hand. Just as they were about to rush into the space-time tunnel, a tall and burly figure suddenly appeared in front of the vortex. With a grab, the space-time tunnel collapsed and Lu Ming and the others were caught by the huge hand. Lu Ming felt a surge of powerful energy surge towards him, sealing his cultivation. A martial emperor powerhouse. I'm not going to die here, right? Lu Ming was extremely indignant. Immediately, his body went numb and his vision turned black. He fainted. Lu Ming did not know how long had passed before he woke up. Where was this place? Lu Ming looked around and realized that he was in a secret room. The walls of the secret room were made of a black metal and were as smooth as a mirror. Qiu Yu and Bubbles were lying not far away from him. Lu Ming circulated his saint energy and surged it into Qiu Yu and Bubbles' bodies. After a while, Qiuyu and Bubbles woke up one after another. Brother Lu Ming, where is this place? Chirpy. Pow Pow blinked her large eyes as she sized up her surroundings. I don't know. Lu Ming shook his head. He was thinking rapidly. Who were those people who looked like barbarians? Was this really the wild sacred region? It'll bring you guys out, said Bubbles. She then executed her space-time laws, causing ripples to appear in the void. She wanted to break through space and leave this place, but the surrounding walls suddenly glowed, causing Bubbles to almost crash into them. The bubble could travel through space, but it could not break through the walls on all sides. Let me do it. Lu Ming stepped forward and cast the prison-suppressing heavenly art, throwing a punch. Boom. The fist hit the wall, making a violent boom, but the wall did not move at all. It's so hard. Lu Ming was shocked. With his current combat strength, a full-force punch could probably smash a great saint weapon into pieces. However, this wall was completely undamaged. The laws of chaos. Space-time law. At this moment, a cry of surprise could be heard. It was an extremely shocked voice. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice. In the corner of the secret room, there was an extremely burly man. He was dressed in similar clothes to those who had brought them in. Lu Ming had seen this person earlier, but at that time, his attention was on Qiuyu and Bubbles and he did not pay attention to them. The burly man sized up Lu Ming and Bubbles, still looking surprised. After a while, he said, Guys, don't waste your energy. The walls here are made of wild black gold. They can isolate the saint power and are extremely strong. Unless you have the cultivation of a martial supreme, you can't break them. Wild black gold. Lu Ming muttered. He had never heard of such a metal. It actually required a martial supreme to break it. No wonder it did not move at all when he punched it just now. Senior, where is this place? Why did those people want to capture us? Lu Ming asked. Of course it's the ancient savage barren realm. You've come here on your own, so don't tell me you don't know what this place is. As for the people who captured you, they are naturally the desolate race from the savage barren ancient region. The burly man explained. Desolate race? You are from the desolate race? Qiuyu exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 1856, Desolate Race, Cage Battle Arena. Chapter 1856, Desolate Race, Cage Battle Arena. Oh? Young lady, have you heard of the Desolate Race? The burly man looked at Qiuyu in surprise. I once read about it in an ancient book that Master left behind. It is said that the Desolate Race is an extremely ancient race, but in RHE distant past, they had disappeared from the world. I never expected that they would be in the legendary savage barren ancient region. Qiuyu said, the young lady is right. The Desolate Race has been in seclusion for a very long time. They have been living in seclusion in the ancient savage barren realm. One never expected that you would be able to find your way in. From what one knows, it has been a very long time since any outsiders have entered. The burly man said. The bodies of the Desolate Race were all extremely burly, and they were very different from ordinary people. Hence, it was needless to say that the burly man knew that Lu Ming and company had entered from the outside. Senior, where is this place? Lu Ming asked again. The Cage Battle Arena. The burly man said. What's a cage battle arena? Lu Ming frowned. The burly man explained patiently. The Desolate Race was hidden in the ancient wilderness realm and outsiders did not know about it. Lu Ming and company had barged in rashly, so they would naturally be captured. And this place was a huge cage battle arena of the Desolate Race. The people locked up here had committed grave crimes or were slaves. They had to participate in a death match, fight with other slaves, fight with ferocious beasts, and fight with the Desolate Race experts who came here to train. The Desolate Race loved to battle, so a death match would attract countless members of RHE Desolate Race to watch. Lu Ming understood. They were captured and directly treated as slaves to participate in the death match for the Desolate Race to watch. As for the burly man, because of Fangua's great crime, he had also become a slave and had to participate in a life and death battle. The death match in the cage battle arena is usually a battle between those of the same level. As long as you win 100 battles in a row, you'll be able to obtain freedom and leave this place. You and that little doll control the laws of chaos and the laws of time and space, so you definitely have a chance of winning 100 battles. The burly man explained. Win 2 matches in a row and you'll be free. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. As long as they could regain their freedom, they would have a chance. Of course, the desolate race loves to fight, and they respect people with strong combat strength the most. The burly man said. He then looked at the innermost wall and said, when the death match begins, that wall will appear. This is also a chance for us deathmatch fighters to observe other people's combat strength. Next, Lu Ming and the rest chatted with the burly man for a while. It was the first time the burly man had met an outsider and he was rather enthusiastic. He told them everything he knew, allowing Lu Ming and the rest to have a better understanding of the place. After an unknown amount of time, the inner wall of the secret room suddenly glowed, and then a massive image appeared. It was an enormous cage battle arena that was extremely wide. Surrounding the cage battle arena were rows of spectator stands that were filled with people. All of them were burly desolate race members. Even the women were more than 2 meters tall. They were burly, with the backs of tigers and waists of bears. They were filled with strength. A deafening howl could be heard through the screen. Even sound could be heard from this scene. It was truly amazing. However, the experts in the world of martial Tao controlled the laws of heaven and earth. Laws were the foundation of the world, so no matter how wondrous things were, they could create them. It was not surprising. The cage battle had begun. A roar sounded out, and an enormous fierce beast walked out of a large door on the side of the cage battle arena. This was a tiger-shaped ferocious beast, but its entire body was covered in pitch-black scales. Its fangs were like swords, and it looked extremely ferocious. This is a wild mutant, Lu Ming muttered. These beasts looked very ancient and were rarely seen in the outside world. They could only be found in the ancient wildlands. Meanwhile, a figure walked out of a large door on the other side of the cage battle arena. Mo Qingshan. Lu Ming, Qiu Yu, and Bubbles' hearts were moved. The person who walked out was actually Mo Qingshan. This person came in from the outside with you, right? The burly man asked. That's right. This person is very strong. He's in the great circle of the absolute saint realm. Aren't you afraid that he'll take the opportunity to escape if you let him out like this? Lu Ming asked. Escape? There are no less than 5 martial sovereigns guarding this cage battle arena, and if he were to escape, only death would await him as he would be instantly killed. The burly man said in disdain. 5 martial sovereigns? Lu Ming drew in a breath of cold air. The strength of the desolate race was truly extraordinary. It was only a cage battle arena, yet it was actually not inferior to 5 martial emperors overseeing it. It was truly terrifying. Mo Qingshan's expression was extremely ugly. Initially, he had brought the experts of the Mo clan into the savage barren ancient realm in search of treasures. However, he did not expect to be ambushed the moment he entered and be captured to this place. He was also told that he would only be free if he won 100 battles in a row. At this moment, Mo Qingshan's heart sank. This was because the beast he was facing had an extremely terrifying aura. Without a doubt, it was also in the great circle of the absolute saint realm, and it was a wild mutant. Its battle power was hard to predict. The ferocious beast roared and pounced towards Mo Qingshan. Its 4 limbs stomped on the ground, causing the earth to rumble. Kill! Mo Qingshan also let out a roar as he unsheathed his sword. A terrifying sword light cut through the void and slashed towards the ferocious beast. The ferocious beast's roar was like thunder. That roar actually formed a terrifying sound wave that destroyed the sword light. At the same time, it extended its huge claw and shattered the sword light. Mo Qingshan's expression was grave as he soared into the sky. Endless sword light poured down from the sky and slashed at the ferocious beast. However, most of the sword light was destroyed by the ferocious beast. A few sword lights slashed at the body of the ferocious beast and actually produced the sound of metal clashing and sparks flying in all directions. Mo Qingshan's sword light was actually unable to break through the defense of the ferocious beast. It only left a few sword marks on its scales. The ferocious beast broke through the sword light and pounced towards Mo Qingshan. With a swipe of its claw, it sent Mo Qingshan flying. Mo Qingshan continued to retreat, his face a little pale. The ferocious beast revealed a malevolent expression and continued to pounce towards Mo Qingshan. Mo Qingshan was no match for the ferocious beast. The two of them exchanged dozens of moves in a row. Mo Qingshan was completely at a disadvantage. There was one time when his body was almost torn apart. He managed to dodge the attack by a hair's breadth, but he was also seriously injured. This old master won't play with you anymore. Mo Qingshan let out a loud roar as his figure soared into the sky. He actually wanted to break through the sky above the cage battle arena and escape. However, at this moment, a huge palm formed in the sky above the cage battle arena and pressed down on Mo Qingshan. No, Mo Qingshan roared. However, under the giant palm, it was difficult for him to escape and he was sent flying out of the arena. The ferocious beast roared and seized the opportunity to grab Mo Qingshan. It tore Mo Qingshan into pieces with all its might and swallowed him in one gulp. You fled the cage battle arena without thinking. Kill without mercy. Kill. An imposing voice sounded out in the sky above RHE cage battle arena. At this moment, in the other secret rooms, the people from the Imperial City who had entered with Lu Ming and the others naturally saw everything that had happened in the cage battle arena. Their faces were extremely pale. Next, they would have to face the same scene. How was it possible to win Lu battles in a row? He didn't expect that the ancient savage barren realm wasn't a land of treasure, but hell. It's ale because of that Ha Zheng. Many people were secretly resentful. They finally understood why Ha Zheng had come in alone without bringing anyone from the HA clan. Chapter 1857. The Desolate Races Combat Strength. Chapter 1857. The Desolate Races Combat Strength. Next, the death match continued. The second person to go up was also an outsider. He was the leader of another of the 6 forces in Barren City. He was also an absolute saint in the Great Circle. This time, he was facing a Desolate Race member in the perfected Absolute Saint realm. However, the Desolate Race's combat strength was slightly stronger than the beast from before. After a dozen moves, the leader of the faction was killed. After that, almost all the people who went up were outsiders. It seemed like the Desolate Race was very curious about the outsiders and wanted to see how strong they were. However, more than a dozen people went up in a row, and none of them won a single round. They were all killed. Lu Ming realized that be it the Desolate Race or the ferocious beasts, their combat strength was very high. In a battle of the same level, they could completely suppress RHE martial arts experts from the outside world. The Desolate Race seems to have extremely strong bodies. The laws they use are also related to strength. They have infinite strength. They are indeed a race that loves to fight. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. After that, there were more than a dozen battles. Without exception, there were no winners among the outsiders and they were all killed. The remaining outsiders were in despair. They couldn't even win a single battle, let alone winning 100 in a row. This was completely impossible. At this moment, the light on the wall dimmed. The day's cage battle ended, and it continued on the second day. That night, Lu Ming, Bubbles, and Qiu Yu sat cross-legged and cultivated in silence. The three of them had no fear of fighting at the same level, and they believed that they would win 100 battles in a row. The next day, the death match continued. The ones who went up were still outsiders, but the outcome was the same as yesterday. Almost all of them were killed. One person wanted to escape, but he was mercilessly killed by the Desolate Race's experts. On the third day, there was finally a Heaven's favorite with profound battle prowess who won a round. For the next 10 days, the death match did not stop. Every day, the cage battle arena was filled to the brim. It was clear how fanatical the Desolate Race was towards battle. Hundreds of people from Barren City had died in battle. But there were few victors. Even if they won, they would have to participate in the second and third death match the next day. The later the battle, the stronger the battle prowess. Therefore, almost no one could win 10 battles in a row, let alone 100. The outsiders' combat power is actually so weak? They are indeed very weak. My desolate race is the true battle race of the world. The outsiders can't even withstand a single blow. During this period of time, waves of such voices sounded out in the surroundings of the cage battle arena. In the past 10 days, it was not Lu Ming's turn. Time flew by and another 10 days passed. On the 21st day, the group of them came to Lu Ming's secret chamber. You, go out and fight to the death. One of the brawny men pointed at Lu Ming. Is it finally my turn? Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. He wanted to see if the desolate race would really give him his freedom after winning 100 battles. Brother Lu Ming, you can do it. Brother Lu Ming will definitely win. Bubbles waved her small fists and cheered for Lu Ming. Lu Ming touched Bubbles' small head. Be careful. Chiu Yu muttered after some thought. Don't worry. Lu Ming smiled and then left with the desolate race. After that, Lu Ming walked along a passageway and entered the cage battle arena. Only when they truly stepped into the cage battle arena did they feel the magnificence of the arena. The surrounding grandstands within a radius of 100 miles were filled with people, and there were at least over 1 million people. The desolate race's strength has probably exceeded our imagination. Lu Ming looked around and was secretly shocked. It seemed that the Yuan continent was not as simple as it looked. Just like Yuan Mountain, on the surface, there were only 9 sacred lands. The powerful forces within the 9 sacred lands were extremely powerful. The forces outside the 9 sacred lands were all ordinary emperor-level forces, and their strength was not very strong. However, no one knew that in this isolated land, there was an ancient race, the desolate race, living in seclusion. They were so powerful that they probably surpassed many of the powerful factions in the Holy Lands. Lu Ming sized up his surroundings, and the surrounding desolate race members were also sizing him up. This person is so young. What is his cultivation level? One just reported that it's a duel between great sages. This means that this person has the cultivation of great sages. He's such a young great sage. It seems that he's a heaven's favorite from the outside world. One wonder how strong he is? On the grandstand, the members of the desolate race were in a heated discussion. With a loud roar, a huge beast rushed out of a door. This ferocious beast had the shape of a tiger. Its entire body was covered with scales. It was exactly the same as the ferocious beast that Mo Qingshan had fought with previously. It was obviously of the same race, but its cultivation was in the Great Sage Great Mastery realm. The beast roared and pounced at Lu Ming the moment it saw him. Lu Ming's palm glowed. Holy power surged and condensed into a long spear. Lu Ming stomped on the ground and the ground trembled. Lai dashed out like a bolt of lightning at an astonishing speed. He approached the beast in an instant and thrust his spear forward. The spear was like a flash of lightning as it pierced towards the beast's head. Blood splattered everywhere, accompanied by the roar of the beast. The beast's head was pierced by Lu Ming and nailed to the ground. The entire place fell silent, then burst into loud cheers. In one move, he killed a fierce beast of the same level. His speed was like lightning. What shocking battle strength! He killed a tiger-scale beast of the same level with one move. No wonder he's reached the Great Saint realm at such a young age. He must be a genius from the outside world. Someone from the outside world has finally appeared. At that moment, a desolate race expert entered the scene and dragged away the corpse of the tiger-scale beast. Do you choose to continue or rest and fight another day? A burly man with a battle axe on his back stood in the sky and looked at Lu Ming. Eight again. Lu Ming answered without hesitation. All right. The burly man nodded and left. Not long after, a figure stepped out of a large door and walked into the cage battle arena. This person looked to be in his 50s. Lai was wearing a piece of animal skin and his upper body was naked, revealing his strong muscles. This was an expert of the desolate race, and his cultivation level was also at the Great Sage realm. However, he looked at Lu Ming with a grave expression. As soon as he stepped into the field, A huge mace appeared in his hand and he stared at Lu Ming cautiously. Lu Ming had just killed a tiger scale beast of the same level with one move. His combat strength was definitely shocking. Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward and charged at the man. The saint energy in his hand condensed into a long spear that was 1,000 meters long and he whipped it at the man. The burly man from the desolate race roared as his muscles bulged. Powerful energy surged into his mace as it came crashing down on Lu Ming. However, as the long spear swept past, the man screamed and his body was sent flying like a cannonball. He flew for thousands of meters before he stopped and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Lu Ming had shown mercy. Otherwise, this person would have been dead. "You've lost," Lu Ming said indifferently. He then looked up into the sky and said /nextol. The crowd burst into an uproar. He had been defeated in one move again. "All right." A voice came from the sky. As the person from before retreated, another desolate race expert walked out. However, just like before, he was defeated by Lu Ming in one move. Chapter 1858, Chapter 1858, Chapter 1858, Invincible. Chapter 1858, Chapter 1858 Invincible. After that, Lu Ming activated his crushing mode. Everyone who went to battle, be it beasts or desolate race experts, were all defeated by Lu Ming in one move. To Lu Ming, he felt no pressure at all when he was at the same level. It was not a challenge at all. Within a short period of time, Lu Ming had won 19 matches in a row. He's so strong. This person's combat strength is truly shocking. It feels like he's unfathomable. Not bad. The surrounding desolate race members did not feel dejected or angry because of the desolate race expert's defeat. Instead, they became more and more excited. On the grandstand at the highest point, a few powerful desolate race existences were also nodding their heads. This outsider's combat strength is pretty good. "Let Desolate Blade try," one of them said. Not long after, a figure entered the cage battle arena. This person looked very young, about the same age as Lu Ming. He was extremely burly, at least 2'5" or 2'6" meters tall, much taller than Lu Ming. The muscles on his body bulged as if he was filled with infinite power. "It's Desolate Blade." Desolate Blade has made his move. Desolate Blade has already won 30 matches in a row. I wonder if he can stop this outsider. Wang Lin has a low-class celestial spiritual body. He might be able to fight. Upon seeing this youth, even more members of the desolate race became excited as they looked forward to the next battle. "Kid, you're very strong, but your winning streak has come to an end after meeting me." Baron Blade held a huge axe and looked at Lu Ming with a fighting spirit. "Make your move," Lu Ming said calmly. He was still holding the long spear that was condensed by holy power. "Arrogant, take this," Baron Blade shouted and charged at Lu Ming with his battle axe. He stomped on the ground and charged at Lu Ming like a wild beast. When he was not far from Lu Ming, he rushed into the sky and looked down. The giant axe chopped down at Lu Ming with great force. The aura was shocking. Inferior celestial spiritual body? It's just a law. It's just an ordinary law of strength. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he swept the long spear out. Thump. There was a loud boom. Just like Lu Ming's previous opponent, Desolate Blade was sent flying like a cannonball. He only stopped when he reached the edge of the cage battle arena. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and looked at Lu Ming in shock. He felt that Lu Ming's power was unfathomable and he was completely invincible. "Thank you for showing mercy." Baron Blade cupped his fists and left. He had lost and there was no need to fight. Another move. I'm afraid this person also has a heavenly spiritual body, and his level is even higher. One wonder if this person can win 100 consecutive victories. Lu Ming had defeated Desolate Blade in one move. Everyone knew that they had underestimated Lu Ming. Many people were looking forward to seeing if Lu Ming could achieve a 100-win streak. It was not easy to obtain a 100-win streak. Those who could do so were the rare elites of the desolate race. "Fight again." Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand, his fighting spirit soaring. His voice spread throughout the entire area. The next person to fight was not as powerful as Baron Blade, so Lu Ming won easily. Lu Ming launched his crazy winning streak mode. Moreover, he only needed one move for each battle. He gave off an unfathomable feeling. No one knew how strong Lu Ming's combat strength was. 30 wins, 40 wins, 50 wins. Very soon, Lu Ming had achieved a 90-win streak. At this moment, an expert descended from the sky and looked at Lu Ming. "Kid, what's your name?" "Lu Ming." Lu Ming answered. "Lu Ming, very good. Your combat strength is very strong, and you are worthy of the desolate race's respect. However, let's end today's battle here." There are only a limited number of great sage, great mastery experts here today. We will need time to arrange them. The next 10 battles will be fought in 2 days. The desolate race expert said. "All right." Lu Ming nodded. The further they went, the stronger the enemies they would face. It was normal for the other party to send stronger great sages. However, Lu Ming was not afraid. He had yet to meet his match in a battle of the same level. After that, Lu Ming returned to the secret chamber. The battle for the day had come to an end. On the second day, it was not Lu Ming's turn to fight but Bubbles. When Bubbles entered the arena, everyone was a little stunned. It was unknown if it was due to a problem with Bubbles' constitution or something else, but she had never grown up. She always looked the same as when she had just transformed, 2 or 3 years old, pink and tender. Lu Ming guessed that it might be because the growth period of the top 10 beasts was longer. A 2 to 3-year-old little girl was truly a sight to behold. However, upon knowing that Bubbles' cultivation base had also reached the Great Sage realm, everyone's lips twitched. A 2 or 3-year-old little girl actually had the cultivation of a Great Sage. No, she doesn't seem to be a human, but a demon. Demons? Even if you're a demon, you're still so young after taking on human form. You're not that old, are you? That's true. I wonder what kind of combat strength he has. As the people around them discussed, the battle began. In the next moment, the battle ended. The entire place was silent. Many people did not even see how the battle had ended. Bubbles had only spat out a bubble and her opponent had been sent flying with heavy injuries. "I want to continue fighting." Bubbles' tender voice reverberated throughout the entire area. For the rest of the battle, the entire arena could only be described as silent. Bubbles was the same as Lu Ming the day before. She unleashed her crushing mode and was even faster than Lu Ming. No matter who it was, Bubbles only had toot and wave her little hands, and the other party would be sent flying with heavy injuries. Not long after, Bubbles also achieved a 90-win streak. At this point, they had to stop and fight another day. As the bubble had only used a very short amount of time, today's battle continued. After that, Qiuyu appeared. It was already shocking that Qiuyu had reached the great saint perfection at her age, but the following battle was even more shocking. Sweep, another sweep. Qiuyu had also won 90 consecutive battles before ending the battle. For the next 2 days, Lu Ming, Bubbles, and Qiuyu did not participate in the battle. Instead, it was the others' battle. 2 days later, Lu Ming finally welcomed his 91st battle. The desolate race had prepared for a few days, and the experts they sent out were indeed stronger. However, to Lu Ming, there was no difference in a battle between those of the same level, unless they were the children of God. It was still a sweep. 91 consecutive wins, 92 consecutive wins, 93 consecutive wins. Soon, it was 99 consecutive wins. During the 100th battle, the desolate race finally sent out a heavyweight figure. This person was a young elite of the desolate race. His spiritual body had reached a high-grade heavenly spiritual body, and his strength was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming realized that the combat strength of the desolate race, under the same conditions as the spirit body, was much stronger than the elites of the outside world. For example, this elite had a high-tier celestial spiritual body. His laws were not the laws of the king's path. His talent was comparable to the Xinyuan Empire's crown prince, Ouyang Wudao. If the two of them were at the same realm, the desolate race member would definitely be stronger. However, To Lu Ming, he was no different from the other people. He was still easily defeated by Lu Ming. 100 consecutive wins. The crowd cheered. It wasn't easy to achieve 100 consecutive victories. He didn't expect that an outsider would be able to achieve it. Chapter 1859, Chapter 1859. Cross, Level 100, Win Streak. Chapter 1859. Cross Level 100 Win Streak. High up in the cage battle arena, a few desolate race experts looked at Lu Ming with surprise in their eyes. He's very strong, and no one of the same rank can match him. I suggest that we let him cross levels and see his combat strength. He might be of great help to our desolate race. You mean that matter? How was that possible? Not even the strongest paragons of our desolate race have been able to complete it, so how can an outsider do it? How would you know if you don't try? Let's report this and see what the patriarchs think. A few desolate race experts were discussing. After that, a person stepped down from the sky and landed in the arena. Senior, now that I've won 100 matches in a row, can I obtain my freedom? Lu Ming looked at the desolate race expert. We can't. The desolate race expert shook his head. Lu Ming's expression changed. Senior, one heard that the desolate race has a rule. As long as you win 100 matches in a row, you can obtain freedom. Are the desolate race going back on their word? At the scene, the others were also surprised. Indeed, as long as they won 100 rounds, be it slaves, beasts, or anyone else, they would obtain their freedom. This was a rule passed down through the generations of the desolate race. Why was the desolate race expert saying that it was not possible? That rule only applies to the beings of the ancient savage barren realm. You are outsiders, so the conditions are even higher. If you can cross realms and win 100 consecutive victories, you will be free. The desolate race expert said. Cross level 100 win streak? I agree. Lu Ming clenched his fists and returned to the secret room. 100 win streak? Everyone in the stands was shocked. Then, they revealed looks of anticipation. Since ancient times, not many people had been able to achieve a cross-realm 100 win streak. Those who could achieve it were all Peerless Heaven's favorites who later became peerless powerhouses. Would this outsider be able to complete it? After Lu Ming returned, it was Bubbles and Qiu Yu's turn. Without exception, Bubbles and Qiu Yu also successfully obtained 100 consecutive wins. However, they did not regain their freedom. Instead, they continued to return to the secret chamber. In an ancient castle within the desolate race, a group of terrifying experts were discussing matters. I didn't expect that there would be 3 terrifying geniuses among the outsiders. One of them has mastered the laws of chaos, one has mastered the laws of space and time, and the last one has a king body and is also very strong. Perhaps I can use the help of these outsiders to complete that matter. I'm afraid that's impossible. In the past generations, there have been no lack of king physiques in our clan, but no one has been able to complete it. The other 2 are the children of God, so there might be hope. That little girl is too young. Although the space-time law is wonderful, it's not powerful enough. I'm afraid it won't work either. On the other hand, the young man named Lu Ming has mastered the chaos law. He might have a chance. Well, then let's let that young man cross levels and fight. Let's see what level his combat power has reached before we make a decision. The desolate race experts were discussing matters, but Lu Ming was completely unaware. At this moment, Lu Ming was a little worried. He and Bubbles should be able to achieve 100 consecutive victories if they were to fight across levels unless the other party also had a child of heaven. If not, they would have no problem. He was worried about Qiu Yu. Although Qiu Yu's combat strength was very strong, the desolate race was a race that loved to battle. At the same level of combat strength, they were stronger than outsiders. What if the desolate race also had a king physique? Qiu Yu would be in danger. Furthermore, Qiu Yu's cultivation was at the great circle of the Supreme Saint realm. She could fight an absolute saint? The difference between an absolute saint and a supreme saint was huge. This was the difference between a large realm and not something that a small realm could compare to. After a long while, Lu Ming heaved a long sigh. There was no point in worrying now. He could only take one step at a time. On the second day, Lu Ming's cross-level battle began. The cage battle arena was even more crowded. An outsider was about to engage in a cross-realm battle, which caused a huge uproar and attracted countless people to watch. Boom, boom, boom. The earth rumbled. Lu Ming's first cross-level battle was against a terrifying beast. It was a 10-meter-tall bear covered in scales. Its cultivation was at the peak of the Supreme Saint realm. However, Lu Ming still only used one move to send the giant bear flying more than 10,000 meters away. His combat strength is indeed amazing. Even if his cultivation is one level higher, he can't even withstand a single blow. He's definitely not Lu Ming's match in the beginning. We'll have to wait and see. Later on, there will be geniuses at the peak of the Great Sage realm. That's when the battle will be intense. Since Lu Ming was able to win 100 consecutive battles at the same level, he naturally had the ability to fight above his level. Ordinary peak great saints were no match for Lu Ming. If they wanted to watch, they would have to watch the battle between Lu Ming and the Supreme Saints at the peak of the Great Saint realm. The crushing continued. Following that, Lu Ming continued to crush them with a sweeping momentum. 10 consecutive wins, 20 consecutive wins. Very soon, Lu Ming had achieved 80 consecutive victories. Starting from the 8th consecutive victory, there were a few heaven's favorites. There were those with the heavenly spiritual body, those with powerful divine arts, and even beasts with terrifying bloodlines. However, without any exception, they were all crushed by Lu Ming. 90 consecutive wins, 95 consecutive wins, 99 consecutive wins. It was unstoppable. In the 100th battle of the cross-level battle, the desolate race sent out a terrifying beast. This beast's physique was terrifyingly strong, but it was still easily defeated by Lu Ming. Cross-level battle, 100 consecutive wins. The scene was in an uproar. A 100-win streak across levels was born. Moreover, it seemed that Lu Ming was very relaxed and did not use much effort. How could he be so strong? The surrounding spectators were extremely shocked. Such experts were rare in the desolate race's history. It was shocking that there was such a genius among the outsiders. "Senior, can I regain my freedom?" Lu Ming raised his head and looked at the desolate race expert in the sky. "Sure." The desolate race expert nodded and then changed the topic. "However, I'll give you a choice. Do you accept?" "What choice?" Lu Ming asked. "I know that the lady called Chiu Yu and the little girl called Bubbles are your friends. The choice is clear. You can give them this opportunity and they will be free without fighting. However, you must continue to challenge." The desolate race expert spoke. "You want to continue the challenge?" Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. "That's right. You can fight 2 levels above you and fight with a great saint in the Great Circle. If you can fight 2 levels above you and win 100 consecutive victories, you can also regain your freedom," the desolate race expert said. His words caused an uproar. Crossing 2 levels and obtaining 100 consecutive victories? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. That's right. That's impossible. No one can do it unless those 2 levels higher are all ordinary people. In the history of the desolate race, no one has ever been able to do it. And this time, it's even more impossible. Don't forget that our desolate race's #1 genius is currently in the great circle of the great sage realm. This person probably won't agree, right? It was almost impossible for a Heaven's Pride expert to win 100 consecutive victories if he or she was 2 levels higher. However, to everyone's surprise, Lu Ming nodded his head and his voice spread throughout the entire venue. Alright, I agree. Chapter 1860? Chapter 1860, Desolate Race Royal Body. Lu Ming agreed without hesitation. Compared to Qiu Yu, he was more confident of winning. Good, you're bold. Now, 111 ask someone to release your 2 friends. The expert from the desolate race laughed and looked at Lu Ming with a look of admiration. Not long after, Qiu Yu and Bubbles walked out of a door. Take these 2 entry tokens. No one will touch you when you walk around the ancient savage barren realm in the future. 2 tokens appeared in the hands of the desolate race experts and they flew towards Qiu Yu and Bubbles. Brother Lu Ming, all the best. Hit them, Chirpy. Bubbles waved her small fists and cheered for Lu Ming. She then climbed onto Qiu Yu's shoulder. Qiu Yu took the token and cast a complicated look at Lu Ming before flying to the stands at the side. Lu Ming, are you going to challenge me now or do you need to recover first? The desolate race expert asked. There's no need to recover. Let's fight now. Lu Ming said. If he wanted to fight, then he should end it quickly and win the 100-game winning streak in one go. Alright, you're confident. Great sage in the great circle, who wants to try? The desolate race experts looked around the grandstand. I'll fight him. A figure stood up from the stands and stepped out, landing in the arena. The aura from his body was that of a perfected supreme saint. This person was very young and was a few heads taller than Lu Ming. 2 giant hammers appeared in his hands, which looked like 2 water tanks. Typically, those who entered the cage battle arena's 4th beta were either fierce beasts or slaves. And those who flew down from the stands were desolate race experts who had come here to train. It's a wasteland. One didn't expect him to be up in the first round. The desolate land has a superior grade heaven spiritual body. It's one of the top geniuses among the younger generation of our clan. Many people's eyes lit up when they saw this young man. They didn't expect that there would be such an important scene in the first round. Good, then you guys can fight to your heart's content. This old master won't disturb you any longer. The desolate race expert stepped into the air and left. Come on, show me your true ability and let me see your strength. Huang Di raised his 2 big hammers and smashed them against each other, making a loud sound. His eyes were full of strong fighting intent. Lu Ming's combat strength was rare even in the desolate race. The desolate race loved to fight, so they were naturally delighted to see him. Then let's see if you have the ability to do so. Lu Ming said. His body glowed, and holy weapons flew out of his acupoints. More than 100 holy weapons were floating around Lu Ming. Sealing a holy weapon in your body. What a wondrous ability. Don't be useless. The desolate man grinned and took a step forward. He was like a cannonball as he charged towards Lu Ming. The 2 big hammers were smashing towards Lu Ming like a storm. Back then, Tian Shui had also used a hammer, but its power could not be compared to the desolate land. The giant hammer fell and a terrifying howl was heard in the sky. The air was compressed and brought with it a terrifying storm that came crushing toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming held an absolute holy weapon in his hand. The holy power in his body whistled and he slashed out. The terrifying wave of air was directly split into 2. Clang, clang. The battle sword and the giant hammer of the desolate land collided fiercely, creating a violent wind that swept in all directions. Huang Di's body trembled, and his burly body was forced to retreat. He only managed to stabilize himself after taking more than 10 steps back. A high-grade heavenly spiritual body. The desolate race is indeed an ancient race. They really have many geniuses. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. It had not been long, but among the desolate race elites that Lu Ming had encountered, there were already 3 people with superior-grade heavenly spiritual bodies. This was extremely shocking. In the outside world, a superior-grade heavenly spiritual body was definitely a top elite, an existence that was only second to a monarch body. Without the king physique, who could compete with him? But in the desolate race, they had encountered one after another. However, he didn't know that the wasteland was even more shocked. He was a top genius of the desolate race. Among his peers, he did not have many opponents. Now, with his cultivation being 2 levels higher, he was actually being forced into a disadvantage by Lu Ming. Amazing again! The barren land raised 2 big hammers and stomped on the ground, crushing toward Lu Ming like a mountain. Buzz! Buzz! Lu Ming's sword was like the wind, slashing out continuously and colliding with the sledgehammer in the wasteland. Sparks flew everywhere as the 2 of them clashed for more than a dozen times. Every time they clashed, desolate land was forced to take a few steps back. After a dozen times, he had already retreated a great distance. His face was pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. I'm done, one admit defeat. Desolate man picked up his hammer, turned around and ran away, shouting that he admitted defeat. He realized that Lu Ming's strength completely crushed his. There was no need to continue fighting. Even the desolate land was defeated. Could it be that this person can really cross 2 levels and win Lu consecutive victories? He can't even defeat a desolate land. There aren't many people in the great sage perfection realm who can be his opponent. This level of combat strength is truly shocking. Many people exclaimed. And on the highest grandstand, a few desolate race experts' eyes lit up. Who else wants to fight? Lu Ming's gaze swept the surroundings. I'll do it. Lu Ming had just finished speaking when a voice was heard. Then, a burly figure soared into the sky and landed in the arena. He was also a young man, and his body was even more burly than Wasteland's. He stood there like a mountain, giving off a sense of pride. This was an undefeatable belief. Desolate power, it's the desolate power. Desolate power has already made his move. I thought he was going to stay until the end. Can the number 1 prodigy of the younger generation defeat Lu Ming? Many people even stood up from their seats and shouted excitedly when they saw the young man. The number 1 genius among the desolate race's younger generation? Lu Ming spoke. He was surrounded by sounds and naturally heard it. Lu Ming, if you defeat me, you don't have to fight anymore. I'll count it as a 100-win streak. Desolate said. Everyone nodded their heads. That was indeed the case. Within the great sage full circle, desolate power was an invincible existence. If he was no match for it, then the subsequent battles would be meaningless. There was no need to talk about Lu consecutive wins. Any number of consecutive wins could be achieved. Good, just what I want. Lu Ming said. He also wanted to see the combat strength of the number 1 genius of the desolate race. Bang! Desolate took a step forward. It was as if an ancient beast was walking, causing the ground to shake. Bang! Bang! Following that, Desolate Li continued to step forward. With every step, the ground would shake. His aura became stronger and stronger. His muscles bulged and he was filled with explosive power. Finally, the desolate power was not too far away from Lu Ming. It threw a punch at him. He punched with his bare hand, but the vibration that erupted was even more intense than when the wasteland swung the giant hammer. Lu Ming was not afraid at all. He also threw a punch at the desolate power. Lu Ming is going to fight the desolate power head-on? In a direct confrontation, no one is a match for desolate power at the same level. Moreover, Lu Ming's cultivation is 2 levels lower. He probably doesn't know the power of desolate power. On the grandstand, many thoughts flashed through the minds of the crowd. Lu Ming's fist and the desolate power's fist collided fiercely. One just have a few more tricks up my sleeve. I might not be able to defeat you in a head-on collision. You let me win. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, Win is life and death battle, who wants to fight me head-on? But we'll fight again in the future. Next time, I'll definitely win. Desolate Li's eyes were filled with battle intent. All right, let's fight again if there's a chance. Lu Ming smiled. He realized that these desolate race people were not bad. They were all very straightforward and did not have many schemes. At that moment, the desolate race expert stepped down from the sky and landed in front of Lu Ming. Since you have crossed 2 levels and defeated desolate power, no one in the Great Sage Full Circle is your match. You are free. A token appeared in the desolate race expert's hand and he threw it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it and revealed a look of joy. He was finally free. Now he could search for berserker crystals in the ancient wilderness realm. Lu Ming, the elders of the desolate race want to see you. At that moment, the desolate race expert spoke again. The desolate race's elder wants to see me? Lu Ming was stunned. That's right, I need your help. The desolate race expert nodded. This sentence was said through a voice transmission, so no one else could hear it. Since Senior has invited me, I will definitely meet you. Lu Ming nodded his head and agreed without hesitation. Alright, come with me. Desolate, you too. The desolate race experts flew towards the sky above the cage battle arena. Lu Ming, Desolate Li, Chiu Yu and Bubbles, who were in the grandstand, followed them. They flew out of the cage battle arena and headed north. It's so spectacular. It had been a while since he came here. This was the first time Lu Ming left the cage battle arena. He looked around. This was an ancient city. There were all kinds of ancient buildings in the city. They were majestic, tall, and vast. One could not see the end of them. The city was filled with people from the desolate race, and there was an endless stream of them. Not long after, they arrived at a grand building and entered a large hall. In the hall, there were a few burly, white-haired old men. These old men didn't seem to have any aura at all, and they looked like ordinary old men. Greetings, clan elders. The desolate race experts and Desolate Li bowed to the few elders. No need to be so polite. The old man in the middle raised his hand slightly and looked at Lu Ming with a look of admiration. You are Lu Ming? I just heard the news that you defeated Desolate Power. You are 2 levels above Desolate Power. This is the first time I've seen someone with such combat strength in my life. Senior is too kind, Junior was just lucky. Lu Ming said humbly. The few elders chuckled but did not comment. Little fellow, my desolate race has a matter that we need your help with. The old man in the middle continued. You need my help. However, this junior's strength is too weak. Lu Ming was stunned. He had never expected that the desolate race elder would look for him to ask for his help. However, he was only at the Great Saint realm. There were probably a lot of people in the desolate race who were stronger than him, so what could they possibly need his help with? The old man smiled. Come with me and you'll know. Desolately, you kids, come at me together. With that said, the few elders walked out. Desolate Li and the desolate race experts followed. Lu Ming hesitated for a moment before following them with Chiu Bubbles. Soon they arrived at a secret place. There was a stone wall in front of them. Under the stone wall, there were 3 ancient altars. They seemed to have been there for countless years. In front of them, there were 3 ancient bluestone roads that led to the 3 altars, each of which was about 1,000 meters away. Chapter 1862. Chapter 1862. Chapter 1862 Ancient Road, Lu Ming. The thing we need your help with isn't complicated. We just need you to approach an altar from here and activate it. A desolate race elder said. Approach the altar? Are there any obstacles on this road? Lu Ming asked. The clan elder nodded and said, these 3 altars were left behind by the desolate race's ancestors. Legend has it that they contain the desolate race's supreme treasures. They are related to the rise and fall of the desolate race. Unfortunately, for countless years, no one has been able to approach the altars and activate them to obtain the desolate race's supreme treasures. Every path is filled with terrifying pressure. The stronger one's cultivation is, the stronger the pressure will be. That's why only heaven's favorites can take this path. The elder explained. So that was the case. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. It was no wonder the desolate race wanted his help. The cage battle earlier was probably a test for him. Otherwise, he would have regained his freedom after obtaining 100 victories. Clan Elder, I want to try again. Desolately said. Alright, let's go and try. The elder nodded. Desolately stepped forward, heading towards the ancient path on the far left. Thump. The moment he stepped onto the ancient limestone road, the heavens and earth seemed to rumble. The desolate power's step felt as heavy as a mountain. Desolately's body trembled slightly. Then, he stood up straight and continued to walk forward. Thump. Another explosion sounded out, and the ground trembled slightly. Desolate power seemed to be under great pressure. The muscles on his body bulged, and the laws of extreme power covered his entire body. He was like an invincible god of war as he stepped forward. Thump. Boom. Step by step, he walked forward. Every step he took would make a loud boom. Very quickly, Desolate took 100 steps forward. However, after 100 steps, his speed began to slow down. It was as if the pressure he was under had become even stronger. However, in Desolately's eyes, there was determination and determination. He continued to advance. Not long after, Desolate took 200 steps. His speed slowed down again, but he still continued forward. It seemed like every 100 steps he took, the pressure on Desolate power would increase. He advanced step by step. Every 100 steps, the Desolate power's speed would slow down. After more than an hour, Desolate finally took 500 steps. When he took his 501st step, his body suddenly trembled and his face turned pale. The ancient bluestone road was 1,000 meters long, which meant that it had 1,000 steps. He had only crossed half of the Desolate power threshold. Desolately let out a low roar. His eyes were filled with an unyielding look as he continued to walk forward. He took a step forward, and his body trembled again. However, he did not fall. Instead, he continued to move forward. Every step he took was very difficult, as if he was carrying an ancient divine mountain with the weight of millions of June. That's right, there's an improvement. In the history of the Desolate race, the number of people who can take 500 steps can be counted on your fingers. The clan elder nodded. He was satisfied with Desolate's performance. Let's see how many steps this little guy can take in the end. Another elder spoke. After that, no one said anything and continued to watch. The Desolate power steps became slower and slower. Sometimes, it would take dozens of minutes to take a single step. However, everyone had a lot of patience. After 3 whole days, Desolately had finally taken 600 steps. That's right. To reach 600, even among the royal physiques in the history of the Desolate race, not many have been able to do so. A clan elder praised. For Desolate power to be able to do this, his future achievements would be extraordinary. After Desolate power took 600 steps, he stopped and stood there, as if he was recovering. This stop lasted for an entire day. One day later, Desolate let out a furious roar and took another step towards the 601st step. However, when he took this step, his body trembled violently and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was thrown back and flew out of the ancient bluestone road. A clan elder reached out and caught Wang Lin. A wave of energy entered Wang Lin's body, and his pale face regained some vitality. Lu Ming, as you can see, with Desolate strength, he can only take 600 steps. If you can help our tribe activate the altar, you will be our tribe's great benefactor. As our tribe's honored guest, you will be given the position of an elder from another tribe. Your position will be second only to us Desolate race elders. How about it? An elder spoke. Lu Ming's heart palpitated. If they helped the Desolate race activate the altar, they could obtain the position of an external elder of the Desolate race. Their status would be second only to the Desolate race's elders, and this authority would probably be no trifling matter. And the Desolate race's strength was unfathomable. If he could obtain the help of the Desolate race, he would definitely be an extremely powerful backer. Lu Ming secretly took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Senior, you're being too polite. I'll definitely do my best. Also, I came to the ancient savage barren realm to look for berserker crystals. I wonder if Senior has any news about them? So, you're looking for berserker crystals? Although berserker crystals are precious, our tribe still has a lot of them. It's fine to give you a few later. An elder smiled. "Many thanks, senior." Lu Ming was overjoyed. He looked at the ancient bluestone road and said, "Then this junior will go and try." With that, Lu Ming took a step forward, heading towards the ancient path on the left that desolate force had just taken. Thump. When Lu Ming took a step in, he felt a strong force pressing down on him, making his body extremely heavy. The ground trembled when he took a step. However, although this surge of energy was strong, it did not affect Lu Ming much. Lu Ming strode forward quickly. Thump. Boom! The ground kept shaking. In a few breaths, Lu Ming had crossed 100 steps. What a fast speed! As expected of the son of chaos. A desolate race elder's eyes lit up. This child is stronger than the average child of God. Perhaps there's really hope. The other clan elder revealed a hopeful expression. The altars left behind by their ancestors had been sealed for far too long. For countless years, they had tried everything they could to open it, but they had never been able to. Perhaps there was hope now. Their desolate race, countless years ago, was the most powerful faction in the world. They were at the peak of their strength and experts were as common as clouds. In the end, they fought with other powerful factions, resulting in their defeat and their experts being killed. As such, they could only seclude themselves in the world, hiding in the savage barren ancient region. However, no one had ever activated the treasures left behind by their ancestors. After so many years, the desolate race had yet to recover to its former glory. The treasures in the 3 altars were their chance, so they naturally cared about it. Thump. When Lu Ming took 100 steps, he did not stop at all. He took the 101st step. When he took the step, Lu Ming felt an even stronger force pressing down on him. However, Lu Ming's muscles only trembled slightly and he resisted this force as he continued to take another step forward. The first 300 steps did not affect Lu Ming much. He moved forward at a constant speed and in just over a minute he had taken the first 300 steps. Chapter 1863. Chapter 1863. Breakthrough. Halfway in just over a minute, he had taken 300 steps forward. This speed shocked the few elders of the desolate race, as well as Wang Lin and company. Then he was overjoyed. Perhaps Lu Ming could really do it? Lu Ming's speed finally slowed down after 300 steps. However, it was still much faster than before. Not long after, Lu Ming had taken 400 steps. After 400 steps, his speed slowed down a little and then it was 500 steps. After 500 steps, he still did not stop Lu Ming. He took one step at a time, firmly advancing forward. When Lu Ming took 600 steps, the desolate race members were shocked. 600 steps. Previously, Desolate Li was only able to take 600 steps. Desolate Li was the #1 elite of the desolate race. In the history of the desolate race, he was also one of the top elites. However, the desolate power had taken a few days while Lu Ming had only taken about an hour. In the history of the desolate race, the highest record was 700 steps. Lu Ming stood at the position of 600 steps. He adjusted his breathing for a while and took another step. Thump. There was a violent explosion and a terrifying pressure pressed on Lu Ming's body. However, Lu Ming's body only trembled slightly and he resisted the pressure. Then he took a second step, a third step. Everyone heaved a long sigh of relief. Lu Ming advanced step by step at a constant speed. This time, Lu Ming took an hour to take his 700th step. This had already tied with the desolate race's historical record. Next, Lu Ming only needed to take one more step and he would break the desolate race's record. Lu Ming stopped and took some time to regulate his breathing and recover. Then he took another step forward. 701 steps. With this step, the earth let out a violent roar, and the entire ancient road emitted a green light. Lu Ming's body was surrounded by the laws of chaos, resisting the strong pressure from the outside world. What a strong pressure! It's only the 701st step, and the pressure is already so strong. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. He felt that all his muscles and bones were under a terrifying pressure, and they were groaning. It was as if his body had become thousands of times heavier. In his dantian, the two saint hearts were spinning rapidly, and the majestic saint power filled Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming continued to step forward. However, at this point, Lu Ming's walking speed had greatly reduced. It was much slower than before. Everyone from the desolate race revealed nervous expressions. Was it so difficult after 700 steps? Could Lu Ming make it to the end? If even Lu Ming could not make it to the end, they would really be in despair. They did not believe that anyone of the same level could be stronger than Lu Ming. Thump. Boom. The rumbles continued. Fortunately, this area was isolated by a formation. Otherwise, the violent rumbles would have shaken the entire ancient city. This time, Lu Ming took a total of 3 hours before he took the 100th step and landed on the 800th step. There were only 200 steps left before he would be able to walk through this ancient bluestone road. But without a doubt, the last 200 steps would be the most difficult. Lu Ming's gaze turned serious. He sat down cross-legged at the 800th step and took out a large number of raw gemstones to devour to recover. Just now, he had consumed a large amount of saint power. Everyone waited in silence. After a few hours, Lu Ming finally recovered to his peak. He then stood up and stepped out without hesitation. Boom! Lu Ming's body trembled violently when he took that step. He felt a force as strong as a storm crashing into his body, as if it was going to break him apart. What a terrifying pressure! Lu Ming's eyes were filled with shock. The bone armor in his body creaked as it endured the terrifying pressure. It was as if it was going to blow Lu Ming away. How can this pressure stop me? Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning. He growled and continued to step forward, resisting this terrifying force. After the second step, Lu Ming's body still trembled. The desolate race members' hearts also trembled. It was as if Lu Ming's every step was stepping on their hearts. After Lu Ming took his second step, he stopped for a long time before taking his third step. The pressure from the outside world was really too strong here. If it were an ordinary great sage in the great mastery realm who came here, his body would have been crushed in an instant, leaving no corpse. At this point, Lu Ming's pace became very, very slow. With every step he took, he had to stop for a long time to devour raw gemstones to recover. However, Lu Ming's posture was still straight and his eyes were still determined. Although it was very slow, it was still moving forward. This process lasted for 5 days. 5 days later, Lu Ming took the 900th step. There were still 100 steps to go. Lu Ming continued to sit cross-legged and began to recover. This recovery took 3 days. 3 days later, Lu Ming stood up. Everyone in the desolate race felt their hearts in their throats. Could Lu Ming continue to move forward? He wouldn't be blasted down when he took his 901st step, right? Boom. Finally, Lu Ming took a step out. The ground shook and Lu Ming's body trembled violently. His face turned pale. What a terrifying pressure. It's even stronger than the previous pressure. Furthermore, there's even pressure on the soul and even the laws. Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. After 900 steps, the pressure he had to face was all round. It was simply too shocking. Lu Ming was almost blasted away. In the end, he gritted his teeth and endured it. He withstood it. The desolate race members were overjoyed. On this ancient road, every 100 steps was a ridge, and the pressure would rise to a new level. Therefore, the first step of every 100 steps was the most difficult. Once one couldn't block it, they would be directly blown down. Once the first step was blocked, it meant that he could withstand the power of this level. Then he could continue to move forward. If Lu Ming could take the 901st step, there was a high possibility that he would be able to walk through the ancient bluestone road. How could they not be happy? However, since ancient times, no one had been able to walk past 900 steps. They did not know what the situation would be like after 900 steps. Therefore, they were still extremely nervous, afraid that something would happen. After taking this step, Lu Ming stood there for a long time before he took another step. When he took his second step, Lu Ming's body still trembled, but he managed to withstand it and stayed there to regulate his breathing. After some time, Lu Ming took the third step. Just like that, Lu Ming would take a step every once in a while. When he had taken 950 steps, he suddenly sat cross-legged and took out a large number of raw gemstones. What's going on? He's about to break through. An elder asked in surprise. Yes, Lu Ming was about to break through at this moment. Chapter 1864, Chapter 1864, Chapter 1864, Power Condensation Stone, Foreign Elder. Chapter 1864, Chapter 1864 Power Condensation Stone, Foreign Elder. Lu Ming's cultivation base was already close to the peak of the Great Saint Realm. This ancient road brought immense pressure to Lu Ming. Under the immense pressure, Lu Ming's potential was forced out, allowing him to break through the shackles and rush into the peak of the Great Saint Realm. Lu Ming began to devour large amounts of raw gemstones to stabilize his realm. 2 days later, Lu Ming completed the breakthrough. He got up and continued to move forward. The pressure is getting stronger, Lu Ming muttered. As his cultivation broke through, the pressure from the outside world became stronger. The pressure on this ancient path would change according to the cultivation level of the cultivator. Only those who were far stronger than their peers could step on it. The pressure grew stronger, but Lu Ming's cultivation level had increased as well. The pressure he faced was no different from before. Lu Ming continued to move forward. It was a long process. From the 900 step to the 1000 step, including Lu Ming's breakthrough, he used half a month's time. Thump. When Lu Ming took his 1000 step, the elders of the desolate race, as well as Desolate Li and the rest, were ecstatic. They had finally taken the 1000 step. After so many years, there was finally someone who could walk through the ancient limestone road. The treasure of their desolate race ancestor was about to be born. The pressure is gone. When Lu Ming took his 1000 step, the external pressure disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming felt refreshed and very comfortable. I've made some breakthroughs in the laws of chaos. The chaos tribulation finger should be 61% complete now. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. This trip was not in vain. Then, Lu Ming continued to walk and arrived in front of the altar. Lu Ming, as long as you turn the altar, you'll be able to activate the ancestral treasure. A clan elder reminded him, his eyes filled with anticipation. Lu Ming nodded. He grabbed both sides of the altar and turned it with force. Kacha! A cracking sound came from the altar. Then an infinite amount of light was emitted from the altar. Then, the light gathered and formed a circular ring of light. A piece of crystal-like stone flew out from the ring of light. Could it be a power condensation stone? A clan elder looked at the rock that flew out of the circle of light. His body trembled slightly, and he revealed an extremely excited expression. The other clan elders, as well as Desolate Li and the others, were also extremely excited. After the ring of light flew out of the stone, it collapsed and disappeared. A power condensation stone? Lu Ming was curious. He held the stone in his hand, but he could not feel any weight. However, he could feel a strange force acting on his body. After that, Lu Ming returned along the ancient Bluestone Road. However, this time, the ancient Bluestone Road did not exert any pressure on him. With one step, Lu Ming arrived beside Desolate Force and the rest. Senior here. Lu Ming passed the strength condensation stone to a clan elder. The clan elder received it excitedly and examined it carefully. His old body trembled slightly because of his excitement. The power condensation stone, it really is the legendary power condensation stone. With the blessings of our ancestors, our clan has finally found the power condensation stone. The desolate race elder held the strength condensation stone in excitement. The other elders were not much different. What is the use of this power condensation stone to make these elders of the desolate race, who have lived for who knows how many years, so excited? Lu Ming was very curious. Lu Ming, you still don't know the significance of the strength condensation stone to our desolate race. This is a supreme treasure that can allow our desolate race to rise to power. However, in the hands of others, it is of little use. Desolate said, explaining the function of the power condensation stone. The Desolate race was an ancient race. They had special physiques, and every single one of them had extremely strong bodies and immense strength. Furthermore, what the Desolate race cultivated was also related to strength. All sorts of martial techniques, mystic techniques, and divine powers were related to strength. The intent and nomological laws they comprehended were all related to strength. Most people comprehended the law of strength. As for the members of the Desolate race, if they were exposed to the power condensation stones from a young age, they would be able to improve their physiques. Their bodies would become stronger, and their strength would become stronger. They would be able to better grasp the laws of strength, and they would even be able to easily grasp the laws of extremity. The laws of extremity were the laws of the way of the king. If a group of elites who could control the laws of extremity appeared in the Desolate race, how terrifying would that be? After Lu Ming heard this, he was shocked. It was no wonder the elders of the Desolate race were so excited. This was a treasure that could really allow the Desolate race to rise. Lu Ming, our Desolate race will never forget this great favor. A few elders of the Desolate race bowed towards Lu Ming. Senior, you mustn't. Lu Ming quickly retreated. These few Desolate race elders had lived for an unknown number of years. Their cultivation levels were unfathomable, so how could he dare to accept them? Then, Lu Ming changed the topic and said, Senior, the other two altars. Lu Ming's gaze shifted to the other two ancient bluestone roads. The two altars can't be opened yet. The second ancient limestone road requires at least the cultivation of the martial emperor realm to step on. I'm afraid that the third one requires a higher cultivation to step on. A Desolate race elder explained. I need to be at least a martial supreme to enter? Lu Ming's heart stirred. Lu Ming, I hope that when your cultivation level is higher in the future, you can help my Desolate race a few more times. A clan elder said very courteously. Since Lu Ming could clear the first ancient road, he could clear the second and third one. It was just that his cultivation level was not high enough. Of course, they had to build a good relationship with Lu Ming. Definitely. Lu Ming nodded. This was beneficial to both parties. It was a win-win situation. The Desolate race needed Lu Ming's help, and if Lu Ming needed help in the future, he would also need the Desolate race's help. To Lu Ming, there was no harm in doing so why should he not agree? Following that, they left the place and returned to the Desolate race's meeting hall. A Desolate race elder immediately went to get a few berserker crystals and handed them to Lu Ming. Lu Ming was naturally overjoyed that he had obtained the berserker crystals. On the second day, the Desolate race held a huge banquet as the entire world celebrated. At the same time, at the banquet, the Desolate race made Lu Ming an elder of another race. His status was second only to the Desolate race's clan leader, and he had great authority. As for the Desolate race, everyone knew that Lu Ming had stepped onto the ancient limestone road and helped the Desolate race obtain the strength condensation stone. Naturally, no one objected and they all supported Lu Ming wholeheartedly. 3 days later, Lu Ming bade the Desolate race elder farewell. It had been several months since he came to the Savage Barren ancient region. He had also obtained the Savage Crystal. It was time to leave. Calculating the time, the Heavenly Emperor City's Yuan Mountains Sacred Academy had already held its meeting for 2 months. Lu Ming, we've selected some geniuses from our clan. We're planning to go out and train with you. What do you think? In the Desolate race's meeting hall, an elder said, That's right. From what you've said, there are many prodigies in the outside world with king physiques. Letting them go out and gain experience will allow them to go further. Otherwise, they'll really think that they're invincible if they stay in the ancient Savage Barren realm every day. Another external elder said. Desolate Li's face turned red. Before meeting Lu Ming, Desolate Force was indeed very proud. He felt that he was the leader of the younger generation and was invincible. Ever since the battle with Lu Ming, he had completely lost his temper. All right, but I'm afraid we'll face danger outside. Lu Ming said. Only with danger can we go further. An elder spoke, and this matter was settled. Chapter 1865, Chapter 1865. Chapter 1865, Chaos in Barren City. Chapter 1865. Chapter 1865 Chaos in Barren City. Not long after, the desolate race selected 9 young elites to follow Lu Ming out to experience the world. Desolate power and desolate land were all within it. Among the 9 people, 5 of them had upper-grade heaven spiritual bodies. The other 4 had medium-grade heaven spiritual bodies. Each of them was very powerful. Their cultivation was either at the peak of the great saint or the great saint perfection. Lu Ming, how many people in the outside world know about the entrance to the wild sanctuary? At this moment, an elder asked. There shouldn't be many, at most a few. Lu Ming told him about Ha Zheng. The desolate race has yet to fully come into being. Therefore, these people cannot be allowed to live. A sharp glint flashed in the eyes of one of the elders. I'll go out with Lu Ming to get rid of them. A middle-aged burly man spoke. This person was the desolate race expert who had brought Lu Ming to meet the desolate race elder in the cage battle arena. His cultivation level was at the martial emperor realm and his name was Huang Su. Alright, you guys can go. The elders nodded. The desolate race's exit was naturally not the one that Lu Ming and the rest had entered previously. There were other exits, but this time, they still planned to exit from that entrance. Everyone rose into the air, and not long later, they arrived at the exit. The desolate race experts opened the exit, and a vortex appeared in the sky. Everyone charged into the vortex and disappeared. The next moment, Lu Ming realized that they had appeared in the sky above the lake that they had entered previously. He swept his gaze around, but there was no one around. Senior Ruins, why don't you enter my mountain and river diagram for the time being? I'll go to Barren City secretly, so as not to alert the enemy and scare Ha Zheng and the others away. Lu Ming suggested. The members of the desolate race were too burly, so they would definitely attract attention when they walked on the streets. Ha Zheng, on the other hand, had entered the ancient savage barren realm before. If they were to swagger into Barren City, they would probably alarm Ha Zheng and make an early escape. Barren Ruins and the rest nodded. Lu Ming kept Barren Ruins, Desolate Li, and the rest into the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming, Qiu Yu, and Bubbles were the only ones who headed toward Barren City. When Lu Ming and the rest entered the Barren City again, they felt that the atmosphere was completely different from the previous time. Now, the atmosphere in the entire Barren City seemed to be very depressing. The streets were also very depressed. Many shops were closed, and the restaurants were deserted. Boom. When Lu Ming and the rest passed by a towering mansion, a loud boom came from the mansion. A figure crashed through the wall and flew out of the mansion. He fell heavily to the ground and spat out a large mouthful of blood. It was a white-haired old man. He was very old and the wrinkles on his face were like mountains. He reminded Lu Ming of Uncle Kong, Buzz, and NBSP Whoosh. Then, a few figures rushed out of the mansion. One of them was a middle-aged man who stepped on the old man's face, causing his head to hit the ground heavily. Grandpa Sure, a delicate cry rang out. It was only then that Lu Ming realized that the other burly man was holding onto a young and beautiful lady. Young miss, let young miss go. Otherwise, when old master and the others return, they won't let you off. The old man didn't care about his injuries and struggled to get up, trying to save the woman. However, the woman was kicked away by the burly man again. Your master still wants to come back? He should have died in the ancient savage barren realm long ago. Not long ago, the HA family had started to sweep all the forces in Barren City. Anyone who resisted would be killed without mercy. Previously, the 6 major forces had all been annihilated by the HA family. The old man and the young woman belonged to the Huang family, one of the 6 big forces. The young woman was the daughter of the Huang family. As Hammert was a lustful man, he wanted to take the daughter of the Huang family and make her his concubine. That was why there was such a scene today. Realization dawned on Lu Ming. Almost everyone from the other forces had died in the cage battle arena of the ancient savage barren realm. It was not surprising that such a scene had occurred in the Barren City. Young master, you should leave Barren City now. They won't let you off for killing the HA family. The old man advised with good intentions. I don't want to leave. You should go back and report this. Lu Ming's gaze shifted to the only surviving member of the HA family. Ah! The man from the HA family was stunned. Lu Ming did not kill him. Instead, he wanted to release him and let him go back to report the news. What was happening? Chapter 1866, Chapter 1866, I'll wait for you to come and kill you. Chapter 1866, I'll wait for you to come and kill you. The old man and the Huang family's daughter were also stunned, and their faces turned pale. The head of the HA family, Ha Zheng, was an emperor-to-be expert. They did not believe that Lu Ming and the rest, who were so young, could compete with an emperor-to-be. Young master, don't be careless. The Ha Zheng is... The old man was worried and wanted to persuade Lu Ming. It's fine. Lu Ming waved his hands and then looked at the HA family member. He chided, still not leaving? Do you want to die? The man from Ha clan was so scared that his face turned pale. He ran for his life and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The old man and the Huang family's young lattice faces went pale and they were anxious. Senior, if you have something to do, you can leave first. Lu Ming said with a smile. Then take care, young master. In the end, the old man did not dare to stay there. He cupped his fists at Lu Ming and left with the Huang family's young lady, heading out of the barren city. Lu Ming and the few of them waited quietly here. Poor they. They killed the HA family's people and still dare to wait here? How dare he? He's like a newborn calf that's not afraid of the tiger. He's trying to be a hero, but he doesn't know how terrifying the HA family is. He'll regret it when the experts of the HA family arrive. Many people had seen what had just happened here, and they were now watching from a distance and discussing in low voices. At this moment, in a courtyard of the HA family, two beautiful women were waiting on Hammer. Hammerdy felt so good that he could die. These two young women were the daughters of other major forces. In the past, he could only look at them, but it was not so easy to get them. But now, all of them were serving him with all their hearts and allowing him to play with them. Hammer was extremely excited. He suddenly thought of Lu Ming. He felt that he should thank Lu Ming. If it weren't for Lu Ming, the powerhouses from the other forces wouldn't have entered the wild sanctuary and never returned. The barren city would have become the HA family's territory. When did he ever have such a good life? He had decided to play with all the beautiful women in the barren city. Just as he was fantasizing, a loud shout came from outside the courtyard. Young master, bad news. Hamilton's face darkened. He had already instructed that no one was to disturb him when he was doing his work. Now that the shouts outside had completely ruined his mood, he was very unhappy. After putting on his clothes, Hamilton walked out of the courtyard with a gloomy face. The middle-aged man that Lu Ming had let go of earlier was standing anxiously outside the courtyard. What is it? Why are you in such a panic? Hamilton asked with a dark face. Young master, you asked us to capture the Huang family's young lady, but someone meddled in our business halfway and saved her. They even killed the others. Young master, you must avenge them. Who is so bold to kill my Ha family's people? A cold killing intent flashed through Hammerte's eyes. At this moment, the HA family had dominated Barren City, and no one dared to disobey them. However, someone had the guts to kill a member of the HA family, which was really shocking. It's a young man and a young woman with a little girl. The middle-aged man described the appearance of Lu Ming and the rest. What? It was them? How is that possible? Hamilton's pupils shrank as he cried out in disbelief. The moment he heard it, he knew that it was Lu Ming, Xiaoyu, and Bubbles. However, didn't Lu Ming and the rest enter the savage barren ancient realm with them? Why did he come out? Could it be that Lu Ming and the rest had escaped from the savage barren ancient realm after he and Ha Zheng had escaped? Hammerdy thought that it was very possible. Back then, Lu Ming's group was not too far from the exit of the ancient savage barren realm. It was very likely that after they escaped, Lu Ming's group followed them. You're quite lucky. But since you've escaped, you should find a place to hide. You actually dare to meddle in my Ha family's affairs. You're really courting death. The killing intent in Hamilton's eyes grew stronger. Back then he was taught a miserable lesson by Lu Ming. Later on, Lu Ming even used him to threaten his father. He had lost all face. How could he not take revenge for such a great enmity? Initially he thought that Lu Ming and the rest had already died in the wild sanctuary. He did not expect that Lu Ming and the rest were not dead. They even dared to come out and ruin his plans. Weren't they seeking their own deaths? Young master, should we report this to the master? The middle-aged man said. No need. Father was injured and has only recovered recently. There's no need to disturb him for such a small matter. They'll just go find a few elders. After saying that, Hammerdy stepped out. Lu Ming and the rest were still outside the Huang family mansion. In the distance, more and more people were watching. All of a sudden, Lu Ming's eyes gleamed. He looked ahead and mumbled, "They're here." Buzz, buzz. A few streaks of light streaked across the sky and flew over at an astonishing speed. The next moment, the streaks of light receded and 5 or 6 figures appeared. The one in the lead was Hammerdy. Beside him were a few old men, each of them exuding a terrifying aura. 2 in the great circle of the Absolute Saint Realm and 3 in the peak of the Absolute Saint Realm. What a terrifying formation. One can't believe that Hamilton has deployed such a powerful formation. Who are those young men and women? Someone exclaimed in the distance. Absolute Saints in the Great Circle and the peak of the Absolute Saint Realm were definitely the top existences in Barren City. They were the overlords of a region. However, so many of them had been mobilized all of a sudden just for a young man and a woman. There's a way to heaven, but you refuse to take it. There's no door to hell, but you're here. Kid, it'll make you miserable today. When Hamilton saw Lu Ming, he burst into laughter. His eyes glowed with a cold light, especially when he looked at Qiuyu. His eyes were burning with passion. Of course, he did not dare to be careless. He followed closely beside an absolute saint in the perfection stage. He would never forget how Lu Ming and the others had taken Ha Zheng down in a strange manner in front of him. Hee, is that so? Do you know why I'm still here? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Oh, could it be that he was waiting for me? Amert said. At least you have some brains. Not bad, he'll wait for you to kill you. Lu Ming said. Kill me? Kid, you do have some combat power, but one came prepared this time. Let's see how you're going to kill me. Attack and cripple them. With the last sentence, Hamilton gave an order to the elders. Kill. A few elders exploded with cold killing intent. A total of 4 elders stepped out. One of them was in the perfected Absolute Saint Realm, and the other 3 were in the peak of the Absolute Saint Realm. This lineup was more than enough to kill Lu Ming and the others. The terrifying auras of the 4 powerhouses crushed toward Lu Ming and the others, sealing off the surroundings for fear that Lu Ming and the others would escape. However, Lu Ming, Qiuyu, and the rest did not seem to be flustered at all. Their expressions were very calm. Chapter 1867, Chapter 1867, The Destruction of the HA Family. Chapter 1867, The Destruction of the HA Family. Looking at the indifferent expressions of Lu Ming and the rest, for some reason, Hamilton suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. That won't happen. Although they can kill people in the Absolute Saint upper tier, they're definitely no match for an Absolute Saint at the peak. Furthermore, there's an Absolute Saint in the Great Circle. There won't be any accidents. Hamilton shook his head, trying to get rid of the bad thoughts in his mind. That young man and woman are finished. Now that the HA family is powerful and dominates Barren City, this young man and woman dare to provoke them. The result is already decided. That woman is going to be miserable. She's beautiful like a flower and the moon, but she's going to be defiled by Hammerdy. In the distance, many people sighed. During this time, the HA family was domineering, dominating Barren City. Many people had suffered, but they didn't dare to say anything. At this moment, they just stood far away and talked in low voices. At this moment, Lu Ming's glabella glowed and a painting scroll flew out. It was the mountain and river diagram. From the mountain and river diagram, a tall and burly figure stepped out. Seeing this figure, Hamerty's pupils contracted sharply, and his eyes were filled with fear. He roared, "Not good, quickly retreat." The one that came out of the mountain and river diagram was naturally Huang Su. When Hamerty had entered the savage barren ancient region, he had seen people from the desolate race. At this moment, he recognized Huang Su as the person who had attacked them in the savage barren ancient region. However, it was too late. Boom, boom. Huang Su punched out a few times, and the terrifying fist force broke through the air as if it could crush everything. The terrifying pressure made the 3 absolute saints at the peak and 1 in the perfected absolute saint realm turn pale. They retreated frantically, wanting to escape. However, how could they escape from a martial supreme? The fist radiance broke through the void and crushed over. The 4 experts didn't even have time to scream before their bodies exploded and turned into ashes under the destructive power. Hamilton was almost scared to death. "Run, quickly run, run." Hamert roared as if he had gone mad. He ordered the remaining absolute saint in the Great Perfection stage to escape with him. However, a giant hand reached out from the ruins and grabbed in the air. A giant palm appeared out of thin air and grabbed Hamerty and the absolute saint. A terrifying force surged in, and the 2 of them were crippled at the same time. Hamert let out a shrill scream. And NBSP everyone around was flabbergasted, unable to believe what they were seeing. 2 absolute saints in the Great Circle and 3 at the peak of the absolute saint realm were a powerful force, but they were crushed like ants by Huang Su. Martial Emperor. This is a martial emperor. Who is that young man and woman? He actually has a martial sovereign behind him. He must be a heaven's favorite from a powerful force outside Barren City. No wonder he was so calm. He has a martial sovereign with him. More people's eyes lit up. Would the appearance of a martial sovereign change the current situation in Barren City? Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared beside Hamoti. His saint energy was like a blade as he slashed out, killing the absolute saint in perfection. "Don't kill me, don't kill me." Hamilton almost peed in his pants as he let out a shrill scream. "Don't worry, I won't kill you." Lu Ming grabbed Hamilton by the neck and said, "Let's go to the HA family." Then he walked toward the HA family. Chiu Yu and Huang Su followed. "I'm going to the HA family. There's going to be a good show. I wonder if Emperor Wu will make a move on the HA clan. Let's go and take a look." The others in the distance were looking forward to it, hoping that the martial sovereign would attack the HA family. If the HA family could be destroyed, the situation in Barren City would change again, and the cards would be reshuffled. This place was not far from the HA family. Not long after, they arrived in front of the HA family mansion. "Ha Zheng, come out and die," Lu Ming shouted. His voice rumbled and echoed throughout the entire Ha family mansion. "Who's looking for death?" A loud roar came from the HA family's residence. Following that, a terrifying aura burst out. A rainbow light flashed, and Ha Zheng's figure appeared in the sky. "Kid, it's you?" Mosi, Ha Zheng's gaze swept across the room. When he saw Lu Ming, a cold, killing intent burst out from his eyes. Then he saw Hamerty in Lu Ming's hands. "Brat, quickly release Mosi. Otherwise, I'll tear you into 1,000 pieces," Ha Zheng roared, but he stopped abruptly as if something was stuck in his throat. His eyes were fixed on the ruins behind Lu Ming. He hadn't noticed the ruins earlier, but now that he saw them, his eyes were filled with fear. Buzz. The next moment, Ha Zheng turned around and ran away, not caring about Hamerty at all. "You want to escape in front of me?" Huang Zu's cold voice was heard as he took a step forward. Then, above the HA family mansion, a huge foot formed, like the foot of a god, covering the entire Ha family. Ha Zheng was like a small boat in a storm, about to be destroyed at any moment. He roared. The river of laws surrounded him, and he exploded with all his power, trying to rush out of the range of the giant foot. However, it was all in vain. The giant foot stomped down, and Ha Zheng let out a blood-curdling screech. His body shattered into pieces before turning into ashes and dissipating into the air. An emperor to be died just like that? Martial sovereigns were too powerful. Anyone below the martial sovereign realm was like an ant in front of a martial sovereign. They could not even contend against a martial sovereign, not even an emperor-to-be. After killing Ha Zheng, the giant foot did not stop and continued to stomp. Beams of light rushed out of the Ha family mansion, trying to escape. However, under the giant foot, it was all wishful thinking. One figure after another exploded in the air and died on the spot. Boom! As the giant foot stepped into the Ha clan's mansion, the vast mansion exploded and turned into dust. The entire Ha clan was erased from the world. Alright, this way, no one will know the entrance to the ancient savage barren realm. Huang Su smiled. Lu Ming's eyes flickered, while Qiu Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of pity. It was beyond Lu Ming's expectations that the entire Ha family would be wiped out in one move. Originally, he thought that the ruins would only kill some of the higher-ups of Ha family. He didn't expect that the ruins would be more direct and obliterate the entire Ha family in one move. After that, Lu Ming sighed in his heart. The world of martial Dao was a cruel world where the strong preyed on the weak. There might be many innocent people here, but in the eyes of the ruins, he didn't care. Perhaps in his eyes, ordinary people were just like ants. If not for his talent, which earned him the attention of the desolate race, and also helped them greatly, he might have been an ant in the eyes of the desolate ruins. In such a world, Lu Ming could only make himself stronger so that he would not be treated as an ant by others and be destroyed at will. Let's go! Lu Ming sighed in his heart and turned to leave. On this day, the overlord of Barren City, the Ha family, was exterminated. On this day, it was rumored that Hammerdy had offended a peerless heaven's favorite who shouldn't have been offended. This person had descended with a martial sovereign and wiped out the Ha family with a flip of his hand. On this day, the situation in Barren City changed greatly, and heroes fought for supremacy. Chapter 1868, Chapter 1868, Heavenly Emperor City, Yuan Mountain's Sacred Institute. Chapter 1868, Heavenly Emperor City, Yuan Mountain's Sacred Institute. Everything that happened in the Barren City had nothing to do with Lu Ming. Half a month later, Lu Ming and the rest returned to the ancient Moon Holy Land, the Dian Elixir Hall. The ruins didn't go with them. After they destroyed the Ha family, they went back to the wild sacred realm. Lu Ming brought desolate power and the rest to the Dian Elixir Palace. After returning to the Great Yen Elixir Palace, Lu Ming immediately went to the Phoenix Palace. As expected, he found out that the Heavenly Emperor City's Yuan Mountain Saint Academy had held a meeting 2.5 months ago. Almost all the famous geniuses of the ancient Moon Holy Land had rushed to the Heavenly Emperor City. Wang Lin, Long Chen, and the others naturally headed to Heavenly Emperor City. Without the competition of the younger generation, ancient Moon Holy Land became quiet. However, one could imagine how lively and intense the Heavenly Emperor City would be. Lu Ming had also planned to head to the Heavenly Emperor City's Yuan Mountain's Sacred Academy. When Desolate Li and the rest knew that the geniuses of the Yuan Mountain's Sacred Academy had gathered, they all revealed a strong desire to fight and were extremely excited. The main purpose of them following Lu Ming out was to gain experience and clash with the other prodigies so that they could improve themselves. Furthermore, the desolate race loved to fight. With so many elites gathered, they were naturally excited. Lu Ming and the rest did not waste any time. On the third day of their return to the Dian Elixir Palace, they headed to the Phoenix Palace and took the teleportation array to the Heavenly Emperor City. As for Ouyang Moli, Lu Ming had asked him to stay in the Dian Elixir Hall and cultivate with Uncle Kong. Xue Ningxin's cultivation had also broken through to the Bright Saint Realm after this period of cultivation. Lu Ming brought Xue Ningxin with him to the Heavenly Emperor City. Heavenly Emperor City was located in the central area of Mount Yuan. It was the head of the 9 holy lands of Mount Yuan. Legend had it that it was built by an unrivaled Heavenly Emperor expert, and the cultivation conditions were unique. However, it was said that the Heavenly Emperor expert had fallen a long time ago. After that, many heroes fought for power in Heavenly Emperor City. Now, it was occupied by many powerful forces, and they had developed into extremely powerful forces. In the 8 directions of the Heavenly Emperor City, there were 8 satellite cities. If the forces from other regions of the Yuan Mountain wanted to reach the Heavenly Emperor City, they could only teleport to one of the 8 satellite cities. Lu Ming and the rest were teleported to a satellite city in the southernmost area and then flew to the Heavenly Emperor City. From a distance, one could see a vast city in front of them, full of a magnificent aura. When they approached Heavenly Emperor City, they felt a terrifying pressure spreading out, as if a supreme existence lived in Heavenly Emperor City. When they walked into Heavenly Emperor City, what greeted their eyes were ancient buildings that had been preserved for an unknown amount of time. They asked around for the location of the Yuan Mountain's Sacred Institute. Now, everyone in the Heavenly Emperor City knew about the Yuan Mountain's Sacred Academy. Created by a few emperors, the entire Yuan Mountain was filled with geniuses and attracted the attention of countless people. They easily found out the location of the Yuan Mountain's Sacred Academy and headed there. Heaven Emperor City was incomparably vast and boundless. It was just a city, but its surface area was much larger than Ancient Moon Sanctuary. They spent a lot of time before finally finding the Yuan Mountain's Sacred Academy. On the tall and majestic gate, there were 4 words, Yuan Mountain's Sacred Academy. Stop! What are you doing here? A middle-aged man blocked Lu Ming and the rest's path. Senior, we are here to join the Yuan Mountain's Sacred Academy. Lu Ming cupped his fists and explained his purpose of visit to the middle-aged man. You only came to join the Yuan Mountain's Sacred Academy now? The Yuan Mountain's Sacred Academy has already been holding this meeting for 2 months. Don't you know? The middle-aged man's face darkened. Senior, we were delayed because we had an important matter to attend to. As soon as we finished, we rushed over. Please make an exception for us. Lu Ming said politely. It's not impossible to make an exception. The great emperor has given the order that those who come late can also enter the Sacred Academy. However, the requirements are higher. Show me your cultivation base and let me see. The middle-aged man said. All right. Lu Ming and the rest nodded. Following that, their auras spread out from their bodies. Great Sage Realm? What? So many great saints? The middle-aged man sensed it and his expression changed. Lu Ming's group of more than a dozen people were almost all in the Eminent Saint stage, and they were all at the peak of the Eminent Saint stage or above. Only Xuanixin was in the Bright Saint stage. Especially Desolate Li and the others. All of them were burly, and even the shortest one was more than 2 meters tall. Which faction did they come from? After taking a deep breath, the middle-aged man finally calmed down and said, I'm a teacher of the Yuan Mountain's Sacred Academy. Let me tell you, the minimum condition to join the Yuan Mountain's Sacred Academy is to reach the Bright Saint Realm. Your spiritual body must also be a heavenly spiritual body. So, I have to check your spiritual bodies. Follow me. After saying that, the middle-aged man walked into the inner area of the Yuan Mountain's Sacred Institute, followed by Lu Ming and the rest. After walking into the Yuan Mountain's Sacred Academy, one could see that there were many majestic divine mountains in the depths of the Sacred Academy, towering into the clouds. On the divine mountain, there were all sorts of buildings and palaces. There were also various buildings built on the flat land. Although every inch of land in the Heavenly Emperor City was extremely valuable and ordinary powerhouses could not live in it, the Yuan Mountain's Sacred Academy was jointly established by a few great emperors and naturally occupied a vast territory. No one dared to say a word. Soon, they arrived at a large hall. In the center of the hall, there was a stone tablet that looked like a crystal. This crystal steel was made by the great emperor. It can detect the level of a spirit body. All of you, walk into the crystal steel. It'll have a way to find out your spirit body level. The middle-aged man said. It'll go first. Chapter 1869, Chapter 1869, Chapter 1869, Gathering of Prodigies. Chapter 1869, Chapter 1869 Gathering of Prodigies. Finally, it was Xuanixin's turn, which made him feel relieved. Xue Ningxin's original spirit body was not a heavenly spirit body. However, before Lu Ming went to the ancient sun sanctuary, he used the Dian elixir furnace to refine Xue Ningxin's spirit body, making it a low-grade heavenly spirit body. Alright, the test is over. You can all join the Yuan Mountains Sacred Academy. Wait for me here for a moment. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he turned around and left. Not long after, he returned. With a wave of his hand, more than 10 jade tokens appeared in the air and flew toward Lu Ming and the rest. This is your identity token. Take it. In the future, you will be representing the people of the Yuan Mountains Sacred Academy. Also, the Yuan Mountains Sacred Academy is very large and has a wide area. Therefore, you can choose your residence at will. As long as no one lives on the mountain peaks you saw before, you can choose. The middle-aged man said. Many thanks, teacher. Lu Ming and the group received it and cupped their fists to express their gratitude. Amen. There's one more thing I want to remind you all. In the Yuan Mountains Sacred Academy, you all cannot fight, but you cannot kill. You cannot cripple the cultivation of your opponents. The rest is up to you all. The middle-aged man warned. Lu Ming and the rest nodded. The geniuses who joined the Yuan Mountains Sacred Academy were all peak geniuses from all over the world. At the very least, they all had the heavenly spiritual body and the potential to become monarchs. If there was no restriction on killing, with so many geniuses clashing, the losses would be heavy. However, there was no restriction on fighting. This could motivate many geniuses and give them pressure, forcing them to improve. Alright, you guys can go. The middle-aged man waved his hand. Lu Ming and the rest took their leave and left the place. Then, Lu Ming took out his voice transmission jade talisman and sent a voice transmission to Long Chen and Huang Ling. Not long after, a few figures flickered over. It was Huang Ling and Long Chen. There were also a few familiar faces, Mu Qingxue and Yi Dongfang of the Thunder God sect. Lu Ming. Brother Lu. The few of them greeted Lu Ming and the rest. Lu Ming, you're finally here. Poor they. Huang Ling smiled as she looked at Huang Li and the others with a look of surprise. Where are you guys staying? We can talk as we walk. Lu Ming said. Some of our acquaintances live on the same mountain peak. 111 take you there. Said Huang Ling immediately. The group headed towards the depths of the Yuan Mountains Sacred Academy. Not long after, they arrived at a mountain peak. On this mountain peak, there were many courtyards. When Lu Ming and the others arrived, many figures flew out. These people were all geniuses from Phoenix Palace, Divine Elephant Sect, and Mu Qingsu's sect. They had a good relationship and all lived on this mountain peak. Everyone greeted Lu Ming and the rest. Then, they landed in a courtyard. Lu Ming also introduced Desolate Force and the rest. Of course, Lu Ming did not mention that Desolate Li and the others were from the Desolate race. After all, the Desolate race had not yet come into being. You're also in control of the extreme limit laws? Huang Li looked at Long Chen, his eyes filled with a strong desire to fight. His body erupted with extreme nomological laws, filled with terrifying power. A powerful aura erupted from Long Chen's body as well. He stared at Desolate and circulated his nomological laws as much as he could, revealing his battle intent. It's a pity that your cultivation is still a little lacking. When you break through to the great saint perfection, we'll have a good fight. Desolate Li licked his lips, his battle intent growing stronger. Outside, Mo Lang, the Golden Crow's second prince, and some other Heaven's favorites, a total of 7 or 8 people, were all top Heaven's favorites from the ancient moon sanctuary. They stood high in the sky, looking down at Long Chen, Huang Ling, and the others. Feng Ling, Long Chen, have you made your decision? Our patience is limited. Mo Lang sneered. You want us to join you? Impossible. Get lost. Long Chen berated. Reject us? You should know the consequences. The Wind Race wants you to join them because they think highly of you. Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. The second prince of the Golden Crow was enveloped in the divine fire of the great sun, and his eyes flashed with a sharp light. Don't you understand the human language? Get lost. Long Chen shouted, and a powerful aura burst out of his body. During this time, Long Chen's cultivation had also made a breakthrough, reaching the peak of the Great Saint realm. He was not far from the Great Saint Perfection realm. Obviously, he had made great progress in the past few months. Long Chen stepped on the air and headed towards Mo Lang and the others, causing their expressions to change. With Long Chen's talent and his cultivation at the peak of the Supreme Saint realm, his combat power was amazing. They were no match for him at all. Chapter 1870. Chapter 1870. The Crown Prince of the Golden Crow. Chapter 1870. The Crown Prince of the Golden Crow. At this moment, the cry of a phoenix was heard. Wang Lin's entire body was bathed in the unperishable flame. A phoenix let out a long cry and soared into the sky. Wang Lin's cultivation was similar to Long Chen's. She had also reached the peak of Supreme Saint. In Phoenix Palace, the other paragons of Divine Elephant Sect also released their auras and stared at Mo Lang and the others with unfriendly eyes. Mo Lang and the others' expressions changed again, and they subconsciously retreated. You're so stubborn. Don't think that you can compete with the wind race's heaven's favorite with your cultivation. You're delusional. Just you wait. Let's go. The second prince of the Golden Crow said coldly and left with Mo Lang and the others. Huang Ling and Long Chen looked at each other and saw the worry in each other's eyes. After that, they returned to the courtyard. Feng Ling, Long Chen, what happened? What's the background of the wind race? Lu Ming asked. The Wind Clan is an ancient clan. The place where they live in seclusion is actually the ancient Moon Holy Land. Some time ago, the Wind Clan appeared, and their geniuses came out to join the Yuan Mountain Saint Academy. The paragons of the wind race are extremely overbearing. They want to establish a force in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy and make all the other paragons of the ancient Moon Holy Land join them. For example, the paragons of the Black Wolf, Purple Extreme Sect, and Golden Crow race have all joined the wind race's camp. We are the only ones not joining the ancient Moon Holy Land. Huang Ling explained. They are too tyrannical. It was originally our freedom to join or not. However, the wind race announced that if we don't join, we won't be able to stay in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Mu Kingsu's expression was very ugly. Wind race? Guyu Holy Land actually has an ancient race living in seclusion. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. How's the strength of the wind race's heaven's favorite? Lu Ming asked. The strongest heaven's favorite of the wind race is called Wu Fengchen. He has a king body and a superior grade heaven spiritual body. He can control the law of the destructive wind and has long broken through to the absolute saint realm. He is one of the strongest heaven's favorites in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, said Huang Ling, an absolute saint king body. No wonder he's so arrogant. Lu Ming frowned slightly. His king body had reached the absolute saint realm, so his combat strength was definitely terrifying. At this moment, a sharp cry was heard in the distant sky. A golden ray of light flew toward the place where Lu Ming and the others were staying at a terrifying speed. It was a three-legged golden crow. When it spread its wings, it was at least 100 meters long. Its entire body was bathed in the divine fire of the great sun, like a sun. It's the crown prince of the Golden Crow. He's probably going to deal with Feng Ling, Long Chen, and the others. The wind race wants to unify the geniuses of ancient Moon Holy Land. They obviously have their eyes on Feng Ling and Long Chen's talents. Although their talents are high, their cultivation is still low. I'm afraid they won't be able to fight against them. Let's go and take a look. Many heaven's favorites in the nearby mountains sensed it and flew up to the sky to watch. The three-legged golden crow was extremely fast. In just a few breaths, he had reached where Lu Ming and the others were staying. He flapped his wings and a large amount of great divine sun fire poured down on them. At this moment, Lu Ming and the rest were chatting. Suddenly, everyone's expression changed. Great sun divine fire, damn it, die. Huang Ling and Long Chen shouted at the same time. They shot up into the sky and attacked, extinguishing the divine sun fire. Lu Ming, Desolate Power, and the rest were moved. They were not in a hurry to take action. Gah! A screech that resounded through the firmament was heard. A young man in a golden robe appeared in the sky. His eyes were like lightning, and he was extremely domineering. A pair of golden crow wings slowly flapped behind him, and a terrifying aura enveloped the entire mountain. The Saint Realm. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This three-legged golden crow actually had the cultivation of an absolute saint. The Golden Crow Crown Prince. Wang Lin, Longchen, and the others muttered with a solemn look in their eyes. The Golden Crow Crown Prince was extremely famous in the ancient Moon Holy Land. Before the Feng clan appeared, he was one of the strongest geniuses in the ancient Moon Holy Land. Especially after joining the Yuan Mountain Saint Academy, he used the resources of the Yuan Mountain Saint Academy to break through to the absolute saint realm. His reputation was even more well-known. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. More than a dozen figures appeared behind the Golden Crow Crown Prince. It was Mo Lang and the others. Feng Ling, Longchen, I advise you to surrender and join us. Don't put up any unnecessary resistance. You should know that resistance is futile. Mo Lang shouted coldly with an arrogant expression. If you want to be the dogs of the wind race, go ahead. We're not interested in that. Longchen said. How audacious! The Golden Crow Crown Prince's wings flapped, and flames spread out, making him look even more majestic. He glanced coldly at Longchen and Feng Ling and said, in the Yuan Mountain's Sacred Academy, although one can't kill you, one can still injure you severely. If you don't agree, one will beat you up every time I see you. I will make it so that you won't be able to stay in the Yuan Mountain's Sacred Academy. A sick bird. What big words. Is the Yuan Mountain's Sacred Academy opened by you? A mocking voice came from a side courtyard. Who is it? The Golden Crow Crown Prince's face was dark as he looked at the courtyard. He actually dared to call him a sick bird. He was looking for death. Then, more than a dozen figures stepped into the air. Lu Ming was walking in front, followed by Huang Li, Qiu Yu, and the others. Lu Ming. Mo Lang, the second prince of the Golden Crow, and the others' expressions changed. So, you are Lu Ming. The Golden Crow Crown Prince's eyes grew even colder. I'm sure. Lu Ming smiled. Good, very good. In the past, if one hadn't always been in Heaven Emperor City, how could you have acted so atrociously in ancient Moon Holy Land? I thought you wouldn't dare to come to ancient Moon Holy Land. Since you're here, I'll teach you a good lesson today and take revenge for Ninth Brother and the others. A cold, killing intent flashed in the eyes of the Golden Crow Crown Prince. If it were not for the fact that killing was forbidden in the Sacred Institute, he would have killed Lu Ming. However, even if he couldn't kill Lu Ming, he could still humiliate him and step on him in front of everyone so that he wouldn't be able to lift his head in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Boom, boom. The Golden Crow Crown Prince continued to step forward, and the divine sunfire on his body became even hotter. The flames filled the sky and his aura was wild as he pressed toward Lu Ming. Feng Ling, Longchen, and the others all released their auras, ready to fight. I didn't expect to meet such a character as soon as I came out. Leave this bird to me. Behind Lu Ming, desolately grinned. His eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight. He stepped forward and walked toward the Golden Crow Crown Prince. Lu Ming stood still. Since the desolate power wanted to make a move, he would just let it move. You're just a great saint. Get down. The Golden Crow Crown Prince had a haughty expression on his face as he casually glanced at Desolate Li. With a palm strike, flames gathered and formed a giant flaming palm that slammed down on Desolate Li. Lie down, your sister. Sick bird, you're the one who's lying down. Die. Desolate Li roared as his muscles bulged. He punched out and destroyed the flaming palm. Without stopping, he charged towards the Golden Crow Crown Prince and punched out. The Golden Crow Crown Prince's expression changed. He bent his fingers like a claw and clawed at Desolate Li. Bah, bird feathers all over the sky. Kill, die. Wang Li shouted as he charged at the Golden Crow Crown Prince, his fists punching out. As for Qiu Yu, she used her desolate power and the laws of yin and yang to attack the Golden Crow Crown Prince. The Golden Crow Crown Prince used all his power to fight the two, but he was actually forced into a disadvantage. Another king physique. Why are there so many king physiques? In the distance, many people were shocked. Desolate Power and Qiu Yu were both new, and they were together with Feng Ling and Long Chen. This meant that Feng Ling and Long Chen had 4 king bodies. For king bodies, their cultivation was still a little weak, but if they all became absolute saints, what kind of power would they have? Despicable, 2 against 1. The second prince of the Golden Crow roared. An ultimate saint fighting a great saint? You still have the face to say that? How about this? It's only fair to fight on the same level. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the Golden Crow second prince and the others as he spoke in disdain. The second prince of the Golden Crow and the others were tongue-tied for a moment. In a battle of the same level, only the body of a king could compete with someone of the same level. Lu Ming had so many body of a king. What did they have to fight against someone of the same level? Their advantage was their cultivation and realm. How could he give up his strong points and take his weak points? Lady Chuyue, you're a member of the only divine temple. Are you going to interfere in our affairs? The Golden Crow's second prince turned his attention to Qiu Yu, hoping that she would back out of this matter. However, Qiu Yu couldn't be bothered with the second Golden Crow prince and attacked even more fiercely. Desolate Power and Qiu Yu, one attacking from close range and the other from afar, worked together to create a terrifying battle power. The Golden Crow Crown Prince roared in anger, but he could do nothing. The Golden Crow Crown Prince had used all his strength, but he was at most on par with Qiu Yu and Desolate Li. Sometimes he was even at a disadvantage. Although the Golden Crow Crown Prince's cultivation was strong and had reached the initial absolute saint realm, he had just broken through not long ago. Furthermore, the laws he controlled weren't king path laws. Qiu Yu and Desolate Li were both great saints in the Great Circle, not far from the absolute saint realm. The two of them working together were no weaker than the Golden Crow Crown Prince. The two sides exchanged dozens of moves, but it was still difficult to determine the winner. That's amazing. 2 king physiques. Moreover, they are both following Lu Ming. Wang Lin and Long Chen were fine since they had seen Qiu Yu before. However, the other geniuses of the Phoenix Palace, Divine Elephant Sect, Mu Qingxue, Yi Dongfang, and the others were all shocked. There were actually 2 king physique experts who came with Lu Ming. Moreover, their cultivation had reached the great saint perfection, which was even stronger than Feng Ling and Long Chen. What about the combat strength of the rest? Many people could not help but cast their gazes towards the remaining desolate race members. However, Huang Tian and the others were looking at the battlefield, and they were all eager to fight. In the past, when they were in the wild sacred region, they had only faced a limited number of geniuses. When had they ever seen so many geniuses? They felt like their blood was boiling and their battle intent was burning. They wanted to fight just like Desolate Power. Lu Ming, fight me if you're so capable. What's the point of hiding? The Golden Crow Crown Prince let out a long cry as he continuously shot out great solar divine fire, forcing Qiu Yu and Desolate Power back. You want to fight with me? Fine, I'll fight with you. Let's go to the life and death battle stage. Do you dare? Lu Ming spoke, his voice exuding a terrifying murderous intent. A life and death battle. The Golden Crow Crown Prince's heart skipped a beat and he hesitated. He had heard of Lu Ming's combat strength. However, no matter how strong Lu Ming was, he was no match for him. However, those who stepped into the life and death battle stage would have a life and death battle. It was allowed to kill one's opponent in the life and death arena. The Sacred Institute didn't forbid it. This was extremely dangerous. Since the start of the Sacred Institute, not many people had stepped onto the life and death battle stage. What's wrong? You wanted to challenge me to a battle earlier, but now you don't dare to? He's so arrogant, but he's just a coward. Lu Ming sneered coldly, his mockery growing stronger. Lu Ming, you don't know this, do you? These people only know how to bully the weak and fear the strong. They use their power to bully others and take advantage of others' might. If they meet someone stronger or more ruthless, they'll immediately become tortoises. Long Chen sneered, causing the others to burst into laughter. Chapter 1872, Chapter 1872, The Great Battle Against the Golden Crow Crown Prince. Chapter 1872, The Great Battle Against the Golden Crow Crown Prince. The Golden Crow Crown Prince's heart was filled with anger, and his eyes were extremely dark. "If you don't dare to fight, then get lost," Lu Ming shouted, his voice spreading far and wide. "If you want to fight, then let's fight. Lu Ming, let's fight on the life and death stage. 111 definitely kill you today." The Golden Crow Crown Prince howled. "All right." The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled up slightly, and his eyes were filled with a cold eye. "Chiyue, Desolate Power, you two stand down." "Let me do it." "Good, huh?" Desolate Li laughed and threw a few more punches as he retreated with Chiuyu. The Golden Crow Crown Prince retracted his divine sunfire and transformed into a tall young man in a golden robe. He looked at Lu Ming with eyes full of killing intent. "Let's go to the life and death battle stage." The first prince of the Golden Crow turned around and left. Mo Lang, the second prince of the Golden Crow, and the others followed. Lu Ming, Wang Lin, Long Chen, and the rest also headed in that direction. The life and death battle is about to begin. Let's go and take a look. The crowd that was watching from afar also followed. Not long after, they came to an open space where there was a huge purple-gold battle platform. It was said that this battle platform was made of a special metal by the great emperor. Ordinary martial sovereigns would find it difficult to break it, so they could fight to their heart's content on it. The Golden Crow Crown Prince was the first to step onto the fighting ring. He glared at Lu Ming with intense killing intent and shouted, "Lu Ming, come up and die." Lu Ming took a step forward and stepped into the fighting ring. "Brother Lu Ming, all the best. Kill him. One wanna eat bird meat?" Chirping. Bubbles waved her tiny fists and yelled, causing the few Golden Crow race elites to have extremely ugly expressions. This little guy actually wanted to eat Golden Crow meat, which made them feel a burst of anger. However, there were still people who were in high spirits. "Is this three-legged bird meat delicious? It's not poisonous, right?" Desolate Li had a simple and honest look. "It's not poisonous, it's not poisonous. It's delicious. Brother Lu Ming and one once had a wing. The meat is fresh and tender. It's really delicious when paired with fine wine." Chirpy. Bubbles squinted her eyes and licked her lips as she reminisced. "It's that good." Huang Li, Huang Lai, and the other youths of the desolate race grinned as their eyes lit up. They stared at the Golden Crow on the stage, wishing they could bite the Golden Crow. The Golden Crow First Prince, the Golden Crow Second Prince, and a few other Golden Crow race heaven's favorites almost spat out blood. They were so angry that they were shaking. However, Lu Ming smiled and said, "I'm sorry, the children at home are not easy to take care of and have a picky appetite. You should just contribute. Contribution, your sister." The Golden Crow Crown Prince almost cursed out loud. In the end, he shouted, "Lu Ming, I'll devour you today." Kill. The Golden Crow First Prince transformed into his true form. With a flap of his wings, he pounced toward Lu Ming. Its three extremely sharp claws clawed at Lu Ming, trying to tear him apart. Boom. Lu Ming circulated his holy power, and his cultivation was undoubtedly revealed. The people watching the battle were all stunned. Peak of the Great Saint Realm. This man is only at the peak of the Great Saint Realm, but he dares to fight the Golden Crow Crown Prince on the life and death battle stage. How dare he? This man is dead for sure. In the battle just now, only two king physiques of the Great Saint Perfection could fight against the Golden Crow Crown Prince. This man's cultivation is at the peak of the Great Saint Realm. Countless runes appeared and formed a terrifying sealing power. It passed through the Golden Crow Crown Prince's divine sunfire and covered his entire body. The power of the seal was trying to seal the Golden Crow Crown Prince. This scene also shocked the other spectators. Two types of nomological laws. How can this person control two types of nomological laws? An ultimate law and a king path law. Unbelievable, unbelievable. The people present were all geniuses from all over the world. They had seen many things, but they had never seen someone like Lu Ming. They could not suppress the excitement in their hearts, and some of them even shouted loudly. Not good. The expressions of the second Golden Crow Prince, Mo Lang, and the others changed drastically. The Golden Crow Crown Prince was at a disadvantage. At this moment, the Golden Crow Crown Prince himself was also shocked. Lu Ming's combat strength had far exceeded his imagination. Break! The Golden Crow Crown Prince let out a long cry as a pair of wings appeared behind him. With a flap of his wings, they sliced through the array Dao laws covering his body like heavenly blades. Then, endless flames spread out and annihilated Lu Ming's chaos finger of tribulation. Buzz! The wings attached to the Golden Crow Crown Prince's body, causing his aura to rise rapidly. This time, the Golden Crow Crown Prince was severely injured. His head cracked open and blood flowed out. The divine sun fire that filled his body was extinguished. He was on the verge of death. Lu Ming put away the Tai Chi formation disc and the Dian elixir furnace and stepped on the Golden Crow First Crown Prince's head. Stop, Lu Ming. My big brother is the #1 prodigy of the Golden Crow clan. If you kill him, the Golden Crow clan will never let you off. The second Golden Crow Prince roared. The wind race won't let you off either. Mo Lang followed suit. Hee, do you think that there is still room for reconciliation between me and the Golden Crow tribe? Lu Ming had a look of disdain on his face. He had already killed several crown princes of the Golden Crow clan. The two sides were mortal enemies. How could they ease the tension? If he didn't kill the crown prince, would the Golden Crow race let him go? As for the wind race, Lu Ming looked at Mo Lang. If the wind race wants a fight, Lu Ming, will accept it. As for the Golden Crow Crown Prince, since he has stepped onto the life and death stage, he must die if he loses. An absolute holy weapon sword appeared in Lu Ming's hand and he thrust it at the Golden Crow First Prince's head. Blood splattered everywhere. The Golden Crow Crown Prince's head was pierced by Lu Ming, and his soul was also destroyed. The Crown Prince of the Golden Crow was dead. What a powerful combat strength. This person's combat strength is too shocking. The Son of Chaos who controls the laws of chaos is indeed amazing. This is the third person in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy who has controlled the strongest law. It's a pity that his cultivation is a little weak. It's still difficult to compete with the strongest heaven's favorites. However, when he grows up, he will be extremely terrifying. Some people in the surroundings were discussing excitedly. Yet another child of God had appeared. This was truly a golden age. Not only were the kings fighting for hegemony, but the philosophers were also fighting for supremacy. The second Golden Crow Prince and the others had extremely ugly expressions on their faces, especially those from the Golden Crow clan. They were all exuding a terrifying killing intent. The Crown Prince of the Golden Crow clan was dead. The most powerful genius of the Golden Crow clan was killed by Lu Ming just like that. Most likely, if some of the older members of the Golden Crow clan were to find out about this, they would be enraged. Lu Ming, give me my brother's corpse. The Golden Crow's second prince coldly spoke. I'll leave it to you. How can you be so naive? This is my trophy. Moreover, don't you see that a few of my friends are very interested in the Golden Crow meat? Lu Ming smiled faintly and continued. You dare? The second prince of the Golden Crow was so angry that his entire body was trembling. He glared at Lu Ming. What's there to be afraid? It's not like I haven't done it before. Lu Ming smiled. With a wave of his hand, he kept the corpse of the first Golden Crow Prince. Then, he looked at the second Golden Crow Prince and berated, Why aren't you all getting lost? Do you all want to come up and fight? I'll take you on. Just you wait, Feng Wuchen is in seclusion in the holy battlefield. When he comes out, I'll be the day of your death. The second prince of the Golden Crow was furious, but he did not dare to fight Lu Ming. After leaving behind a few harsh words, he left with Mo Lang and the rest. Brother Lu Ming is so powerful. There's Golden Crow meat to eat, Chirpy. Pow Pow rushed to Lu Ming's shoulder and shouted excitedly. Let's go back and eat Golden Crow meat. Lu Ming smiled and returned to the mountain peak where he lived with the rest. Not long after, a fragrant smell drifted out from the mountain and spread for 10 miles. That night, the entire golden crow entered everyone's stomach, especially the 9 elites of the desolate race. They ate until their mouths were full of oil, and even the bones were not spared. They were all swallowed by the 9 youths of the desolate race. Even so, they were still not satisfied. Their eyes lit up, and they wondered if they should catch a few more to eat. Chapter 1874, Chapter 1874, Chapter 1874, Saint King Ranking, Chapter 1874, Chapter 1874 Saint King Ranking. The first day of Lu Ming and the rest at the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute ended just like that. After eating and drinking to their fill, they randomly chose a few courtyards to stay in. In any case, the area here was vast and incomparably empty, so there were plenty of empty courtyards. The next day, Wang Lin, Long Chen, and the others brought Lu Ming and the others around the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute. The Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy was built by a few great emperors and other emperor-ranked experts. They spent several years to build it. There are many wondrous places that are extremely helpful to cultivation. As the group walked, Huang Ling introduced them. That's true. In the past few months, many people have entered the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy and used the resources here to improve their cultivation. We are the same, Long Chen said. How many geniuses are there in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy? Lu Ming asked curiously. It's beyond our imagination. Huang Ling's expression was serious. The requirements to enter the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy are to be at the Bright Saint Realm and have a low-tier heavenly spiritual body. This time, there are more than 10,000 people from the 9 Holy Lands, various monarch-level forces, and some ancient clans. Over 10,000 people? Lu Ming gasped. He was very shocked. There were actually over 10,000 people who met the requirements. How shocking was this? These people all had the potential to become Saint Emperors. Even if they only had the potential, it was impossible for so many of them to become Saint Emperors. That was already extremely shocking. There were so many people in a generation. There were many emperor-level powerhouses in the Yuan Mountain, but they had been accumulated over countless years. It would be terrifying if thousands of martial emperors appeared in a generation. Lu Ming finally understood what the Golden Age was. At this moment, Lu Ming saw a stone tablet soaring into the sky. It was as tall as the mountain peak and could be seen at a glance even from far away. That's the Saint King Ranking, let's go take a look, said Huang Ling. The group moved forward and soon appeared under the huge stone tablet. There were names on the stone tablet that were giving off a golden light. At a glance, there were about 40 names. The Saint King Ranking represents the strongest group of people in the Saint Realm in the Yuan Mountain Saint Academy. However, those who want to be on the ranking must be at least in the Saint Realm. The Golden Crow Crown Prince was at the bottom, but he has disappeared. Huang Ling explained. I heard that only 100 people can make it onto the Saint King Ranking, but since most of them haven't reached the absolute saint level yet, there are only 42 people. Long Chen added. Lu Ming understood now. It seemed that there were only 42 absolute saints in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. If everyone's cultivation improved in the future, there would be more than 100 absolute saints. Then, the Saint King Ranking would only show the strongest 100 people. The Star River. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the 42 names. The first name was the most eye-catching. It was called the Eternal Star River. Xinghe, this person is extremely terrifying. He is one of the sons of God, born with an eternal body, and controls one of the 10 strongest laws, the Eternal Law. It is said that this person is the descendant of the Heavenly Emperor, and he has the bloodline of the Heavenly Emperor. Huang Ling spoke. When she spoke of this person, her expression became very serious and fearful. The descendant of the Heavenly Emperor, the Heavenly Emperor who founded Heavenly Emperor City? Lu Ming asked. That's right. Although the Heavenly Emperor has fallen, he has left behind descendants who are one of the strongest forces in the Heavenly Emperor City. Huang Ling nodded. Then, Lu Ming continued to look at the names. Luo Zhangqiong 10th. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a cold glint. Luo Zhangqiong, the number 1 genius of the Daluo Heaven sect, had deprived Qiu Yu of her memory. Lu Ming would have to fight with him sooner or later. The Death Blade is only ranked 12th? Lu Ming muttered. The Death Blade was one of the 6 silver inheritors of the Hunyuan sect. He controlled the Death Law and was the son of Death, one of the 10 strongest laws. He was also one of the sons of God like Heng Xing and Atong, but his ranking was much lower. The Death Blade's cultivation is a little weak, so his ranking isn't high. Wang Lin explained. Then, Lu Ming saw a familiar face. It was Luo Tianyi, who was ranked 36th. Is this ranking accurate? What is the basis for that? Lu Ming asked. When the Yuan Mountains Sacred Academy first opened, all the geniuses swarmed in at the same time. No one was willing to submit to the other, and naturally, intense battles broke out. Many of the supreme geniuses clashed with each other, and the rankings of the teachers of the Sacred Academy were determined by the battles. Said Huang Ling, isn't this not allowed? Lu Ming said. That's right, because some people are more low-key and didn't use their full strength. Some people didn't even make a move, so this Saint King ranking isn't very accurate for the time being. Some of the lower rankings might have astonishing battle strength, but no one can say for sure. I guess it will be rearranged in the future? Also, after a few months of fighting, the strongest geniuses have all entered the absolute saint battlefield to cultivate in seclusion. They're trying to break through and suppress everyone else. Said Huang Ling, so many chosen. This is great. Ha! Desolate Li was extremely excited. The other members of the Desolate race were similarly excited. Their eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Lu Ming memorized the dozens of names on the Saint King ranking, and the group walked in the other direction. Following that, Lu Ming saw many wonderful places, many of which were helpful for cultivation. For example, one of the places was called the Mystic Purgatory Valley. There were powerful challenges there, and one could cultivate mystic arts. However, one had to pay a certain amount of raw stones to enter these places. A large amount of energy was required to maintain these cultivation grounds. Although the great emperors had built them, they did not have enough resources to maintain them. Naturally, they had to collect the corresponding ori rocks. 111 cultivate here. You guys can choose where you want to cultivate. Lu Ming said to the Desolate race. Only by choosing the most suitable place for cultivation would it be of the greatest help. I'm cultivating here with brother Lu Ming. Pao Pao said. Divine Power, Purgatory Valley. We've been here for a while. Let's go somewhere else to cultivate. Said Huang Ling, I want to go to the Power God Valley. Desolate Li revealed a look of anticipation. Then, everyone split up and went to choose their own places to cultivate. Lu Ming and Bubbles walked towards the Divine Ability, Purgatory Valley. The Sacred Art, Purgatory Valley, was a vast valley. It was pitch black inside, and nothing could be seen. It was as if it led to the abyss of purgatory. A profound formation had been set up here, and it could accommodate many people to cultivate at the same time. There were naturally guards at the entrance of the valley. Before entering, one had to apply for a jade card to enter the valley and store some raw stones inside. Then, for every day of cultivation, the jade card would deduct 1 day's worth of raw stones. If a person cultivated inside for too long, the raw stones deposited in advance would be deducted and they would have to pay back when they came out. Lu Ming stored Bubbles and 3 months' worth of raw gemstones at one go. He then walked into the Divine Ability, Purgatory Valley. Chapter 1875, Chapter 1875. Both of them broke through. Chapter 1875. Both of them broke through as soon as Lu Ming stepped into the valley. His surroundings changed. He realized that he was in a desolate valley. It was pitch black and empty. Even Bubbles were not by his side. Suddenly, a few figures condensed in front of him. They were blurry and their faces could not be seen clearly. Buzz and NBSP whoosh. The few figures pounced on Lu Ming one after another, as fast as lightning. Lu Ming squinted his eyes slightly. The laws of chaos covered his entire body. He activated the prison-suppressing heaven technique and punched out with both fists. The figures also launched various attacks. Some were punches, some were palm strikes, and some were finger forces. However, they all had one thing in common. They all used the laws of chaos. Bang, bang. There were consecutive collisions and a few figures were sent flying by Lu Ming. He can indeed use the laws of chaos. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with surprise. He had heard from Wang Lin, Long Chen, and the others that this superpower, Purgatory Valley, was extremely mysterious. The human figures condensed here could use the same laws as the ones who entered. The deeper one went into the valley, the stronger the power of the person who used the laws would be. Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward and rushed toward the few figures, increasing his strength. There were a few consecutive explosions and the few figures were defeated by Lu Ming. Although these figures could use the laws of chaos, they were very weak. They were far inferior to Lu Ming and naturally could not withstand a single blow. After defeating a few figures, Lu Ming stepped forward. He had not gone far when a few more figures appeared. These figures could still use the laws of chaos and were more powerful than the previous figures. However, they were far inferior to Lu Ming and were still defeated by him in a few moves. Lu Ming continued to move forward. In this way, Lu Ming defeated dozens of groups of figures. The figures he encountered were getting stronger and stronger. The power of the law of chaos was getting closer and closer to Lu Ming's. They could even use the finger of chaos just like Lu Ming. Lu Ming finally felt the pressure. He circulated the chaos laws at full force and fought with the other party. Bush, bush, bush. A total of 3 figures pointed their fingers at the same time. 3 huge fingers came from 3 directions and attacked Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. He was highly focused and his figure changed. At the moment his figure changed, he pointed out 3 fingers at an extremely fast speed. Similarly, 3 huge fingers formed and pointed towards the other party. The 6 huge fingers collided with each other and were in a stalemate in the air. However, in the end, Lu Ming was still stronger. The other party's chaotic finger of tribulation collapsed and his body was also destroyed by Lu Ming. The power of these figures' chaotic finger of tribulation is very close to mine. If it was a little stronger, it would not be so easy for me to win. But this is good. It will help me improve. Lu Ming pondered and took another step forward. He had not walked far when another figure appeared and attacked Lu Ming. This time, the figure's mastery of the laws of chaos was no weaker than Lu Ming's. Lu Ming and the 3 figures engaged in an intense battle. The laws of chaos pervaded the air and collided continuously. It was extremely rare to collide with the same laws. This way, one could better see one's shortcomings and improve. It was obvious that the great emperors had spent a lot of effort to build such a place. This time, the battle lasted for a full half an hour before Lu Ming finally defeated the 3 figures. My chaos finger of tribulation is close to 70%. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Previously, Lu Ming's chaos finger of tribulation was about 69% complete. Now, it was close to 70% complete. If he cultivated like this, it wouldn't take long for him to reach 70%. Lu Ming continued to move forward. This time, the figure that appeared was even more powerful. After fighting with Lu Ming for more than an hour, Lu Ming still could not defeat the other party. In the end, his holy energy ran out and he could only retreat. As long as Lu Ming retreated, the few figures would not pursue him. After Lu Ming's holy power recovered, he continued to fight. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. A few figures were fighting in an extremely intense manner. Bush, bush. Lu Ming kept pointing out the chaos finger of tribulation. The power of the chaos finger of tribulation suddenly soared. The chaotic fingers of tribulation that the 3 figures pointed out were instantly crushed by Lu Ming. The terrifying force shattered the 3 figures. Primal chaos tribulation finger, 70%. Lu Ming muttered and revealed a faint smile. Lu Ming's chaotic finger of tribulation had broken through in just 2 days of cultivation. Although the difference between 69% and 70% seemed very close, the difference in power was very large. Once it broke through 70%, it would be another level. For an ordinary martial artist, it was impossible to break through 70% without the cultivation of an absolute saint realm. Moreover, the chaotic finger was even more difficult to cultivate. Of course, all the rules were meant to be broken by geniuses. This was truly a good place. No wonder all the geniuses of the entire Yuan Mountain would gather here. A cultivation sanctuary jointly built by several great emperors was indeed extraordinary. Furthermore, there would also be a Tao lecture by a great emperor. The geniuses would clash with each other. This way, the cultivation speed of this batch of geniuses would definitely increase, forcing out their potential and pushing them to a higher realm. Continue. Lu Ming revealed an excited expression and continued to move forward. Lu Ming had been cultivating in the Purgatory Valley. Time passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Lu Ming cultivated tirelessly and his apocalyptic finger of chaos progressed very quickly. In less than 2 months, he had reached 80% mastery in the apocalyptic finger of chaos. One had to know that the higher the sacred art was, the harder it was to improve. The closer it was to perfection, the more difficult it was to improve it. In less than 2 months, he was able to raise it to 80%. The speed was already very terrifying. If he were to cultivate normally, he might not even be able to achieve it even after several years. Moreover, as he continued to fight with those figures, Lu Ming's saint energy was constantly being condensed and strengthened. It was approaching the great saint perfection at a rapid speed. On this day, Lu Ming felt the saint energy in his body surge like a flood after a huge battle with 3 figures. It was unbelievably fast. "I'm about to break through." Lu Ming was overjoyed. After nearly 2 months of continuous fighting, his cultivation had finally reached 0. He was about to break through to the great sage perfection. Lu Ming retreated and sat down cross-legged. He took out a large pile of raw gemstones and began to strive for the great saint perfection realm. In a luxurious courtyard in the Yuan Mountain Saint Academy, the second prince of the Golden Crow, Mo Lang, and the others were all standing respectfully in front of a green-robed young man. "The Golden Crow Crown Prince is dead? How dare you?" the green-robed young man said. His voice was very gentle, but everyone could hear the cold, killing intent in it. Mo Lang, the second prince of the Golden Crow, and the others trembled. This man was the peerless genius of the Feng clan, Feng Wuxian. He was a top figure who had reached the absolute saint realm a long time ago. Even in the Yuan Mountain Saint Academy, which was full of geniuses, he was a very famous existence. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.